Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for our live coverage here, the English-speaking service, bringing you the very best action. And if you were with us yesterday, well, today is going to be even better because the racing quality has been cranked up more than a notch today. We've got two 1 million Saudi Riyal races to come at the end of the card. We have some fantastic supporting action and, for racegoers on track, an opportunity to win prizes, including, would you believe, the chance to go home with a brand new car. We will tell you all about that as the afternoon unfolds. Welcome along. Good to have your company. It's a beautiful warm day here in Jcsa. Temperatures around about 27 degrees Celsius. It's bright and sunny, and the racing is red hot, as I say, as well. Tom Collins is alongside me to help guide you through the 12 race card. I mean, if yesterday was good, Tom, today, it's just so much better, isn't it?
It is. And obviously you've talked about prize money, you've talked about the prizes that people can win on track, and there's also very good horses running.
We should remember that as well, shouldn't we? Yes, it's quite important.
Not just about the prize and the prize money. I mean, for example, from a personal point of view, there's a horse I've been really looking forward to this year called Causeway, who steps up to the 2,400 metres later on the card. He's the horse I'm most excited about, but he's not even running in one of the feature races. So it's a fantastic card, lots of promising young horses running, some veterans in there too, the likes of Go Fast Trail Land, who we've already seen win at this Riyadh meet as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it today.
Yeah, and of course this, if you want, is still the aperitif for tomorrow, because tomorrow we go even better, even bigger and even better. But let's focus on today for now. We talked about the prizes. I mean, the owner of one of the races will be walking off with a brand new vehicle as well. But not only that, one of the race goers will have that opportunity to do the same at the end of the programme.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? It gives everyone an opportunity to end with something nice and go away with a car. Who wouldn't want a car? The owners obviously get the Saudi Riyal prize as well for all the other races. So it's a really good day. Lots of opportunities for both people connected to the horses and people just here for a fun day out. And we've also got the food stalls that we showed yesterday. And there are plenty of opportunities on this track to have a little bit of entertainment away from the actual horse racing itself.
Yeah, but there is, of course, 12 horse races, as we know. We've got one very competitive race later. In fact, it was so open. We were going through the international prices earlier, and we kind of just went, what was it, 7 to 1 the field?
7 to 1 the field, yeah. 4 co-favourites. It's basically no one knows who's going to win. So you know what I want, Daryl? I want people in the comments on YouTube to tell me who is going to win that race. And to be fair, any race on the card today, there are a couple of short price favourites in the international markets, but generally it's pretty competitive and tough. So not only it will be interesting if people at home can find the winners and hopefully tell us who they like, we've also got the Inter-Studio Challenge, Daryl, and the pressure's on.
What was the score overnight, Tom?
I think it's 3-2-1.
Oh, I wish I could do it, but it's
slightly in my favour, but I feel like you and Hannah are going to fight back today.
Well, if you were looking for the in-form one amongst us, you'd look at Hannah, because she saved her best till last.
She did.
Tipping in the final race that winner to put herself on the board. And there's a big difference, isn't there, between finishing the day with 1 and walking away and going, blank from 12.
Yeah, exactly. Got the momentum. People don't like the word momentum, but Hannah's definitely got the momentum. She's in form. She had the win of the last race yesterday. It was won by 8 3/4 lengths as well. So Hannah didn't even fluke that one, Daryl. She was unlucky earlier in the card as well with Polaris, who finished second. So maybe Hannah's the one to follow.
We're not going down the unlucky road here, Tom, because I think I had a few seconds and you've had 1 or 2 along the way as well. Look, we've spoken about Hannah. If you weren't watching the programme yesterday, you might be thinking, I don't know Hannah. Hannah Baycroft, who is our reporter, and she's downstairs. She's going to be in amongst all the action. In fact, she'll be in amongst everybody this afternoon. So let's find out a little bit more, as we say. Very good afternoon to you, Hannah.
Well, hello. Yes, it's a gorgeous day out here, but guess what's more gorgeous? This. One lucky racegoer is going to win this car. I mean, imagine going racing, buying a ticket and winning a car. It's unbelievable. But there are plenty more prizes today. There's smartphones, there's tablets. It's all going on. So yes, as well as being in the parade ring, I'm going to be milling around, having a little look, see what's going on here on the track. But should we see? I can't open it, but I can kind of show you from there. So look, I mean, as you can see, 4 doors. Well, actually 5, including the boot. I don't know about you, but that's what I like. A 5-door. It's all wrapped up inside. It's brand new. So how exciting is that? You go racing and you could win a car, guys. I bet you guys in the studio are excited, and you guys all at home as well. So you have to buy a ticket and then you could win it. Fabulous. There we are. It's great. So this will be happening a bit later on. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow. I mean, you could have sold us that. It's fantastic, Hannah. We absolutely love that. And if ever you want a job selling goods on TV for any channel, I think that would make a fantastic audition piece. But we're going to go to the fourth member of our team this afternoon, because high up in the grandstands, over there somewhere, is Anthony Ennis. Let's have a good afternoon to Enzo.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Daryl, and Tom, and Hannah as well. And great to be working with Hannah as well today, and everyone watching our coverage today. Yes, race number 1 is on the way. It's a race for fillies. Nominals of 3. These are on the dirt over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres. Here they are. Number 1 is Amirat Fard. Ahmed Al Tayyar on board. 2 is Anal, Yasser Al Bakari. 3, Gashama, Aisel Al Sahani. 4, Hasnaz Al Rayed, Adel Al Faraid, who's currently second favourite. 5 is Jasmine, Mohammed Al Baham. 23 rider for the 6 to be confirmed. Motor Rakia is the horse. 7 over the page is going to be Najmat Al Shaib for Alex Moreno. 8 is Shamkat Tawake, Osama Al Sharani. Number 9, the hot favourite Takfik for Camilla Ospina. 10, Tathur Selman Al Rashid. 11, Abura Victor Gutierrez. 12 doesn't go at scratch. So 13 is Jamra Arab for Thab Altimat. 14 scratched. 15, Kabu Seya for Fawaz Wanas. 16 is Wood Kolar for Mishari Alissa. 17, Zalawaya Abdullah Al Saidi. 18, Majd Al Solala for Hassin Al Makrami. 19, Mona Al Team, Khalid Al Mamoni. And 20 is Haifa Al Daraya, written by Sultan Al Mamoni. 21 and 22 don't get in as well. So take out 12 and 14 plus 21, 22 as we go back to Darren and Tom.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. So this is for horses that have won either one race or have yet to win a race. It's for locally bred 3-year-olds. We're going over the 1,200 metres, as you heard. The 12 and the 14 have come out. So too 21 and 22. So it has been reduced down to 18. But despite the size of the field, the market has basically spoken. It's that horse in shot, isn't it? Takfik. Tom, that they seem to be all over.
Yeah, he is the classiest conveyance. Is the classiest conveyance in this field. There's no doubt about that. She's won 2 of her 5 outings. The White Stable had a really nice winner yesterday called Jeddah Beach, who's going to go on to bigger and better things. And I imagine that Connections will be hoping this filly does as well. She's already rated 93. Maybe she's going to be a cup horse in time. We can see a bit of footage from Takfik recently as we pick it up here. White Stable Silks, green cap, just in behind, white body and red stripes down the sleeves. Runs an okay race here. He's on the wrong lead at this part, doesn't really quicken as anticipated, but this is a pretty good race, Daryl. I don't really think she has to improve to win today.
No, I mean, absolutely. Rated, what is it, 93? I mean, if there was a clue, I suppose, in the numbers, a long way ahead of the opposition. This was in better company as well. Yeah,
and what you can see this day, she looked beaten when we picked up the footage, but she does plug on at that one speed, and it's going to be highly likely that Camilo's very aggressive from the outset and tries to make all from stall 10.
OK, so a strong favourite to consider, and I'm sure as we go back to Hannah, you will have thoughts about the market leader and, of course, the others as well.
Right then, well, we're going to start with horse number 4. I have to add that some of the horses, particularly horse 20, was getting a little bit jumpy. So some of them are on their toes, but horse number 4 here for the Red Stable, Adela Faradi, does take the ride here. 2 from 9. This horse is looking tremendous and actually very race fit. Could do with a little bit more muscle on the hind end. Not as much definition as I would like, but nevertheless, you can see some muscle on the neck as well, or part of that top line. Looking great. Now we're going to drop back to horse number 6. So horse number 6, Motarake for the White Stable. 1 of 2 runners for the White Stable today, in this race, by Sire Premium Tap. Now, very shiny, of course, looking very well turned out. I'd say more of a slim build, still looking athletic, but at the same time, not as much muscle definition on that hind end. Walking really well, nice and relaxed. Can see the whites of the eyes. And just chomping on the bit a little bit, but probably just wants to get going with the job, really. Now we're going to drop back to horse number 8. We've got a bit of a gap here between horse 7 and 8. You can see this one jogging along. I think actually what started the horses off was just some younger race goers running around, actually. But yeah, number 8 is jogging, getting a bit hot and sweaty, actually, on the hind end as well, starting to foam between the legs. So hopefully this one can calm down before going to the start, because she is using up quite a lot of energy already. So yeah, I'd like to see her walk a little bit calmer, but the trouble is some of them have set themselves off, haven't they, really? Next, we're going to go to number really sweating up massively. The recent ones that I've just spoken about, maybe number 10 a little bit, but remember it is a really hot day today. Well, hot in my opinion. What was it? 27 degrees. So just take that into your consideration with your notes as well, if they are sweating up. But now the rider is on number 10, actually. He's calmed down quite a bit. Jockeys are on board. They're heading now down to post. There is a grey horse just ahead. I can't quite see what one that is. When it goes past, I'll update you. That one's jig-jogging, swishing its tail, most likely in frustration. And again, so is number 5 swishing their tail. They do this when they want to get cracking, get going, sort of get off me, I want to get on with the job. But that's your parade ring update, guys. I'll let you know if anything else goes on, but they're all getting a little bit on their toes, to speak.
They're just very excited, probably, Hannah, like all of us here as well, about race number 1 about to get underway. I suppose one question to be asked about the favourite Takfik is the absence, Tom, isn't it? Because we haven't seen her since March. Look, she was obviously in great form in the VT and prior to that as well, but is that something that has to be considered?
Well, it does. Horses don't generally win first off the layoff here, so it has to be considered. But she does have a huge advantage based on her handicap rating. For example, we'll talk about these horses in great detail in a second, but the second favourite in here, horse number 4, Hasna Al Araid, is 100 to 30 in the international market, but is only rated 81. Takfik, meanwhile, is rated 93. So she has £12 in hand based on figures. So she doesn't actually need to run to her best to win. She can run slightly below her best.
Point. Yes.
If she's 90% fit, for example, run slightly below her best and still get the job done here. It's just a question of whether you think her price, which is very short in the international market at 4 to 5, is justified. Take price out of the equation, and she's quite clearly the most logical winner.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think you make a very strong point there, which is even between her and the second favourite, the £12 differential means that she's got a little bit to play with.
Yes.
And she could still win this even if she didn't run up to her previous form. Obviously, the fact we've got a strong favourite, a fairly strong second favourite, means that if you are prepared to look even a little bit deeper, you're going to find yourself a price.
Yeah, exactly. The second favourite has some form claims, as you say, with Adele Al-Faradi, but it's quite short in the market considering the rating. There are several that are actually rated similarly or even higher than Hasna Al Araid. She's rated 81, and then you've got the likes of Anal, who's rated 80, Motorakea, rated 82. You know, they haven't got too much to find. Caboose Sayar, horse number 15, is rated 80 as well. So the price disparity there seems to be because of Hasna Al Araid is red stable and Adele Al-Faradi, whereas the others are lesser known connections. I'll tell you who's a big price in here.
Okay.
Horse number 3, Gashama. 16 to 1 on the international market. And I'm not going to say that she's going to win. There is plenty against her. You know, she's got plenty to find on figures. She's drawn in stall 16. Her last 2 runs haven't been as good. But I think she's overpriced. I think she should be around 10 to 1 in this race. If you go back to Taif earlier in the year, she finished slightly behind in the Jcsa Sprint Cup in 4th, but she won the prep for that. She's a proper 1,200 metre specialist. And even in Riyadh last season, there was a couple of pieces of form that suggest that she could play a role. Now, I don't expect her to beat Takfik. And Taif form, we've already talked about yesterday, doesn't always replicate coming to Riyadh. But last year she did prove that she handled the track. Gashama, for me, could easily finish 2nd or 3rd each way in this spot. The favourite is the most likely winner. And for our competition, I will choose Takfik. But for those of you watching at home who are maybe looking at the international market and looking for a horse at a bigger price, or even just wanting to follow a horse in this race, I'll say Gashama is the one to keep an eye on.
Okay, that's interesting. Good to have a horse at a bit of a price in the mix. And you referenced the high draw. Of course, I think the first couple of races yesterday both went to high drawn horses, and we weren't surprised about that because with a good ride, as we saw in a few examples yesterday, you can cheat a high draw quite easily. Yeah,
you really can. You can get across, providing they string out and it's not a slow pace. But you don't really see slow pace in sprints anyway, especially here. If they string out, you can easily find a nice position. It does take some intuition, let's say, from the riders. They kind of have to know whereabouts they want to land and whereabouts the gaps are going to open, but you can cheat across it and, you know, not end up 6 wide on the turn, for example. Yeah,
it was quite surprising with some of the really big fields yesterday how, I mean, okay, to sit here and watch it looks straightforward. The jockeys tell you, I've had to put a lot of work into to get from here to there, but as you say, there do seem to be openings, there seem to be gaps. If you can just make that right manoeuvre. So.
And one positive here for Gashama, talking about the draw that you've just mentioned and cheating across, the horse drawn directly inside Gashama is Jasmine. everyone on this in this coverage and this team here providing the English broadcast loves Jasmine. She's a horse that we've talked about on many occasions last year and this year. She doesn't have that much ability, and she probably won't win this race. But she's a slow starter.
Okay.
And she's drawn in 15, and Gashama's in 16. So there's at least one position where she can move across, and hopefully there'll be plenty more as they go towards that first turn.
Okay. So you're guaranteed to get one place over. It's just the other 4, or to get to the middle of the pack, or get some sort of run anyway.
Yes.
Right. They are arriving down at the start. So you're settling on, as you said, the favourite here, Tacfiq. I mean, I absolutely can't go against Tacfiq with the amount in hand. So. Yeah, there is a bit of concern about the layoff, but as you've explained, that's probably not an issue. So we're going to be together on the first race with the strong market order. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we won't be agreeing on all the favourites all afternoon. That's for certain. Let's find out if Hannah is joining this team on the good thing. There's a little clue there, Hannah, or whether you're going to go for an alternative.
Well, I've had a good look, and I just want to point out, like I said earlier, it is warm, and I've got a few notes of them going to post, but you wanted my selection, so let me give you that. I am going with the 4-horse, Hasnas a la Red for the red team. This horse was very calm in the parade ring, and you saw her on camera as well. Yeah, he was having a bit of a look around, but just watching, she's having a look. She's seeing what's going on, and I did, it's a busier day today. There are race goers walking around. There were some children running around, so, it was setting some of the horses off, but this one stayed nice and calm, which is what I like to see. Wasn't sweating up. Course and distance winner on her last one. She did begin to fade towards the end of the race, but she held on to 5th place. She's, of course, one of the better quality horses in the race, and that suggests it in the international market. But, of course, the jockey booking is a positive. So, yes, that is my selection I'm going with. I will just just let you know that one of the horses, number 15, Kabusea, this horse was sweating up a lot going to post. So, yes, there were a lot of them kind of collected canters, but very energetic ones. So I'm kind of hoping that hasn't lost too much energy. But to confirm my selection, everyone, that is horse number 4, Hasnas a la Red. Enzo, it's over to you. What are you going with?
Rather boringly, Hannah, I think the favourites going to win this race. But I was looking at Hasnas a la Red. Certainly looks the main danger. But yeah, I think Tacfiq 4-6 now, by the way, on the international market. That 4-5 was taken. About favourite here. So everyone is load up. Got the first few in already. Yeah, looking forward to this race on the dirt. 6 furlongs. And start just over on the far side. And a beautiful afternoon here at Riyadh. First race for these fillies here. Ready for a few more to go in. There's Kabusea, number 15. Rayan Altoesh, I think, is the jockey who's going to be on Motorakia. That's going to come from the wider stalls here. If you want the favourite Tacfiq, certainly shouldn't be too inconvenienced by where she is on the track out in 10. There is Motorakia about to go into 18 stall. Blue with the red sash going forward there. And we're getting through the loading up now. Still got a couple to go for this, our opening race on this Friday afternoon card, our 3:20 here at Riyadh. So I think we're just about set. Starter's got the flag raised. We're ready. And they're off. Jumped away over the 1,200 metres for race number 1. Most of them broke okay. One just slightly behind us was Mona Al-Tib, who missed it a fraction. Breaking well towards the inside there was Jamra Arab, is up there early on, the red, white and blue colours, and making quick headway up towards the outsiders, Haifa Al-Daraa in the green colours to come across and take over. So Haifa Al-Daraa is now the early leader, has gone on by 2 lengths as well. Tacfiq is quite handy, the favourite, as they race through the first 400 metres or so towards the outside, but discouraging 4 positions there around that turn. They're going 5 or 6 wide, some of these runners, including Tacfiq, as they make the turn, but right up there with the red headgear in the centre. Now here comes Hansa Al-Araid, the second favourite on the outside, to come and try and tackle Tacfiq at the head of affairs as they go towards the home turn. So Tacfiq is leading. 2 in second place, Hasna Al-Riyadh, who's trying to make up some ground in the red colours. Tacfiq's got a kick though, still leads by a half length to Hasna Al-Riyadh, who's throwing out the challenge in second place, and these two are clear. Tacfiq finding plenty up top, still leads by about a half length. Hasna Al-Riyadh has not got away for Adel Al-Faradi. Running on late is Najma Al-Shaib towards the inside, and also Kabusea. Kabusea is taking off down the outside to win. Kabusea to Hasna Al-Riyadh, who got through for second place. Third, I think, will go to Najmat Al Shay, but in the end, Takfik weakened in the final few strides. Wow, that changed later on. Jcsa, Fawaz Wanas, he wins this race, all right. Number 15 gets up late. You see Takfik, the red cap, just started to weaken here under Camillo. Just the trip may have caught her out almost, the 6 furlongs. The winner was number 15, right down the outside, the blue and white colours for Fawaz Wanas. And the Hathal stable, Jcsa, daughter of Flashy Bull, has won it. 1 minute 15.76 seconds the winning time, 3 parts of an eighth the winning margin. Second place, that was number 4, Hasna Ale Red. That was Hannah's fancy run, a big race. Third, number 7, Najmat Al Shaib, and fourth, number 9, Takfik. Only fourth, the favourite, who's in front here, under a speed but about to weaken. 15.47 the numbers. 1 minute 15.76 from out of the clouds. Jcsa wins the opener.
So the favourite came under pressure, and eventually the favourite has missed the frame, which looked highly unlikely in the closing stages. There's our winner, and Fawaz Wanas on board. Jcsa has won the opening race of the afternoon, just behind the sort of market principles, Tom, in the betting. And I think a horse who'd run well enough in better company last time could have been one to included maybe in the mix?
Yeah, we talked about her very briefly in the preview, saying that she was rated 80 and didn't actually have that much to find on kind of the second flight of horses. And she's probably run to her mark of 80 today. Fawaz came with a big surge down the outside, and she's managed to pick them up in the latter stages. A good win for Fawaz. Obviously, he was in the news for the wrong reasons yesterday. Good to be in the news for the right reasons today. This filly was solid 3 starts back, went second. Then she had a bad day on her penultimate outing. Better last time, went fourth, and finally adds a second career victory to her name. It'll be interesting to see what passage she gets, because she broke in stall 4, but she came widest of all in the straight. So I'd like to see where Fawaz kind of went throughout the race.
Yeah, we'll get a chance, I'm sure, to do that in a few moments' time. And Hasna's Al-Raida got second place. Of course, that was Hannah's selection, wasn't it? And the second choice, and Najmat Al-Shaib was back in third, or horse number 7. But there is the winner.
Looks like there's a fair bit of kickback today, looking at the horse's face. Sometimes here you can get very, very limited kickback. When it rains, you can get fierce kickback.
Are we thinking that's because it's warmer and therefore...
Potentially. Maybe it was harrowed once or twice, less than usual or more than usual. But yeah, it seems slightly different than yesterday. Yesterday there wasn't any kickback. Look at Fawaz's goggles and hat there, it's covered. So normally that plays against the closers, but obviously she's come from near last to first.
Yeah, we will endeavour to have a look at that route a little bit later on. But let's go back to Hannah for some thoughts post-race.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Fanas to weigh in. Then we're going to have a chat with him. And that was the horse, and I'm sure you noted that I said was sweating up. Congratulations, winner of race 1. Talk me through that race. Were you confident in this filly? She looked like she was really sweating up in the parade ring, and that's something I noted.
She amazing filly. Thanks the trainer and the owner, the impressive team. I have a confidence with she filly. She is very nice, you know. I have a confidence with him, and I win. Thank you.
Was that the plan then in the race? You knew where you were going?
Yeah, not this plan. I want to go to second or third, but the race very fast and just wait little. And after 600, I keep going with my filly. He's a good have explosion the last 400. She amazing, you know.
And the pace collapsed a bit in the race, didn't it? Did you expect that?
Yeah, I expect that. I have confidence with him. I have confidence.
What's the next plan for this horse?
I don't know. I have a trainer, not me. But I hope, inshallah, more success with this team. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I can see a lot of kitback actually that happened. Is it quite dusty? I mean, I can imagine it's quite dusty, but the position you're in must make it very tough to continue with the ride.
Yeah, this is tough, you know, because a lot keep the back, and she's amazing. When I win, I forget all of that.
Well, actually, I just must ask, you know, I mentioned that she was sweating up. Is that how she behaves normally? Because like I said, I did note that down, and I could see she was very keen to start pulling you a bit. Is that just her?
I think so. I think so. Maybe. I think so. And thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Second career victory, although in fairness, some of the form has been in much better company. Let's just have a look and see if we can try and track the path through here. Tom, as the winner comes through?
Yeah, she's in midfield at this spot. You can't really see her. She's in behind horses, white cap, purple and white silks. Fowers is about to angle out into a wide position. And, you know, it was a good effort from her. She's still not in screen right now, unfortunately. The camera is... There we go, pan out. In the kind of purpley blue and white silks on the outside. She comes with this big late run. Hopefully we'll see from the drone footage where she landed early, because Fawaz did say that he was trying to be prominent and obviously couldn't because the race was very quick. And we kind of, there we go, we get to see the drone footage. She breaks from stall 4. She breaks cleanly but takes a bump from both sides actually.
Immediately, yeah.
And has to kind of sit in mid-division. We'll see, hopefully going around the turn, I believe he will angle out. Which is a very smart move in hindsight, and from there she manages to pick them up. But they have gone very quick up front. My long shot fancy, Jcsa was up there from the outset. It wasn't leading at this point.
That's Haifa's Alderaya, I think, in front, isn't it? The 20. But
the reserve, who's a huge price in the international market. Jcsa up there too, as are a couple of others, including Takfiq, the international market leader, just off the speed. But look, they're 6 a breadth going around the turn, and the eventual winner's not in shot right now.
No, absolutely not. So that's encouraging if you want to back horses that are going to come from off the speed on that limited evidence we've got. And yeah, you can almost see the kickback there, can't you? You compare that to yesterday. I mean, your eyes weren't drawn to that yesterday. So
no, today it seems like there's a more fierce kickback for sure. The winner's just angling out at the bottom of your screen right now, about to go into 4th position on the outside, and really does come with a late flourish in this race. As much as the leaders are stopping, she is finishing.
Well, the runner-up has hung around well, Hasna's Al Araida to finish second, but are we just putting this down to, as far as Takfiq is concerned, the lack of a run?
It was a complete blowout, I think, in the latter stages, because at this point it did look like Takfiq was going to go on and win the race. She seemed to have all of them covered, but especially the runner-up, Hasna Al Araid, who at this point is making no inroads, and if anything, Takfiq is going a little bit further clear. But in the last 100, 150 metres, Takfiq stops. Hasna Al Araid comes through and repasses her, and then obviously the deep closers, the 7 and the eventual winner, the 15, Jcsa, come through with their big late rallies. So yes, I think it is down to fitness. She's definitely blown out in the latter stages. If you ran this race in 2 weeks' time, again, the exact same field, the exact same setup, I think Takfiq would hold on with that extra fitness on her side, but today it wasn't to be.
That's interesting. So you'd be happy the next time we see Takfiq in similar kind of company to come back, and you'd be fairly confident, as confident as you can be, that you'd have a very good chance of collecting.
Well, we've seen this with the white stable horses throughout the whole Riyadh season, actually. They generally needed the run, especially earlier on when there was an illness going through the stable. But even now, horses that have been off for a fair few months, they have needed the first start. So, yeah, I think because it's a white stable horse, I'm more willing to accept that she wasn't going to be 100% fit today, and next time we'll see a lot better. OK. I mean, it's put a few of us on the back foot early on, I think, because probably there's one or two of you at home thinking of getting excited about how well it was going for the favourite. But I think it's, as you say, understandable, explainable as to exactly what happened. Yeah. And do we give a lot of credit to Hasna's Al Araida for hanging on in there and being part of that finish all the way to the line? Of course, yeah.
Second?
She was up with the speed, wasn't she? And both her and Takfiq have held on to some degree, and the others that were up with the pace have all faded. So you have to mark both of those up. Hasna Al Araid's probably run to her mark of around 81. I think that's the level she's at. next time again in a similar race to this, even a handicap, if she does drop a pound,
Yeah.
a 0 to 80, she would be dangerous. So, yeah, put a little star next to Hasna Al Araid, put a little star next to Takfik. Yes, they were both short enough prices and they have been beaten, but they're open to much more improvement next time.
Okay, right, we're going to stay with the same distance, we're going to stay with the same grade because it will be fillies that have won between 0 and 2 races. However, this time it is the 2-year-olds for race 2, and here's Enzo with the runners and riders.
Thank you, Darren. Yeah, Nolan's a 3 hit, 2-year-olds again, and we'll go through the runners and riders right now. 6 furlongs, and number 1 is Ajbar for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 2 is Al Jamana, Khalid Al Mamoni. 3, Al Walaya, who is currently 2nd favourite on the international market. And that one. 4 is Maru, ridden by Mohammed Al Yami. 5, White Deer, Salman Al Rashid. 6 is Anud Al Riyadh for Abdullah Al Saidi. 7 is Safa, Nawaf Al Madiani. 8 is the current favourite, Halat, ridden by Alex Moreno. 9 is La Solitaire, Asil Al Sahani. 10, Mitwasia for Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 11 is Noof for Adel Al Faradi. 12 is Ragid, Mohammed Al Daham. And 13 is Rishar, who's around a 4-to-1 chance international market-wise, ridden by Camille Ospina, as we go across and join Hannah ahead of race number 2.
Let's have a look at some of these 2-year-olds then. So we're going to start off with horse number 1, Al Walia, ridden by Naif Al Anazi for the Red Stable. Looking very, very calm. I'm always in awe of these 2-year-olds because even some of them that haven't raced before, they are behaving impeccably, but this horse is nice and chilled out. She's got the plugs in her ears. She's having a little chew, tongue tie on, having a little look around, but nothing to worry about at all. Lovely and shiny in her coat. I know it's a nice day, so their coats will shine, but it's the ones that are standing out with their shine just shows they are a clean bill of health. Behind, we've got some nice muscle on show there. Of course, could do with a bit of muscle, but with 2-year-olds, you're going to see some improvements in them be more defined as we go on. So that is horse number 3. Dropping back now to horse number 5. I liked this horse on paper. I like what I see in the parade ring. White Deer. Maiden winner on first start at this difference in type. I'm not so keen on this hind end action. If you can see what I'm seeing from that camera view, a little bit short, muscle looks a bit tight. Quite nice round bum, could do with a bit more muscle, little bit of sweat in between the legs foaming, but nothing to worry about. Looks quite calm and relaxed, nothing like we saw in the first race. So that's horse number 5. I do like the look of that one. Dropping back now to horse number 8, Hallett for the Red Stable. Alex Moreno takes the ride. Heads down, bit relaxed, having a chew, nothing too crazy or exciting. Shaking the head now and again, but you know, it's nothing to worry about. Has got a bit of a sweat on underneath, but it's a very light sweat. Unlike the horse behind who's jogging, hopefully that's not going to wind up horse number 8. Now we're going to go back to horse number 10 now, dropping back. A little bit of sweat underneath, but this is very mild compared to some of the others that we saw in the first race. A maiden, this one, behaving really well, considering it's not seen much. Now, if you take a look at horse 11, North, ridden by Adele Afaradi, this is another maiden, never seen the race course before and is playing up. It's to be expected. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to look at. And she is a 2-year-old. She is bouncing around, having to... She did kick the white bar, so I'm sure she'll be okay, but we just got to make sure my cameraman stays out the way because all legs can come out, especially with young ones. Plats are in, so I like the effort made there. Looks great, but we just got to get her behaving better. So you see the handler is now just going to circle just to make sure she doesn't kick out at any other horses because her hind end is swinging around and they can be lethal if you get kicked by a hoof, especially with shoes on. So that's number 11 to note. But look, she's just looking around. You can see her now. She just wants to see what's going on. Remember, this is all educational for these horses that have not seen anything. Some of them behave great. Some of them just think, what on earth is going on? But she'll get used to it. Good handler there. He's got hold of her. And look now, she's behind. She's got plenty of space if she wants to have a jig jog and look around. I want to have a look at horse number 12, Ragid. That's another maiden winner. If you do, hopefully we can get a chance to see that one. I wanted to show you some of the maidens just so you can see what they look like, because obviously you can't have a look at form apart from their breeding. Nothing to go by. I think it's now time to head over to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So we are getting our first look at the runners, and this is competitive, more competitive than the first race, Tom. The international favourite is number 8, Halat, and I need convincing that Halat should be favourite. I'm not sure. Are you more positive than I am?
No. I do like the pedigree. It's an Irish / English based pedigree, Invincible Spirit. I mean, you could argue that it's more a turf pedigree than it's definitely more a turf pedigree than a dirt pedigree. Semi Al Harabi and Prince Faisal bin Khalid, with these red stable horses, they do very well. So maybe there's a little bit of bias towards the connections rather than the horse. The 2 runs have been okay. But Alex Moreno is going to have to be on top of his game to get across from 11. In the small field, albeit you expect them to string out a little bit. From 11, it's not going to be easy to make the front because there are several in here drawn inside that want to push forward.
Yeah, my theory obviously is a maiden for a start.
Yes.
We've got non-winners of 3 here, but didn't run well last time. Finished last to 4, beaten a long way. The horse that won the race is only rated 68, which is the same as the principals here. So I'd be happy to be against Halat.
Me too. Wasn't in my top 2 that on my shortlist anyway. I'm quite surprised that filly's favourite.
Okay, so which direction are you thinking of moving here?
I liked Riyadh actually towards the bottom, horse number 13, and I was here when she made her debut. I was alongside Rory Delagi, who everyone will know if you watched the channel before, and Rory loved this filly first time up. I remember him saying she's not the nicest looking filly, but she's obviously got a big engine. Her pedigree's lovely, being by Authentic, who we know very well of winning the Kentucky Derby. She's bred for further, but there is sprinting on the dam side as well, and she's also bred for dirt. So everything should be there for her to run well. Now on debut, as I say, Rory loved her going into the race, which is unlike Rory, because he wouldn't put up a white stable first time starter.
Yeah.
She made the front, and then she weakened badly from before the home turn, really, and ended up finishing right out the back of the screen. Now, that day, we had an interview with Talal bin Shirai, the guy from the White Stable who does interviews with us, and he said that there is a bug in the barn, and horses generally aren't running well. They are only running the healthy ones, but equally, you know as well as I do.
So there are valid reasons for that effort,
Exactly. This filly just didn't perform. I think she's going to step forward massively. She's drawn inside. I love that they've put her in this race. I mean, if they thought she was limited and that first run was a real indication of her talent, surely they'd have just gone for a maiden with her. But they've opted for this non-winners of 3 event. Camilo's going to try and get to the front. And from there, with that pedigree, the fact that she should stay further, I think she'll prove tough in here. And at 4-1, I'm happy to put her as my main pick.
Okay, yeah, as you say, she's one of those towards the top end of the market. So splitting her and the favourite is Al Walia, horse number 3 on the card, who is going to get my vote here. This horse ran 3rd in an open last time, just got a little bit tired. That was over the course and distance prior to that. So I think there's enough to take from the effort so far, and is one of the 5 winners in this field. So they've all got the mark of 68, and they obviously have to give 2 kilos away to those that haven't had any success. I mean, bearing in mind this is a race for horses that have won, I'd phrase it how Enzo was phrasing it, non-winners of 3. I find that easier to say than winners of 0, 1 or 2, but in theory that's what we're dealing with. We don't actually have any winners of 2 in the race.
No, exactly. It's basically a non-winners of 2, and those that have tend to look for the unexposed, super unexposed. That's tend to look for the unexposed, super unexposed. That's just like a
sort of default,
default factor that I have in my picking. But we'll find out with the result. One of the horses that has had plenty of starts is Ashba, horse number 1. 4th Arm Al Dahani, Ricardo's Ashba, horse number 1. 4th Arm Al Dahani, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, and Sheikh.
Well, it's moved in a fraction, 130 to 3. So other than that, I think we're. It's moved in a fraction, 130 to 3. So other than that, I think we're pretty much where we were.
You can see horse number 4 there, Maru, getting very, very hot down the neck. You can't see right now, but when she spins around, you'll be able to see. There's my selection, just gone through the bottom of the shot. Probably the biggest and scopiest horse in the race. But your pick, Al Walia, is also pretty scopy. So those two are, not only from a profile perspective, likely to improve. Maybe Risha more than Al Walia. But from a physical, they look like they're going to continue to develop as well.
Okay, so encouraging signs then if you're with either of those runners. They all gathered down at the start for our second race of the afternoon. Wonderful shot there across the racetrack to join the runners down at the post, and this is over the 1,200 metres once again. So we've locked in our selections. That's 13 for Tom and 3 for me. Hannah, who are you going to take?
going different, aren't we? That's what we like, a bit of variety. I do have some paddock updates as they went to post, but we'll go through that in a moment. My selection for this race, I am going with horse number 5, White Deer. When the horse came into the parade ring, I mean, I loved the frame, tall, leggy, calm. And as I mentioned a few times, that these 2-year-olds, you can even see it on the screens there, they were getting themselves worked up. And when one gets worked up, the other one gets worked up. But this one was nice and calm. I was happy with the way it was moving. I did like the action, actually, in the walk. And I mentioned this yesterday. It's very tricky to see when there's a lot of horses and they're not walking out. It's hard to see the motion. But I did like that horse. And actually, she caught my eye, when she came in the parade ring. But I do have some updates of going to post. So horse number 4, Maru, this horse was sweating up a lot, and what they kind of did in the parade ring was sort of just split them up a bit so they weren't all being let go at the same time, because of course there are a few first timers in this race. So when I did see this horse go out to the gate, foam was starting to happen and started to tear off down the track. So after they got around the bend, couldn't really see, but from what I could see was pulling quite a bit. So I'm not entirely sure how much petrol was used in the tank there, but I could imagine a fair bit to hold tight to that one. And then another one to note was Adel Al-Faradi's ride 11, Noof. In the parade ring before this horse was let go, there was a lot of sweat, a lot of jig jogging. Would make a gorgeous dressage horse if it does another career after this. But yes, obviously not ideal for racing. That's not what we want to see. But yes, using quite a bit of energy in the jig jog. But I was watching Adele's style. He's a champion for a reason, but his style, the way he sits on the horse, these are powerful. So, he was really holding it together, and it just goes to show when the jockeys get on, they have way more control because they're on top, and, then the horses are switched on, they know what they're doing. But that's the update. So I hope that's helped you guys a bit more with what's been going on. It's time now to head over to Enzo, who can give us an update as they go into the stalls.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. Yeah, runners, they're loading up. Just looking at that international market, it's changed because Al Walia, I think Daryl's gone for, has come into favouritism now at around 11-4, just under 3-1. Halat's drifted out to be second favourite. Richard, it's around 7-2 from 4-1, the one that Tom's gone with. Hannah likes White Deer here. Horse number 5, who's around about 16-1 chance on that international market. Maru would be a negative. I agree with what Hannah was saying about that horse. Does look as if she's got a bit warm. Has got a tough draw as well in 13. Maru. We're just about set, I think. Race 2. Here we go. 6. They're off. They've jumped away. A bit of a messy start there for one or two of the runners. It was Al Wali who just took a step to the right coming out of the stalls. And one that was slowly away was Jcsa, and that one trails them early on. Some good early speed on show here from Ragid in the blue cap. Right there too, the red cap of Al Wali is up there as well. Wider out, the white of La Solitaire, and Noof in those yellow cheek pieces is going to go 5 deep. Right on the inside is Richard. He's managed to get the rails, but oh no, gets shuffled back there, Richard, under a speeder as they go towards the turn and the crown of the home bend. It's La Solitaire. Maru is right up towards the back of the field now as they make the turn. La Solitaire it is who goes on. The Solitaire in the white, kicking on by a half length, but Al Walia is trying to stick with her as they make the turn. They're now 2 lengths clear from Noof, who's come under pressure. Light colours, Al Jamana is running on. Also, Ajbar towards the outside with the green cap. Few chances here. Al Walia's in front, though, leads by a half. But there are dangers coming. Al Jamana down the outside's picking up well with the light blue. These two now go on. From the back, the finisher is Anud Al Riyadh in the yellow cap, but the leader is Al Walia, and he's finding plenty. Leads by 3 parts for Domiciano Delgado. It's Al Walia in the red, who's digging down deep to win. It's Al Walia. Tight for second, Al Jamana, and the wide-running Anud Al Riyadh in the green and yellow, who was finishing well. One for Daryl. Al Walia, written by Domiciano Delgado. Tough. This horse in front, I thought might be vulnerable, but was really game, and there was money around on the international market for her. And she's quite a stocky, well put together filly, and she's found plenty. She's just drifted off the rails there, but she wins it, Al Walia. Confirmed second was number 2. That horse ran really well. That was the light blue and white. That's Al Jamana, who ran a big race. She's a very dark grey. She's a daughter of Felix of Spain, who does tend to stamp his progeny with his colouring. She's finished second. Third was number 6, Anud Al Riyadh, and fourth, that was White Deer, who ran it quite well in the end, number 5. So it's 3-2-6-5, 1 minute 16.83 seconds, half a length the winning margin. 3 Al Walia Dig steep to hold on from 2 Al Jumana, just second. Third on the outside of the 6, Anud Al Riyadh.
Spare for Domiciano del Gardo, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that as well, and did keep finding Al Wali when the challenging pack tried to close down.
Yes, very well done to you for a start. Good winning selection, drawing level in the studio competition, and also put up as your pick in the race comments if anyone gets to see those and you're watching.
Can I have the second as well then?
You can have the second as well. You had the forecast with Al Jumana, so very well done. I don't know too much about this rider, I have to admit. It looks very similar to Sylvester de Souza, to be fair, which obviously not. But he obviously took the tactics that Naif Al-Anazi would have got anyway, which was going to go forward, and he dominated from the outset.
Yeah, it's a good display, and Al Jumana got second, and it was Anud Al Riyadh who got third, horse number 6 on the card there. And the market, I suppose, told the story.
Yeah, absolutely. The market did tell the story. A little bit of late money for Al Wali to get the job done in this race. Halat was a little bit disappointing, the owner mate. So was Risha, who got shuffled back early and never had a chance thereafter. Though, to be fair, she does look a longer term prospect based on the fact that that's now 2 runs where she's finished way down the pack. It's hard to forgive that rather than just one start. The third place finisher, Anud Al Riyadh, was the only one to really make significant late ground. But she was lowly rated, only rated 38. Confirmation it was Sylvester de Souza. I thought it was Sylvester walking in, but I kind of hinted
we're looking, and
yeah.
we're trying to think, well, that wasn't the information we were given, but...
We've had 3 jockeys named for this. It's definitely Sylvester. I thought it was on the walkway.
And now we're all sat at home thinking, well,
yeah.
No wonder there was a little bit of market interest, but that's a great story. Our apologies, we didn't have that information to furnish you with before or indeed immediately after the race. But Hannah is out there and hopefully might get a chance to catch a word with the winning rider.
Yep. So we weren't actually expecting to see Sylvester de Souza because this was a jockey change, but good to see him. To see if we can grab him now. Hello there. Good to have you here. Talk us through that ride. Do you normally ride for the Red Stable?
Yeah, Prince Faiz always invites me in here, and I've been coming here for quite a while now, and I haven't been here for the last 3 years, but I'm delighted with the call, So, the race was very smooth. We had a good gate, and she bounced out well. I used her speed to hold me paused through the race, and the ideal was to be a bit further back, but she delivered nicely.
Have you got any more rides today?
I have 2 more, one for the Red Stable later on, race number 10, and picked up another one in the last.
And tomorrow you ride My Frankel for Jimmy Jerkins. Just tell us about that.
I won on him a while back, and he's a nice individual. He's been doing so well over here, and it's a tough race. but I hope he can hold his title.
Have you ridden him, but had a chance to ride him before tomorrow?
No.
You haven't, so tomorrow's going to be all fresh?
And it'll be fresh, but I know the horse from his first start, so...
Yeah. So just tell us, actually, because it's quite interesting to have you here. How does riding here compare to other racetracks across the world?
It is special, like it's a beautiful track. The layout of the track is unbelievable, you know, and to me, we got the best surface around the world. Is this one, and the horses enjoy. Finds a bit deep sometime, but the horse doesn't find the hard work.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We hope to catch up with you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there we are. Lovely to see Silvestre de Sousa, even if it did take us a little while just to absolutely confirm. We knew he was coming, Tom, and we wondered if he might be here as a spectator today, and his race 2, and he's ridden a winner.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic if we knew beforehand. You know, I imagine quite a few people that are watching this would like to know who Silvestre's on. He's told us there that he's on a couple later as well. Again, not in the race card. We believe, well, Silvestre said one of the 2 Red Stable horses in race 10. I believe it will be Bint to 8, course number 3, but that is to be confirmed. And in race 12, maybe he's on Taj Bladi, the favourite for the Red Stable. Yeah, again, to be confirmed. We don't have that information as of yet. But a winning start for Silvestre. It's great to have him here for tomorrow's proper Group 1 contest, and you know he's kind of set his mark down early.
So here's the replay again. He's in gate number 4. He did get sort of bumped around, I think, as Tony mentioned in the commentary, but quickly able to settle in a good position in behind the early leader there.
Yeah, was able to get into a lovely spot, as you say. Risha was happy with it at this point against the fence, but Silvestre asked for a little bit just to maintain the spot, and Risha was unbelievably under pressure straight away, and she just backpedaled thereafter. So either she's not a 1200 metre filly and she wants further and doesn't have the speed, or she's just bottoming out early in her races, which will be worrying. But she's run no kind of race. You can see her dropping back against the fence in around 7th. Silvestre's under the pump here on your pick. Alwalia looks arguably beaten, but the horse finds plenty up the inside, holds that rail spot, which is crucial, goes into a length advantage at this part of the race. And you in the studio here were going, cling on, keep going.
Well, I was probably calling it almost 20 yards from the line, cling on, because I didn't want to overreact. But yeah, I mean, you could see that there was a possibility that it wasn't absolutely guaranteed.
Well, I was going to say, it looked like the closest were going to come out on top. It looked like the eventual runner-up, Al Jamana, was going to go on by, but she actually stays within a length to half a length throughout that whole stretch run. And the third place finishers come from way out of it, Anud Al Riyadh. You can see just at the back, tipping out with the yellow cap and green silks. On the far left of shot right now, she's the only one that really makes significant ground from way back in the field, and she can be marked up for that effort.
Yeah, she's made plenty of late headway, as you can see, down the outside. Al Jamana on the far side of these two here, but beginning to make some progress. But look, I mean, I suppose you've got to consider that the presence of a certain 3-time champion jockey in the United Kingdom could just have made the difference here.
Absolutely, yeah. The tactics would have still been the same if Naif Alanazi was on board, and this is nothing against Naif. Silvestre's been around the globe and he's done it. So he's super strong in the saddle, as you can see. He's refined, and he's probably made the difference. It's a narrow winning margin of around half a length, maybe without Silvestre.
And number 1 is Hatamat Al Khaladia for Ayad Al Tarisi 2. And number 1 is Hatamat Al Khaladia for Ayad Al Tarisi 2. Zalej Al Cham, Famas Wanas looking for a double. 3 is Fahad Al Mawad, who's currently around about second favourite international market-wise. Adel Al Faradi. 4 is Thea Athbar, Abdullah Al Kradis. 5 is Aisha Al Shanaya for jockey Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 6 is going to be Mostab Sil Al Khaladia. Naif Alanazi is on board. 7 is Alam Nubd for Mohammed Al Mazid. Scratch the 8, so 9 is Shafa Al Hazam, Mohammed Al Daham. Number 10 is out. 11 is Malzaman for Khalid Al Mamoni. 12 Hashem is written by Abdullah Al Saidi. 13 Bin Al Ter, Yasser Al Bakari. And 14 Easter du Soleil for Mohammed Al Hubail. So scratch 8, scratch 10 for race 3. Let's go back to Hannah.
Here we go then. We're going to look at horse number 1, Hatamat Al Khaladia. Gorgeous looking horse, walking quite nicely as came into the parade ring. Actually came in very chilled out, very settled. Obviously this is a smaller field than we've had in our previous races, so we'll see a lot calmer atmosphere now. But I like the look of this horse, got some muscle on the back end, could do with a little bit more. The fitness lines on the hind end aren't that defined, but listen, a little bit more work. But it's a nice horse. You can see on that crest, so the neck muscle, Nice and nice and muscled. How many times can I say muscle? Who knows? Right, now we're going to drop down now to horse number 3. Suddenly can't speak. This is a gorgeous purebred Arabian. Lovely long mane. I tell you what, they turn the horses out here beautifully. 4 runs and yet to have a winner for this 4-year-old colt, but looking nice and fit. It's harder to see the definition with these grey horses when the sun shines, but it's not walking too bad. I'd like to see it walk a little bit quicker just to see how fluid that walk is, but nevertheless, it's still a nice horse. You can't go wrong with a lovely grey. Horse number 4 now, Chestnut. You can see this is a chunkier horse, chunkier on the back end. Probably could do with a little bit more fitness just to see that muscle definition, particularly under the belly as well. But it is quite girthy, so room for the heart when it comes round. I'm going to have a look at it front on, have a look at its chest. But until then, we're going to move on to horse number 6, Mostabzil Al Khaladia. Naif Al Anazi takes the ride on this one. Only one in the field out of Laith Khaladia. Now have a look at this horse, okay? It is chunkier than the rest, so you can see it's probably not as fit, but nevertheless it's still a powerful looking individual. There will be plenty of muscle in that hind end. Underneath as well, that's another girthier horse. It's a great opportunity now actually as they come round to have a look, and I think with the view you get from the camera, you will be able to see at home the view from their chest. You want to see a nice muscly chest, but that is a powerful looking horse. So considering this is 1400 meters, if some of the others tire, this has got some muscle underneath there. It's got a big crest, very muscled on that top line, but I think it could do with a few more runs just to, I don't want to say drop a few pounds, but you know what I mean, just slim down a bit, just a touch, but nevertheless, it's actually looking very good. Number 12, Hashim. That is the last horse. No, sorry, it's not the last horse in this string. There's a couple more, but this horse here, it's nice and relaxed. Head is dropped, pricked ears. It's got a lovely plait in the front of its mane. Great turnout there from the stable hands, but the neck being dropped just goes to show how chilled out it's feeling. You know, when they're kind of, especially with the purebred Arabians, they do have a higher head carriage, but you do want them to be nice and relaxed. Of course, not asleep. I know some of them that are on their toes, it's not too bad. Right, well, the jockey's just hopped on. He's suddenly woken up. He says, yeah, I know what I'm doing. This 5-year-old, though, I'm liking the look of it. And this is a good chance for you now to see what I'm talking about with that neck muscle. Do you see, particularly as we're in the shade, that muscle on top, all part of the top line. Lovely looking horse. Now I'm going to talk about the last horse in this string around the paddock. This is horse number 14, Esther du Soleil. This horse was actually one that I was drawn to when it came in the parade ring. Not only has it got a gorgeous colour, but you see how slimline, streamline it is, the fitness underneath. So you see how it's drawn in underneath? That'll be the muscle, and it's when these horses run more, you'll see all that's drawn in, you'll see the muscle definition. Having a good look at the camera, you can look at its lovely ears. Very nice ears as well. You can tell a lot about a horse by its ears. Friendly ears. He's having a bit of a head shake, nothing to worry about, but you see how the handler there just pulled him back. That's because they've got to make sure that there's space in between each of these horses, because if one kicks out, it's chaos. And of course, we don't want anyone to get injured. That's the main thing, but you've got to be super careful because these athletic horses, they want to get moving. They don't want to stand still. If any of you are watching have a former racehorse, you'll see that they don't want to stand still because they're so used to cracking on with the job. So that's why it's an important job for the handler here to just keep him back out the way and not get too close to that horse in front. But still, it gives us a good chance to have a look at him a bit more, doesn't it? He's lovely. But he says, come on now, I want to get going. Now, they're on the way out the gate. They'll be heading to the track to go to post. So that's the parade ring update. As far as I can see, the ones going to post, nothing too out of the blue here in terms of energeticness. They're all going up quite nicely. But with these purebred Arabians, look at their tails as they go up. This is you could see them from afar when the tails go up and the high head carriage. They are so gorgeous, this breed of horse. But yes, I'll hand it back now because that's your parade ring update. Over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Lots of information, so much to take in, but it's fantastic. We're loving all the thoughts from Hannah on this third race, this Arabian race coming up. We should point out, of course, that somebody, and I don't know who it is, maybe we'll find out as the afternoon goes on, has already won a smartphone, because the draw for the first smartphone came in race 2, and there'll be another one for this race and the next few races. So somebody is a winner.
Their day's already
out
got
there.
immediately better.
Yeah,
instantly
absolutely.
better.
Keep looking, see if we can see somebody with a flashy new smartphone out there. Okay, so 12 of them here without horses 8 and 10. The morning line or the international early prices, if you like, favour the top one, didn't it? Hatamat Al Khalidiyah, who is 7-2, I believe that's right. And,
Yes.
yeah.
It's a small field though, but a wide open market.
Oh, it's so open, isn't it?
Yeah, there's only
So-
12 runners after the 2 scratches, and it looks like there isn't much of a clue insofar as who's the likely winner. It's a difficult race. You did the old race comments for this one.
Well, shall I give you my first 4 just in case?
I was going to say to everyone at home listening, you had the winner in the second in the last race put up as the winner in the second. So who are your top 2?
Well,
let's say.
Once you start giving that information out, then it all just falls apart. But I'm going to be tipping Thea Athbar the 4, but my numbers are 4, 3, 12, 6 for what it's worth.
And my numbers are also 4 and 3, first and second.
Okay, so we're in the
we're
same
agreeing.
Kind of, yeah.
Why did you like Thea Athbar the most?
I think mainly down to the fact this horse has got plenty of stamina, around well enough over the 2000, but just generally has been in very good form. Ran well, went second over the 1600, so quite versatile. I mean, we've got to remember these are fairly highly rated, aren't they? 95 the top mark, and the prize money is absolutely fantastic. I've got to mention 150,000. So Saudi Riyadh, 150,000 up for grabs in prize money here, which is absolutely fantastic.
It is. I also like Thea Athbar for the same kind of reason. My one issue is actually the trip, just because he's run over it before and he has been a touch outpaced. He seems very trip versatile, but his last 2 runs are arguably his best 2, and they've come over 1600 and 2000. So maybe the trip is slightly shy of his best. That being said, I think Thea Athbar is the most logical winner. Horse number 3 is the one we've got as the main danger, Farhad Al Muad. Adel Al-Faradi's got to be a key angle in here. In a race like this, an 80 to 95 Arabian horse handicap, not much separates these horses, and obviously the weight that they carry is the difference and why it's a handicap. And you expect them all to finish in the line if they run to their rating. Adel Al-Faradi therefore could be a massive positive in a race like this. Draws outside, which isn't a big bonus.
No.
But should be able to get across over this 1400 metre trip, which is basically the whole of the back straight until the first turn. Plenty of time to move across. And from there, maybe the 3 could be a major player. But he's winless so far. So you're kind of hoping that there's improvement to come as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, it's just 4 races. I mean, it does go back to a mark of 93, having dropped to 90 and then ran second last time. And again, horses with 1600, 1800 metre form as well. So the trip could play a part as regards that one. Who else might be on your sort of smaller list of possibles?
If I'm being very honest, and I like to be honest in our programmes, I didn't really have a strong opinion at all in this race. So the 4 and the 3 were my 2 most logical winners, but even then I wasn't super strong on either of them. We can talk about a couple higher in the market, similar kind of place in the market, starting with horse number 6, Mustabsil Al Khalidiyah. Any Al Khalidiyah stables runner, especially in a handicap, has to be paid attention to, purely because they have such great stallions that they use, the likes of Laith Al Khalidiyah, who is actually the sire of horse number 6 here. Mustabsil Al Khalidiyah has been a little bit disappointing, especially the last 2 outings when completely out the back of the TV in both of them. And he's yet to really build on that victory, which came over the 1400 metres here in February. He's second off the layoff. Now maybe we get a better performance from Mustabsil Al Khalidiyah today, but we're going to need to see it because his recent efforts just haven't been good enough. And the current favourite, as you say, Hatamat Al Khalidiyah, horse number 1. The form has been there for this mare. She's very consistent. If you're looking at the figures, 3-4, 3-5-5. She's always there or thereabouts. I am a bit dubious that she's going to win this race, and the reason for that is I can see information that she finished nowhere last time. She finished last of 11.
Yeah.
But it's not on the race card, and maybe the traders haven't calculated that.
Oh, that's interesting. So,
yes.
Okay, so there's a negative to sort of add to the balance of information that you may not be aware of. Thea Al Bathbar's just gone favoured at 7-2, 4-1 bar. It is going to be 4 for me.
Okay, I'll let you have the 4. I'll have the 3, just purely because
yeah.
I couldn't really split any horse in this race, and those were the 2 at the top. So I'll take Farhad Al Muad. You're with Thea Athbar. Before we go to Hannah quickly for her selection, just got confirmation from the Jcsa Clark and the scales that Sylvester Sousa is on bint to wake in race 10. He replaces Al Shirani, a 3 kilo claimer, so that's a big upgrade. Haven't got confirmation yet on race 12, so I'll bring that to you when I get it.
Fantastic, but that's important information for much later on. So without further ado, let's find out which one of these Arabian horses Hannah has chosen.
Well, I found this one also a bit tricky, despite the smaller field than we've had in the previous 2 races. Like yourself, Tom, I was stuck between number 3, Farhad Al Muad, and number 4, Faya Athbar. On paper, the horse I liked was number 4, Faya Athbar, the chestnut 7-year-old. I liked its performance. I watched the race this morning and I liked how it kind of stalked the other horses and then out of nowhere kind of took advantage of the ones that became tired. And I think, you know, it's got stamina, so I do think that if some of these, I mean, they don't look like they're going to burn out because they've all been pretty calm and pretty good in the parade ring and heading to post, but I do think that this horse would be able to pull it out the bag, and I liked what I saw in the parade ring. Number 4, Faya Athbar. I was going to mention, back we go, horse number 6, Mostabal Al Khaladia. Obviously, Al Khaladia horses out of Latha Al Khaladia, always one to note. But for me, it just looked, I don't want to say, it just looked a bit thick for me, and it kind of would make sense when you were speaking about its previous performances, so I don't particularly think it would go well in this. So my selection for this race is horse number 4, Faya Athbar. Enzo, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, runners are loading up here. We've got a few to go in for this race. Arabian horse handicap then, 7 furlongs. For the 12 to come in. Hashem is the one we're all waiting on here. We'll be ready for a start. Hannah just in to assist, but we're just about ready. Race 3 of a 7. They're off and racing, jumped away here at Riyadh. And most of them get off to a pretty decent start. Just have to roust along is Zalej Al Kam early on as they race for the first furlong. And also Thayer Athbar just dropped to the tail of the field early on. One of the fancied runners is towards the back in the black with the red cap and is quite far behind the others. The grey coming across to take over, meanwhile, is Mostabsil Al Khaladia, who's going to lead them into the first turn. So in second place, Malzaman, who's racing the yellow sleeve jacket. Just in behind those towards the outside them, we have in the blue silks, that's at Shafa Al Hazam, who's a clear third. But the leader is Mostabsil Al Khaladia, 2 lengths ahead. So in second place, Malzaman, with racing in third position, Shafa Al Hazam. Towards the inside, and it's Hashem, another one of the greys in the race, with trying to advance towards the outer. Al-Anoub is trying to get into it in the spotted colours as they race then past the halfway point. So heading for the final 600 metres, and up front the lead is still the grey, and third was Mostabsil Al Khaladia, and they're ahead of Hashem, I think it was back. The grey and third was Mostabsil Al Khaladia, and they're ahead of Hashem, I think it was back in fourth. Number 7, the blue headgear, Al-Anoub. Mohammed Al-Mazid has got through against the rails, got the dream trip to go and win this race and get the better of the argument. Shafa Al Hazam will be second. Winning time 1 minute 36.81 seconds. A 7. Al-Anoub has won it. 9. Shafa Al Hazam will be second. Beat 3 quarter lengths in the end. So it's 7-9. Third was the 6, as we thought, the grey Mostabsil Al Khaladia. So it's 7-9-6. Fourth, number 12, Hashem. The other grey, Al-Anoub, was too good. Wins by just over 3 lengths. 7-9-6. The numbers in our Arabian horse handicap.
Al-Anoud was a winner 2 runs ago, and then last time out actually ran behind Thayer Athbar, so has turned that form around, and well, we think for the favourite probably the trip was the difference. But in hindsight, could we have seen this coming? I suppose it was considered in the market.
Yeah, only 6-1 in the international market. There wasn't much separating any of these. As I say, I didn't have a strong fancy at all, and coming down on one was tough. This winner would have been probably quite far down my list. That being said, at least the recent form figures were solid. You know, she's finished 4th in 3 of her last 5 runs coming into today. She was a winner 2 starts back. There was good recent form to her name, and you could say that she was improving and capable of going better. So, yeah, it wasn't a foregone conclusion that she wasn't going to be a part in this finish, and she's kind of proven us a little bit wrong by burrowing up the inside and getting the job done. But others have underperformed, and this kind of happens in Arabian races, especially handicaps, not the top level. These Arabians aren't always super consistent. Al-Anoud is at least showing some consistency lately.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, in terms of individuals, then there has been a bit of consistency. Those 2 wins in 3, and then that decent placed effort last time. But anyway, however you fared in that race, we salute the winner who's done this nicely. Off a £2 lower mark it was today as well, so given a little bit of respite by the handicapper. Beats Shafa Al-Hazaim, and Mustabil Al-Khalida was back in 3rd. So the numbers you needed were 7, 9 and 6.
That was a better run from the 3rd place finisher as well, Mosta Basil Al-Khaladia. As I say, the previous 2 outings were a little bit disappointing, but second time off the layoff we saw a better performance. You can see right on the outside here, just going towards the front with Naif Al-Nazi on board. Naif was definitely on this one, by the way.
Yes.
And he set his stall out early, as Naif often does, trying to get to the front and dominate races. He had no excuses from there, and you know, he's run his race. He's finished 3rd without us saying, well, we could have won. But it's a step back in the right direction, and there's probably going to be a race in time for him. Today wasn't the day, but he'll find a similar 80 to 95 handicap where he can get the job done off the front.
And as far as the favourite, actually might not have been favourite, Thayer Athbar was certainly disputing favouritism. The drop-in trip, you did get concerned about that, and that's probably come to fruition, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, he's run okay. I think he finished 7th in the end, but he was way out of it from an early stage. It was basically game over after a furlong, wasn't it? He wasn't able to keep up with the eventual protagonists who were up with the leaders from the outset, and I don't know, he just plugged up at the one speed. I imagine Connections will be hoping to go back to maybe 1,800, 2,000 metres next time. He's got lots of stamina, of course, and these Arabians can be very trip versatile, but I think Thayer Athbar definitely wants a little bit further now. 1,400, 1,200's way on the sharp side for him.
Yeah, I think those of us who hadn't learnt that before are probably realising now that horse's individual trip requirements have been shown to be not this particular journey. But here's the leader, the winner, going on, kicking away, and maintaining a very good current sequence of performances. So we're interested to see where they go next. Again, a horse who has run 1,400 and 1,600 and 2,000 going back.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how she goes on in the future. She's a 5-time winner, so she can't run in any of these conditions races that they sometimes have for the Arabian horses. She could go into open company, but when you go into open company, you face 100+ horses more often than not.
Yeah.
And she's only going to be rated maybe 91, 92 after this performance, and therefore, because they run off level weight, she's going to be in at the deep end. So it's a pretty tough task for Connections now to keep finding winning spots for her. As I say, if she's rated under 95 next time, she'll be able to run in a similar race to this, and maybe she can contest the finish once again. But yeah, she's a 5-time winner, and if you're the owner of this filly, a 4-year-old filly, you're probably thinking, I've got a really nice one on my hands that can bring us a little bit of fun.
There we are, so it was our 3rd race. We've got another Arabian race to come, of course, much later on. It'll be race 8. We're just hearing in race 11, horse 17, Rak Kazar has been taken out. So much later, and we will confirm it, but 17, Rak Kazar is a non-runner in race number 11. So, open races on the way a little bit later on. Of course, we've got those big races, those Saudi Riyadh Million races to come at the end of the card. But let's go back to Anthony Ennis, who can tell us about the runners now for race number 4 on the card.
Can do, Darryl. Yeah, we're looking forward to our next race 4. Numbers of 2 these are on the dirt. 2-year-old, 1,600 metres the mile. Number 1 is Ain Zawi for Nawaf Al Madiani. 2 doesn't go, so scratch Jadak Al Gay. 3 is Ailil for Abdullah Al Saidi. 4 Arab Al Majd, Yasser Al Bakawi. 5 Al Ajal for Eddie Castro. 6 Al Bajazawi for Adel Al Faradi. 7 is Al Majuk for Abdullah Al Rashid. 8 over the page is going to be Amin Alanai, who I think is the favourite. Yes, 2-1 favourite currently international market. Alex Moreno is on board number 8. Armin Alanaya. We're going to look at number 9, which is Cool Brow for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 10, Fal Al Shimal for Mohammed Al Habib. Number 11 is going to be Lil Mayali for Al Adib. 12, Mutarami, Asal Al Sahani. 13 is Nur Al Gayeb, Khalid Al Mamoni. 14, Ramani, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 15, Saha Majak for Hasim Al Makrami. 16 is Sahafi, Mohammed Al Habail. 17 is the second favourite, Yatil Balaha, Mohammed Al Naham. 18 is Bayarak Al Alaya for Fahad Al Faradi. And 19, Zaka Amira, is written by Ahmed Al Shrar. So they are the runners. A couple of scratchings in there. Let's go and join Hannah ahead of race number 4. Hannah.
Right then, let's have a look at these horses. We've got more 2-year-olds to look at here in race 4. We're going to start with the number 1 horse, Ain Zawi. 2-year-old, of course, 2-year-old colt. Oh, yes, looking rather... See, I say this is looking rather smart. Look at him. He's thinking, yep, I'm ready to go. He's got the earplugs in, so obviously he's a little bit sensitive to noise and spooks a little bit, but nothing to worry about too much. He is grinding his teeth, but you find the 2-year-olds tend to grind their teeth. It's like a little thinking thing, I suppose. Again, if they've got a little bit anxious, they know what they're doing. They know they're going to race, so they're kind of preempting it. But I wouldn't be too worried about him. I quite like that he's on his toes. He looks keen. He looks very fit. Nice fitness muscles on the hind there. You should be able to see exactly what I'm talking about. It's that line that goes on the big juicy part of the bum, if you know what I mean. But it's a lovely muscle definition. You've got a really good angle here, I think, because you've got the sun underneath him. But that's horse number 1. He's looking great. Dropping back now to the 8 horse, Amin Alanaya. Alex Moreno takes the ride. This is a chestnut horse. Horse number 8 is coming around now. You should see this horse very soon. Another horse on its toes. This doesn't really worry me. It came into the parade ring jogging a little bit slower than this. I think this one just wants to crack on with the job. You can see his lip, but that's because he's biting his teeth. He's also got the cross nose band on as well. They're elastic, by the way, so they just doesn't hurt them at all. It's like a grackle that you'd have at home if it was like a leather, but this just pops around, stops them from either crossing their jaw and getting their tongue over the bit and in the way. So, yeah, he looks ready for the job. Has he got earplugs in? Yes, he does. He has the earplugs in as well. So, obviously, a little bit sensitive to noise and the goings-on. He is drooling a little bit, so he's obviously been chewing for a while, but his handlers are very calm. And that's the most important thing, that the handlers are calm and then the horse will stay calm too. And that's what we like to see in the parade ring. Dropping back now, horse 10. Well, this is a way more relaxed horse than this one. Earplugs in as well. Beautiful ears. We spoke about the ears in the last race. Kind, positive ears, not as race fit as the other 2 horses. You can see there's more condition on this horse. The belly isn't tucked up as tight. It's a thicker set horse, but nevertheless, it's still looking in good form. There's plenty of muscle there. 17 horse now, Yatil Bala. This horse had 1 run and second on debut. I just need to find this horse one moment while I do a little walk past the other horses. There's a horse I'm going to talk about in a moment, but for other reasons than paddock positive. So stay with me, chaps. Horse 17 now. This is a chestnut. He's got the noseband on. A little bit of saliva happening there. He's chewing his bit. Same reasons. Know what's going on. These 2-year-olds do that. Nice muscle definition. Again, a thicker set horse. Quite a leggy individual. Probably going to cover some ground there. But I like the look of this horse. I like the build on it as well. As we saw in the last race when I was talking about, is it a bit live? So there's still plenty of years to grow, but you see it's dipped where the saddle is. That needs a bit more top line. I'd like to see it without the saddle on, but obviously you can't do that, not practical right now. But the neck muscle is looking good, so I'm sure there is enough muscle there, but I'd like to see a bit more build, but it's got more to grow. And then the more it runs, you'll see its belly tucks up, the more muscle it gains. I have said that all in one breath. I don't know how. It's back to you guys in the studio while I take some oxygen.
Do this one, this horse, that horse, yeah. Thank you very much, Hannah. So, yeah, we've seen, well, a good chunk of them, which is absolutely fantastic. These are non-winners of two. They are 2-year-olds, 1,600 metres. These are local breds. And again, Tom, obviously being 2-year-olds, there isn't a lot of form. There's a couple of newcomers. There's plenty who haven't won a race as well. Lots of lightly raced types, of course.
Yeah, exactly that. There are plenty of different physical specimens as well, as Hannah was telling us, and we can see over our shoulders there. Small horses, close coupled horses, rangier types. Horse 15's an odd looking individual as well. So, you know, there are plenty of different types in here. I think we're going to see a spread out field with the market protagonists coming out on top. I believe the international betting market kind of has this right insofar as the horses to keep an eye on. There is one that we'll talk about in due course that is too big a price, but
that's
otherwise I think the single figure priced horses are the ones here.
So the market had AM Alanea as the international line favourite, horse number 8, in the right position there for you?
Yes, definitely my selection in the race. Look, I don't love the price at 2-1. I think it's short enough, but at the same time, this horse stayed on nicely on the debut effort. Gets Alex Moreno today from a good draw. I imagine will push forward. The extra distance is absolutely sure to suit. And Tarraganaya, who is the breeder and owner of all horses that run in these yellow and black silks, he does exceptionally well with 2-year-olds, specifically 2-year-olds. So I think this horse is going to be ready to run a great race. Amin Alanaya, the horse to beat by far.
Okay, so Tom, very much with the market lead. I wasn't quite so sure. Well, I thought that horse ran well enough first time up, and I could see the up-in trip being a benefit certainly. But I ended up swaying towards a slightly bigger price in number 10, Foul Al Shimal, who's had again just the one run, made the frame. The horse that he ran behind first time has sort of progressed well in terms of a rating, so I thought that was solid enough form. So leaning towards 10, but as you say, it is a race where you could quite easily have a few options and still be way off the mark.
Sure. What did you think of the draw for your horse, Falal Shamal? Obviously, this is it's an onwards of 2, but it's all bar maiden. I mean, there are a couple of previous winners in here, but
good as, isn't it?
In races like this for the 2-year-olds, a wide draw, I don't necessarily love. However, over the 1,600 metres, you have a long run to the first turn.
Look, the draw would probably be deemed as a negative, of course, in stall number 18. Although,
did he show speed on the debut?
I'd have to double check that, to be honest.
Okay,
again,
but
anyway, that's the way I went. I was more impressed by the form line,
sure,
over and above anything else. So yeah, I'd mark him down maybe on the draw, but then the problem I found with this race was that there's a positive in one category for a horse, and then you've got there's he ticked more boxes for me.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair.
Simple as that, really.
The reason I asked about the early speed is because the majority of these, at least on their debut efforts or their most recent run, of the replays that I managed to watch were closers. Now, I suppose that's largely due to the fact that they were making their debuts. The majority of these have only had 1 or 2 starts, and they were, a little bit inexperienced in the early part of their races. But the likes of Yatil Balaha, horse number 17, came from way out of it and finished off nicely for second. Amin Alanaya, my selection, again was in mid-division and then finished well to fill the same runners up berth. Enazawi is a slightly different type who went forward. So I think being forward in this race is a key advantage, and Amin Alanaya, my selection, I believe, will be ridden aggressively today.
Okay, so plenty of speed. More from Hannah?
Got a bit of news. Horse number 4, you might see it now. Oh, you won't see it just yet, but number 4, which is Areb Al-Majd. This horse is being ponied up without the jockey. Now, at the moment, I don't know where the jockey is, so I will try and find that out unless you have seen it on camera. But you'll see now, I'm not sure if it got loose, but look, he is giving it a telling off and saying, listen, you don't mess around. Because you've got to remember, these 2-year-olds, they're trying it, and they will try. But this is why it's great that you've got these riders here that will pony that horse up, and you see the 2 of them them are there, either side or one's behind, just making sure that it will continue. Because if that horse stops, that rider has got hold of one of those reins, right? And I've been in this position, not on a racetrack, but if that horse stops, you've not really got anywhere to go apart from the floor. So this is why it's important that there's two of them there to escort that horse up to the stalls. Now, I assume that the jockey's been taken up to the stalls. If I hear anything else, I will let you all know. But for now, that's all the news I have.
Well, it's good news, and we're always looking for those little snippets of things that we can't necessarily see here, and of course the viewers at home will welcome, I'm sure, all that kind of information. Talking about the viewers at home, Tom, I feel we've let them off quite lightly so far.
We've
given everybody time to bed in, but we want to hear from you. We want to know who you're supporting, who you're cheering on, why you're watching, where you're watching from. Oh, Narasima, beg your pardon, has been on just to say hello.
I can see please is the answer there. So I presume that's find a winner. We're trying our best. We really are. Mr. Greg says good stuff, guys, as well, which is always great to see.
Mr. Greg, it's very formal, isn't it?
He's also a loyal viewer, which is fantastic. It's what we need.
I think he watches every programme. I think he watches all the way. Well, he watches most of it. He might tune off a little bit later. But,
absolutely.
As far as the market is concerned, 7-4 the favourite, just shortening in a touch.
That's as short as I'd want, to be fair. I wouldn't want any shorter in a big field race like this, especially considering he's only had the one start. There are other horses in here with similar kind of upside, but he is the most logical winner. What price is horse number 6?
Horse number 6 is 9-1 at the moment, which is a point bigger than it was, I think, on the first show.
A little bit interesting, being by Commissioner, who has produced plenty of good progeny over on these shores, including Commissioner King. Adele Alfredi takes the ride as well, which we've already talked about in great detail yesterday and today as being a massive positive. So maybe the 6 is interesting. And what I hinted at earlier, a horse at a double figure price, which could run well, is number 16, Sahafi. Mohamed Al Hubayl rides his son, of Force the Pass. The run this season, when finishing third, was solid enough, and these connections had a nice winner yesterday. So I wouldn't rule out Sahafi, who was 12-1 in the international market. Not sure if that's still the price, but it'll be around there.
Well, we're going to agree on that, because that was my second pick, and I thought that ran well against a tougher group last time. So selection-wise, because they are moving towards the gates, aren't they? So it'll be 10 foul Al Shamal for myself.
Boring favourite for me again, horse number 8, Amin Al-Anaya, hopefully get one on the board.
OK, so 10 for Tom and 8 for me. No, the other way round. 8 for Tom and 10 for me.
Yes.
I was trying it on, I think.
Yeah, I think you were.
Let's get back to Hannah for your choice, Hannah.
Just one on your selection, Daryl. Horse number 10, Fal Ashimul. Looked a little bit fluffy. I can't remember if I spoke to you guys about this, but I did wonder if they do have winter coats. And it's not like a winter coat that you'd see super fluffy, but it's a little bit of fuzz, let's say. And I did wonder, because it does get chilly here in the evenings, and I'm sure imported horses, they'd probably feel it too. And of course, horses' coats grow as the weather does. So that's just a bit of information there. It won't affect its running, but just letting you know that's what I saw. Now, for my selection, I am going with the same as you, Tom. Number 8, Amin Al-Anaya, Alex Moreno rides. This is a horse again that I liked on paper, and seeing it in the parade ring, I do like this horse also. I did want to have a good look at it as it went past, but there was a bit of commotion, not massive commotion, but everyone stopped and I couldn't get a chance to see it. So I'll be keeping an eye on the screens to put it into perspective of where I'm stood for you viewers at home. I am basically stood in front of the screen outside, so I'm looking exactly what you are looking at, so we will watch the race together. But yes, that is my selection. I'll just confirm that to everyone. So it is number 8, Amin Al-Anaya. So Enzo, it is now over to you, and what horse is it that you fancy?
Well, I was going to go with the favourite, but 7-4 now, international market was a little bit short, so I'm going to go for one that no one else has gone for, which is Yatil Balaha instead here for Mohamed Al-Daham. Thought it's okay on the way down. 4-1, not a great price, but yeah, just be a bit different. I've switched from the 8, it was my original fancy, to the 17, Yatil Balaha. But plenty with chances here. Big field of runners, which is what we like to see. They are beginning to load up for race number 4 here, over a mile this time. For these 2-year-olds, locally breds, and going forward there. It's number 11. Lilmar Ailey going in under Abdullah Al-Odib, getting through the loading up now. Grey horse just about to walk forward to 19, right down the bottom of your race card there. Zarkar and Mira. That one goes in. Another grey is Rumani, looked really well on the way down, and Abdullah Alofi, that's still to go forward. If you're wearing headgear in this race as well. Very bright yellow blinkers from number 15, Saha Majak. Oh, one just playing up there. Riders off as well. I think that was number 3. Was it Ailil? Looked like Abdullah Al Saidi went. He landed on his feet, luckily, but could have been nasty. There he is in the maroon and kind of light-coloured stripes. So that was Ailil, who was just playing up, just trying to get the horse in, and she sort of got irritated by something and just got rid of the rider. She's being held in behind the stalls. 12 is still to go in as well, which is Mutarami. So we've still got 4 to go in. 16 as well going in now, Sahafi. See to try again with his 3 horse, Ailil. One more chance to go in. Loaded without the rider. I think he's all right. Abdullah Al Saidi looked a little bit irritated by what happened, but I think he'll be fine. Yeah, going to load her without the jock, who's now, there you can see him walking into the stalls infrastructure. He's going to climb on board, hopefully, in the gates. The others are standing pretty well. Jockey is back on, Ailil. We are set for race 4, over a mile, 1,600 metres. Alajal a bit restless in stall 2, but they're off, they're racing. Alajal was slowly away, and also missing it quite badly was Noor Al Gayeb from stall 1, very slowly away. Another one slow out was Saha Majak as well. So quite a few of these a little bit tardy out of the stalls here. One that broke well, Sahafi towards the outside is up there early on. And also pressing forward Yatil Balaha from the very wide draw in black colours, the second favourite. These two are up there as they go through the first 300 metres or so. Alba Jazwaza was next in the field in the purple and white colours. They race through the first 400 metres now. Looking back towards the inside, the yellow of Amin Alanai has got a good position against the rails, the favourite, and she's now coming through for Alex Moreno to sit in about 2nd or 3rd position as they head towards the far turn. Doing lots of work is Yatil Balaha, black colours towards the outside, but in 2nd place as they head around the turn. Sahafi leads by a neck. Here comes Yatil Balaha on the outside from Mohammed Aldaham to now sit in 2nd place. Armin Alanai is under a ride here and is losing positions against the inside fence. Ailil's gone into 3rd now in the stripes as they head around the crown of the home turn. Also trying to get a little bit closer there is horse number 10, Fal Al-Shimal. But around the turn they go. On the outside, Yatil Balaha is the challenger here. So the long-time leader, Sahafi. The front pair are clear all of a sudden here. Sahafi's under pressure far side of his game. Sahafi trying to hang on. Outside, Yatil Balaha has got every chance, but hasn't gone past just yet. Down to the final 200 metres now. Yatil Balaha. Mohammed Aldaham is pressing all of the buttons on the outside. Still there is Sahafi hanging tough. It's a great duel between them, but Yatil Balaha is now winning that duel and asserting. And Yatil Balaha, Mohammed Aldaham, goes on to win. Sahafi a gallant 2nd. Then miles go the 3rd horse, who was number 1, Ain Nazawi in the end. But the front 2 well clear. And it's a win for number 17, Yatil Balaha, for Mohammed Aldaham. The winner here by Flashy Bull. 2nd favourite on the international market. And does the business here. Glad I went with this one in the end. Yatil Balaha, really good performance. 2nd, number 16, Sahafi, who led them for a long way, and nothing else got into it. 3rd, number 1, I think, in the end, Ain Zawi, was best of the rest, but a long way behind the front duo there in our 4th race. Lovely looking horse as well, this Yatil Balaha. Certainly filled my eye on the way down. It's come home in great style. 1 minute 43.47 seconds the winning time. 17 the winner, 16 for 2nd. 3rd was number 1. It's quite close for 4th. Maybe Romani for 4th. Just over a lengthening on that winning margin you can see there for our eventual winner. 3rd was number 1. So it's 17, 16, 1 the numbers. 17 the winner, Yatil Balaha. Sahafi 2nd. Ain Zawi was 3rd. And Romani did get 4th.
So it was the horses towards the bottom of the card, wasn't it? Yatil Balaha and also Sahafi, who fought out the finish, and it was going to be Yatil Balaha under Mohammed Al Daham, who rode this horse on debut to run a very, very good second. We mentioned the 16, that we both said our second choice. You should have asked me the question that you asked me before the last race, and I would have gone to you, well, I like 10, but 16, 17, 1 are my dangers, and yeah, the one I included is the only one that hasn't
hit the frame.
Run well.
Yeah, it's still good picking. It's still good picking without the winner. Yatil Balaha had perfectly sound claims. We talked about this colt a lot in the preview to the show, preview to this contest. Finished second on the debut, ran home nicely that day. Obviously improved for the experience. Gets a talented jockey on board in Mohammed Al Daham, who hopefully we'll hear from in second. Actually, we're going to hear from him right now.
Right then, Mohammed Al Daham, our winning rider. Tell me about this horse then. Obviously second on debut and now a winner. What do you make of that race?
Yeah, this horse I ride first time. 7 furlong, I tell the owner, mashallah, nice horse. First time he like new when he come first race. But today, mashallah, mile better. And this horse, I see him when I ride now, huge. He like more distant, and he like go on the gate. No horses when I go fast. One base.
Do you think this horse can go up in trip?
Yeah, inshallah.
Yeah. You do know you got into a bit of a battle towards the end. Was that the plan? What was the tactics? What were you thinking? Were you worried at any point?
This horse, the trainer, he tell me, you know the horse, you see what he can do. And I see the horse when I break. He can go close. I give him what he can do. Mashallah, when I come for 100, I ask him, mashallah, I go very, very good, very strong.
Well, I've got to ask you, we've got a big weekend ahead. Tomorrow is a big one. You're one of the top jockeys here. What are you looking forward to most?
Mashallah, tomorrow, Crown Prince to race. All these two very good. And National Guard, strong race. Inshallah, I hope I take this race.
Well, you've won the big race 4 times, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, inshallah, I take more tomorrow. More. I hope this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well done.
Yeah, those 2 races, the Crown Prince Cup, of course, the Crown Prince Cup listed open, and also the domestic Group 1, both for $1 million Saudi Riyal. But let's just watch the finish here, because it became a protracted duel between the front 2, and we were wondering which way it was going to go in the final throws.
Yeah, there was a long way up the home straight where I thought Sahafi was actually going to fend off Yatil Balaha, but as Mohammed Al Daham just said there in the interview, the extra distance, stepping up to 1,600 metres, was clearly a positive for the eventual winner, and he can obviously go further. Both of these 2 horses have improved massively on what they showed last time, and even though they showed plenty of ability last time, the fact that they've drawn way clear of the remainder here suggests that they're open to bigger and better things. You can see that the runner-up Sahafi actually broke really nicely and is in lead at this point, just towards the outside. Mohammed Al Daham had to rush the eventual leader up in the black silk into around second. And at this point, though, first and second doesn't really change throughout the remainder of the race, Daryl. No closer really got involved. It was very tight towards the inside, as you can see all these horses looking for position, including the eventual favourite Armin Al Anaya in the yellow and black silks against the rail, who weakened out of things today. Was very disappointing, didn't finish in the top 6 and has to be treated with caution moving forward. But the top 2 in here, the first and second, Yatil Balaha and Sahafi, they look nice types. And although Yatil Balaha is now going to be graduating from this non-winners of 2 non-winners of... Actually, no, he's not going to be graduating. He can still run in non-winners of 2 next time.
He can, yes.
Yeah, I mean, next time up, over this trip, or maybe even 1,800, he'll be of serious interest. And the runner-up, if connections go down to maiden, I mean, Sahafi's going to easily find a winning opportunity there.
As you say, the first 2 are pretty much dominating, and I was reasonably hopeful that Foul Al Shimal in the blue to the outside was going to make progress, but we've joined it now, has slipped back a good few lengths into 4th place behind the Principals, and it just came down to these 2, and they've had a good old tussle. And as you say, we weren't sure which way it was going to go. Was the horse in front going to hold on? It looked like that might be the case for a little while, but Yatil Balaha has picked up, and getting away in the closing stages. Yes, so went from, what was it, 1400 to 1600, and no doubt 1800 will be within scope.
Absolutely. If you watch the last 150 metres there, they go from duelling and a real set two with Sahafi fighting back against the rail in the red cap, to Yatil Balaha kicking clear and winning by a length and a half. The final 150 metres are the key point of this race when you're looking ahead for this horse. At this stage, he's not really striding out properly with full kind of enthusiasm and wanting the ground. But in the final 150 metres, he really starts striding. You can see just here, he's lengthened his stride when Mohammed switches the whip. And albeit he does hang in a touch, he's galloping out to the line powerfully. Any added distance will be a help for him.
That was the fourth race. Hope you've had some success if you're having an interest during the course of the afternoon with us here today on the English-speaking service. Here we're live from Riyadh. It's a lovely, beautiful day in Saudi Arabia today. And we're going to go back to Anthony Ennis, who is our commentator, of course, high in the sky, to tell us all about the runners in race number 5.
Yeah, this race looks really open, Darryl, doesn't it? Look at the betting international market, Grand National market. This one 7-1 the field last time I checked. So it's a locally bred horse's handicap. Horse is 75. It is our 5 o'clock. Number 1 is Al Najm Al Hada for Rayan Al Tawash. 2 is Al Khoimani for Salman Al Rashid. 3 Dadan Fawaz Wanas looking for a double. 4 is Faria Al Anaya for Rakan Al Abay. 5 is Saif Al Fala Fahad Al Faradi. Number 6 Tayal Al Khair for Alex Moreno. 7th, Talik for Adel Al Faradi. 8, Lay Oyun Dinar for Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 9 is Mobham for Osama Al Shirani. Number 10 is Motakar Ayad Al Tarisi. 11, Mandub Al Riyadh for Nawaf Al Mudiani. 12 is Hafa Al Batin for Mohammed Al Yami. 13 is Saif for Khalid Al Azmi. 14, Entahad Abdullah Al Fayruz. 15, Shalfa Sword for Abdullah Al Credis. 16 is Doctory for Jimmy Carrion. 17's Out. 18 Madrash Tariq Al Mansur. 19 Ajim Al Shara for Nawaf Al Fayruz. 20 Akko Nuf Mohammed Al Hubail. Just over the page down. 21, the last one to have a look at, is Al Mashloof, now written by Mohammed Saeed there. So take out 22, 23, 24, scratch the 17 as well. Big field of runners, wide open market. Here's Hannah.
Yeah, plenty of horses to get stuck into in this race. And there's quite a few more that I have seen that weren't on my list. So if we've got time, we will run through those as well. But we're going to start off with what you can see right now. That is horse number 1, Al Najm Al Daha for the White Stable. 9 runs, 5th in the Jcsa Cup at this distance. Looks a nice individual, nice and relaxed. See that lower head there? I'm not sure if that's an extra stable hand there just to keep an eye on it. I'm not sure I can find that out, but the horse does look nice and nice. He's playing with his tongue a bit. Always interests me when horses do that, because they do it for a reason. I will do some more research into that before I tell you what I think it is. But I could see the little whites of his eyes there. He is looking around, he's aware of his surroundings, and he's just having a think about what is happening. But that 4-year-old is looking really nice. I can see some nice muscle on its hind end up through the top line into his neck as well. So I'm sure it will go a nice trip. Now we're going to look at horse number 4, Farah El Anaya. Hasn't been seen since March, had been consistent. Camilo Ospina took the ride last time, finishing 3rd. So it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. I like the frame of this horse, leggy, so hopefully it can eat up the ground there. As it comes around, I'm going to have a little look at how it looks front on, because it is a 4-year-old, so it's a bit different to looking at the 2-year-olds, because they are quite narrow in the front, the 2-year-olds. But like I say, he's 4. Big chap. Tall neck, you can see that crest with that muscle. I like the head carriage, I like how relaxed he looks, and I like his walk as well. Can you see? Yes, you can see. You can see what I'm seeing. Yeah, can you see that hind? It's a little bit more fluid. Okay, now he's come round. I can see he's a bit more stiff this side, but it's not too bad considering. So that's one that I like the look of in this paddock. Moving on now to horse number 14, going towards the end of the string. There's a bit of a gap actually in the paddock, but that's okay because there's plenty of runners in here, so we want to make sure there's lots of space. Horse 14 got this noseband it's got on is a grackle. So you know I mentioned the grackle before. It's got a little pad on the front just to stop it running, but that's part of the bridle. It's a bit different to the cross nosebands that are rubber. It's got that on. Could do with a bit more muscle on the top of its bum. Like to see a bit more of a rounder bum, but still muscly at the same time. Not walking too bad either. Got the blinkers on as well. And then we have got horse number 20. We're going to drop back to. You'll be able to see this horse in just a moment. This has got the headgear on. I do like the look of this horse. When this one came into the parade ring, I'd forgotten actually that I'd picked this one on paper. I thought, oh, this is an extra one that I like the look of. Akko Noof, close finish with 3rd place, but got their 4th last time at 800 metres, an apprentice handicap race. I do like the look of this horse. So bearing in mind now the sun has gone in, so it's a little bit cooler. I'm going to have a closer look because I did see one sweating up earlier, but I'll let you know who that was a bit later on. So it's cool now. There is a bit of a breeze, so if you do see a sweat, yeah, I'd be noting that down as not a happy one. I'll tell you which one it is. It's horse number 16, and I will get the name for you just a moment because you may want to pop that in your notes. It's always handy to have. Here we go, horse number 16, Doctory. That's the horse that has sweat in between its its legs at the back. It's foamed and also up towards its sheath as well. So yeah, I'll be noting that down. It looks like it's on its toes. So yes, that is your paddock update. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Just before we talk about this race, race number 10, horse 18, Amir Al Maidan, is a non-runner. Again, we'll remind you of that later on. There are open races, and then there is the 5th race here at Riyadh this afternoon for these locally bred 0 to 75 handicappers. To start with, the fact that we've got the top 7 all off of 75 gives you an idea this was always going to be open. 7 to 1 the field. I think we've got 3 co-favourites, another 3 on 8 to 1. There's plenty at 10s in the international market. So I guess it's good luck to all of us.
£7 in the weight separate top to bottom weight.
That's crazy, isn't it?
20 horses.
Yeah.
In theory, there should be 7 lengths covering the whole field. That won't be the case.
The commentator will be in pieces if it's like that.
Enzo absolutely loves it when that happens.
Does
don't
he?
You worry. Yes. It's just super tough. Before we go into any of the horses, I want to ask you what you put your first
My
4
numbers.
selections.
Well, I was going to offer it anyway, just in case. So actually, 3 of them are top end of the market. So I'm going to tip the 1, Al Najm Al Hadir, who I'll tell you more about in a moment. I'm going with 1, 3, 4, and then not one of the fancied horses, 20. Gets in. So 1, 3, 4, 20.
Again, similar to mine.
Oh, okay.
I only have first and second, but I went 1 over 20. So,
well, the 20 is the one we should talk about then, isn't it? Because that's the big price. That's 16 to 1.
Yes.
And try and work out why we've steered that way. I tell you my main reason. And this horse, you would not want to back it to win, probably, but it is so consistent, at picking up prize money.
Yes, and stays very well over further as well, up to 2,000 metres. Won a maiden here over the 1,800 metres back in January. Finished place in a 2,000 metre contest on the penultimate outing. 4th last time behind Hakwat. That came last month in a hands and heels race. That was a 0 to 70, and this is 0 to 75, so it's a little bit tougher. But Akonuf is just so consistent, likely to be part of the speed. And these connections have already had a winner since we've been here. Mohamed Al Hubail's had a winner as well, and we just saw Akonuf go down to start right there. So at 16 to 1 in the international market, considering we both got this horse in our on the shortlist, maybe an each-way play for the guys at home.
Yeah, I think absolutely could be recommended as an each-way play, and I think I'm right in saying it actually might have dropped a couple of pounds in the handicap as well. I'm still trying to get to grips with the handicap system.
You are right. Was rated 70, now rated 68.
Okay, so I mean, in a race where there's what you say £7 between top and bottom, £2 could be worth an awful lot, couldn't it?
Absolutely, and it's not the case for all of these. It's not like we're dealing with a number of regressive types. Some of them are quite regressive, but they're generally higher up in the betting. The favourites, I mean, I say favourites. Can you say favourites for a 7 to 1?
Well, the one's just gone favourite.
Oh, go on. The white stable horse.
Najm Al Hadir has gone 6 to 1. Is now clear favourite, so at least we can identify one individual as opposed to a whole stack of them.
And you said that you were going to tell us a little bit about this.
I'm going to go with this horse, Tom, and purely because I think this horse is better classed than these. I think this horse has done well actually to get itself in the race off a mark of 75. It's been running in much better grade outside a handicap company. I think it's been gifted a chance. I mean, that's the wrong phrase because nobody gets gifted a chance in a race like this, but it's been made eligible for this race that perhaps ordinarily it shouldn't be.
And we know that he's already capable of winning a similar contest to this because he won a 60 to 76 handicap in Type. Obviously, that's a slightly different band to this, but I mean, the upper limit is £1 higher, and there's no horse anywhere near 60 in this race. So, arguably, it's a slightly stronger event, albeit in Type. Last time up, as you say, ran in a cup race, so you know he wasn't disgraced there. You can argue that he's better than this grade. Prior to that, he ran behind Ibn Hadban, who's a real good yardstick, a horse that's basically an 80+ rated horse. So, yeah, the form is bang there. Riyadh Al-Tawaish usually rides the horse. It's not like Camilo Ospina's decided not to take the mount for the white stable here. There isn't much not to like, apart from the fact he gives away weight, but it's actually not that much weight considering only £7 separates the whole field.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, of course you can argue that point, but I think this is a bad example to argue about giving away the weight, because I know there's £7 between the whole lot, but look, we go down to horse number 10 who's carrying £1 lower than the top horse, so the top 10, half the field, there's £1 in it. It's almost exactly a level race, level weights race.
It almost does have the shape of an open, doesn't it?
Yeah,
insofar as the weight carrying capabilities of some of these. I mean, where do we go next? Maybe Fareh Al Anaya, horse number 4. Rakan Al Ubaid rides. We've just seen one of these horses in the Owner's Silks, Tarraganaya Silks, disappoint. I always associate Tarraganaya's horses as being better when they're younger, 2 and 3 years old. So maybe Fareh Al Anaya's already peaked, but the market had this one as one of the jollies, and I suppose you can't overlook him. And one last horse before we go to our picks and confirm them is Thalik. I always make it a point to not ignore an Adel Al-Faredi horse in a preview, just because I know plenty of people will be following Adel's mounts throughout the day. Thalik was also 7 to 1 in the international market, maybe slightly bigger now. Adel takes the ride, has ridden this horse plenty before, and is very exposed, had the 56 starts, but is likely to be there or thereabouts from the inside gate.
Okay, so selection-wise, well, I've obviously revealed my colours. I'm with the one, Al-Najim Al-Haddar, who's just gone favourite, Tom.
Again, I'll take the other one then. I'll take horse number 20, Akko Noof. I didn't have a strong opinion in this race either, so I'll go for the other one that we both thought had a good chance.
Okay, so we're top and almost bottom of the card as far as our 2 picks are concerned. Hannah, of these many, many possibles, who are you going with?
Well, before I tell you who I'm going with, just got a bit of an update for you as the horses went to post. So the horse 16, Doctria, mentioned in the paddock, it was sweating up, going to post. It was pulling and sweating a bit more. From what I can see from the big screen, it looks to have settled down, which is the most important thing. That's what you like to see, them settle down before they are loaded. Right then, so my picks, my selections for this race, I was torn between horse 1, Al-Najim Al-Haddar, for the white stable, and between the number 20 horse, Akko Noof. The horse I think I mentioned in the parade ring that I was drawn to was number 20, Akko Noof. I thought it just looked an absolute picture, and actually that's when I was drawn to most. That's kind of my selection, so hang on, let me just narrow this down for you. My selection is number 20, Akko Noof. I think it's got the great ability. So Tom, I'm going with you again. I do apologise about that, and I want to let you know I don't have the international market here, so I am just going with what I see in the parade ring, but it looked absolutely wonderful. Obviously a strong contender for this race, being bottom of the weights as well. Like you said, not much in it anyway, but you know, what it looked like in the parade ring, matching up with what I picked last night in my notes. That is my selection for this race. I think 20, Akko Noof. Very much looking forward to seeing how this gets on. Back to you guys.
I think Hannah should have gone with my selection. Well, of course I do. but no, I only say that, Tom, and we did explore this. Akko Noof is a real consistent horse, but I don't think wins enough. So
yep, that's absolutely fair. He's a big price, could be an each-way pick, but it's a wide-open race, and I imagine Enzo's looking forward to calling
this. He's absolutely chomping at the bit as we head back to you, Anthony, for the most exciting race, well, from our point of view, onlookers of the afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Daryl. Yeah, so many runners here. I could barely fit the race card in the commentary box here, but yeah, we'll do our best. Still about 5 to go in. Loads with chances here. Daryl liking Al-Najim Al-Haddar. Hannah and Tom liking Akko Noof. A couple I thought were a little bit interesting. Fareh Al Anaya. I don't like the draw though in 17. What I had a mark against was Thalik, who I think could go well from the inside. Almost set, waiting for Motorcar. There is Thalik, stall number 1. Brilliant Adel Al-Faredi on board. Last one in the maroon is Motorcar with set. Race 5, here we go. And they're off and racing. Away they go. Big field of runners here. This competitive handicap. and they're going over the 1600 metres. Breaking well towards the centre was Enter Hard, and that one is going to go on a lead here in the red caps. Enter Hard for the white stables up there early on, with towards the inside prominent 2 Hafer Al Bartin in these blue colours, with right towards the inside the light jacket next of Doctory in the white and light green. And then a little bit wider out in yellow is Fari Alanaya from that wide draw, horse number 4 in about 5th place. So that one's outside in green colours. Trying to get a little bit close to them is Taya Al-Khair, that's horse number 6, as they cover the first 400 metres. But the overall leader on the inside is Enzahard with the red cap, is trying to get away. It is by 2 lengths, but Fari Alanaya is quick to cover the move, and the yellow and black on the outside goes sweeping around the outer. Mobem is going with them too, in the half colours of white and blue. So Mobem and Fari Alanaya have now quickly shrugged aside Enzahard, who now looks tired, back in 3rd place. Going into 4th, then is Al Kamani. He's trying to get into it, the orange noseband. They round the home turn. Then comes Tayel Al Khair. This leader is going well. Fari Alanaya and Rakan Alabaid. He's absolutely cruising at the moment. He presses a few buttons now, and the horse opens up. Look at Fari Alanaya stretch that lead to about 5 lengths. To Tayel Al Khair, who's going into 2nd place. Here down the outside now, here comes Al Najim Al Harder with a strong looking run, but it could be a run that's going to take him into 2nd place only, because Fari Alanaya has surely flown. Fari Alanaya travelled well, quickened off the crown of the bend, and wins this pretty impressively for Rakan Alabaid. Fari Alanaya, horse number 4, wins. Al Najim Al Harder does get up for 2nd, and 3rd was Tayel Al Khair, and it was closely behind for 4th place. It looked competitive, but it wasn't. This horse just blew them away. Fari Alanaya, despite the wide draw, magnificent looking horse, and is absolutely hacked up here for Rakan Alabaid. He's won this as impressively as you like in the end for Rakan Alabaid and the Al Khalifi stable. Yeah, that was easy, wasn't it? 1 minute 40.98 seconds. Fari Alanaya, number 4, is the winner. Tayal Al Khair was chasing him along with Al Najim Al Harder. Al Najim Al Harder confirmed as 2nd. So it's 4 beating 1 and 3rd number 6. So 4-1-6 the numbers. 8 lengths, biggest margin of the day so far. Fari Alanaya the winner. 2nd number 1, Al Najim Al Harder, who ran well for a long way, but no match for the winner. 3rd number 6, Tayal Al Khair, and 4th we'll go to number 21, Al Mashlouf in the end. We've got the best of the rest. 4-1-6 the numbers though in our race 5.
well, a very competitive handicap to say the least, has been turned into a procession by Faraz Al-Anaya, who's come right away. Now, this horse hasn't run since March, but actually had some very good form back then, and the market did indicate, didn't it? It was strong enough in the betting to indicate that they certainly gave him a chance today.
Yeah, you usually see these, as I've already said in the preview of this race, you usually see horses in these silks being very precocious types. Faraz Al-Anaya's obviously built on that as a 4-year-old now, and as you said, the form was consistent before the long layoff. Comes back, strips fit, doesn't look 100% ready to go, I have to admit, so there might still be improvement to come from this display. Won by 8 lengths in a fair time. Not much really you can say that's disparaging of Faraz Al-Anaya. It's clearly the best in this race. Going to go up £7 or £8, I imagine. Maybe we'll get an interview. We'll have to find out. I believe the owner does speak English, so potentially if he's here, we'll get an interview. But if not, we could just admire the ride of Rakan Al Ubaid in the replays.
I was going to say, I mean, you book a £2 apprentice in a race like this, that makes a lot of sense. In what might be small margins, in the end, it hasn't made any difference really, because the performance was so dominant that the horse they made favourite has stayed on nicely in the end. Again, it's another good run from Al Najim Ahadar down the outside for second place, but this leader's gone. I mean, this has absolutely blown this handicap apart.
Yeah, and I know we're talking about the jockey, and it doesn't really make a difference on this horse purely because he's won by such a margin. I love that celebration, by the way. But when you watch him in the run, he looks like a professional. He doesn't look like someone claiming 2 kilograms, and that is the major pro to racing over here. These apprentices get so many opportunities. Rakan Al Ubaid, as I say, looks like a pro already, and he manages to find a great spot from an outside draw here. Faraz Al-Anaya was drawn in 17. You'll see him currently in around 5th on the outside, yellow and black silks. Just edges across, and then ends up not covering too much ground, which was the key point in the early part of the race. Don't waste energy, get into a nice prominent position, and from there just let the horse strut his stuff, and he certainly did that.
I mean, these pictures, we've said it before, but they're absolutely fantastic for reviewing races, just watching how the jockeys are positioning themselves. And, you know, I think so many riders we've seen over the last couple of days, and going back further, can take immense credit just from the way that they manoeuvre themselves in. You know, you're watching, you're almost getting a sort of jockey's view, aren't you, of these races on each individual horse. And look, there he is now. He's moved up, as you say, from a very handy position. He broke well, he moved across, and now he's right there on the front end challenging. Yeah,
and we've talked about this before, especially yesterday, but in these events, if you can get into a position challenging on the turn, that's where races are won and lost. And I think all jockeys know this. Some horses you can't ride like that, it's just impossible.
Of course, yeah.
But the majority, if you're on a horse that has some tactical early speed, you're able to get into a position. If you can move them up on the turn, you have a phenomenal chance of winning. It is pace dependent on a number of factors, but in this race, obviously, they've not gone too hard. Rakan's got into a nice spot, kicked off the home turn. He probably knew he was well clear. And it obviously means a lot to him as well, because he celebrates crossing the line, which is good to see.
It's always good to see, and you know, he's ended up absolutely demolishing the opposition. I think the next two, certainly as they went to turn in, were clear of the rest. I mean, they've come a little bit close together in the end, but yeah, I don't know what we make of that, because it looks so open on paper. And I suppose there's always a possibility that one horse can destroy a competitive handicap, but to do this after a break of 9 months, I suppose we up this performance.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe he's progressed a good deal over the summer. He was relatively lightly raced so far in his career. This was just his 15th start. Yes, that doesn't mean completely unexposed, but he may still be improving, and there is a good chance he was just extremely well handicapped. If you look back to the margins between the remainder of the field, you know, it was only 3/4 between the second and third, 3 lengths back to the fifth, but then 3/4. Like, the horses were kind of on top of each other behind the winner. Faraz Al-Anaya is just a cut above in this race today, and yeah, very well done to anyone who managed to find this horse.
Yeah, certainly one towards at the top end of the list. So we've had 5 races. If you enjoyed the race, which I hope you have so far, I can tell you now it's going to get better and better from here on in, because we've got a couple of opens, and then we've got more 100,000 plus races, and then we get to those million races, those Sari Riyadh million races at the end of the card, which are absolutely fantastic for for the juveniles. So much good racing to come, isn't there?
Yeah, some really good racing to come. Especially, I'm looking forward to the next couple, as well as race 9, where the horse I've been looking forward to all day runs Causeway. But the next couple involve a couple of 3-year-olds that I've been following since their 2-year-old campaign. So it'll be nice to see them, especially in open company, and hopefully we can find a winner or two from now on.
Okay. Coming up towards the 5:15 here at local time. Let's look forward then to race number 6 and find out the runners with Enzo.
Thank you, Darren. Yeah, race number 6. It's an open race for the locally bred and imported horses. The runners headed by number 1, Azam Al Riyadh for Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Yatafel, Camille Ospina on board. They're going 1,800 metres here, by the way. Number 3 is Saudi Neom, Adel Al Faradi. 4, Western City, Mohammed Al Daham. Number 5 is Al Albani for Third Altimat. 6, Alaham for Alex Moreno. 7, High Zoom for Anthony Campos. 8 is Junior Audible, Fahad El Faradi. 9, La Fasol for Eddie Castro. 10 is Majed Naif Alanazi. 11, Mari Fiori for Abdullah Al Khamis. 12, Stanley Street, Abdullah Al Hussein. Run over here, or over in the UK, I should say. 13, Yomnak for Abdullah Al Kradis. And 14, Desert Jewel, Rakan Alabay just had a winner. And 15 is Pack Ice, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 16 doesn't go, by the way. Mok Halar doesn't run. 15 runners. Hannah is in the pre-parade. Having a look at the runners. Hannah.
Thanks, Enzo. Yes, we are in the pre-parade ring. Shall we have a look at some of the horses? It's so nice. We came in here yesterday. It's a lovely, peaceful spot. So come with me. We're going to go and have a look at horse number 4. This one here. This has actually just been saddled up. We were hoping to actually capture a glimpse of this horse being saddled, but that's okay. This is Western City. Looks a lovely individual. Very pretty in the face. Had a little bit of a chomp on the bit. Nice muscle definition as well behind, and especially underneath. I don't know if you can see from that angle. It's really good lighting in here actually to see the muscle definition on these horses. Looks quite a nice shoulder actually from here as well. But yeah, underneath as it walks, you can see all those muscles pulling tight. The fitness muscle on the hind end as well is very defined too. So that's a nice looking individual. Let's have a look at some more now. Ahead of this, we have horse number 3. They're actually all going to come to a halt now. Still walking around. We've got plenty of time. But yeah, look, see how they've stopped. Look at the spacing between the horses. You have to think about a horse length in between each horse, right? So if any of you out there ever come to lead a horse, that's what you've got to remember, because we spoke about this earlier. We do not want them kicking out. Let's have a look at this horse number 5 now behind. This is Al Albani, a bigger, thicker set horse. You can see the muscle definition in the neck now. Look how shiny it is. Can't say it's walking particularly nice. It looks like the front leg towards me looks, I'm not quite sure if that's just because it's chewing and turning into us here, into it on its shoulder, but you can see the muscle definition as it leaves to go in the parade ring. Nice muscles on the hind end as well. This is great lighting in this parade ring here to have a good glimpse at them. Now you see the cameraman's position here. This is a good chance to look at their hind end. Remember we said yesterday, this is where the engine is. That is the power. That horse number 8, Junior Audible, that looks a nice horse too, especially from behind. It's actually a good chance to look at their movements behind as well. Remember I talk about if they're a little bit stiff behind. Numerous reasons for that. Could be the way they're building muscle. In fact, to be honest, it's most likely the way they've built muscle. They become stiff because they're athletes. So something like a physio or an osteopath to give them a bit of a shake out, that's all you need to loosen them up a bit. But what we'll do is we'll follow these horses in the parade ring, and then I'll go through some of the ones that I quite like on paper. We'll follow this horse here. Let me see if I can get this one for you. This is horse number 15, I believe. Pack Ice. Yes, it is confirmation there. Good stuff, good stuff. So yes, horse number 15. Let's follow Pack Ice in. That's actually one that I selected on paper actually earlier on. So I will just have a look at that. Let's have a look. I don't know if I can actually get my notes, so you might just have to bear with me while I just turn the page, so do excuse me. But I do like the look of this horse actually. It's looking around, it's interested in what's happening, being a bit of a chomp on the bit there, nice muscles underneath as well. Having a bit of a jig jog, but that's okay. I like to see a bit of keenness. It's interested. So this horse has had 2 runs since coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Last time out at 1,800 metres. It looks strong and got overtaken in its last race that I watched. But, you know, it's ready to rock and roll, this horse. Number 15, I like it. That's one that I'm going to put a star near my selection. So we're going to go backwards now in order because we started at the back end. So I'm going to whiz over to my cameraman and we're going to see if we can have a look at horse number 6. So let me just see if I can grab him. Let's go to number 6, horse 6. Can you hear me? Yes, he can. See, I love this. We're working together as a team. So as I come over to horse number 6, this will be Alaham. Alex Moreno takes the ride on this horse. 18 starts and 1 winner so far. This is he's got the blinkers on. He's having a look around, seeing all the people there. I do like the way he's walking. He's a little bit looser, especially in his hips. And I can see that fitness line behind. Good signs to show that this horse is fit. Now we're going to move on up the line now. I'm going to catch up with my cameraman. I want to have a look at horse 4 on your race card. This is Western City, who we looked at in the parade ring earlier. It's one that I noted down. So horse number 4, Western City, handicap winner last time and a front runner. You see, this is a good, you see we're coming up now behind him. You see those muscles, you can see the fibers as well, especially as he walks. It's really interesting in this light. It gives you a good chance to see what the horse is really, it's all about. Their bodies are just phenomenal. But you see he's not walking great. Not ideal. Would like him to be walking a bit better than that. He almost looks a bit off behind, but listen, they've got top vets here, so they will always check them over. So that is the most important thing. But yeah, he does look a little bit, not sure what's going on there. If that was me, I would have a physio, have a look at that horse after this race. But there we go. Now, I want to look at horse at number 3, that's just ahead. That is the chestnut, Saudi Niam. Adel Al-Faradi rides this horse. 3rd last time out in a field of 20 at 1,800 metres. A Saudi Derby qualifier runner-up last season. Very relaxed. Having a little look there. Very chilled out individual. He's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? But nice shiny coat. Looking very well. Not bothered about all the people here. I don't know if you've actually seen, but there are loads of race goers now on course. It's really great to see. So that's why the horses are having a little look. But yeah, he's got his ears sideways. You see, that's because he's listening, because actually in the building just next to him there are what do you call them? Speakers, that's the one. He's listening to the speakers. Now, fun fact, horses' ears rotate 180 degrees, so that's why they can have a little listen. They're like sound satellites, as I call them. But back to this horse's body. He's looking nice. I can see those fitness lines on his hind end. I can see those muscles, and I talk about the hind end a lot, but that is the engine. That's what it's like. This is your parade ring update. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So we're moving on to race number 6. We've got some form clues. We're going to whiz 3 of them past you. Start with Azim Al Riyadh, who is the top horse, and Riyadh rather, finishing 3rd on this occasion.
Yeah, plugs on down the outside, big white face, cheek pieces, wears the cheek pieces again today. You can see hangs badly into the left-hand side where the crop is. I don't believe that there was a stewards into that interference, but it definitely cost the 4th placing further back as we get through this race. You'll see. Azim Al Riyadh comes there and has a good chance to win, just falls a little bit short behind a couple of nice horses. Whether this is enough to win this open race today, I don't know, but he is rated 95. He gets a good young rider on board. He's been super prolific so far in his career as well.
Sunny Neon, we're looking at now this 3rd place as well. The yellow coat flagged up there in November.
I was here last year when he made his winning debut over this course and distance, and he came from way out of it, finished off with great aplomb. And this was the day he made that winning debut. He wasn't racing on a day where closers had much luck. So I've always had him in the notebook. He hasn't really progressed as I would hope, but he's still progressing to a nice type. This day you can see he was way behind a really nice one of the white stables. Take that horse out of it and he's run a good race.
And Western City here, this is over a bit further. This was 2,000 metres. I would say sort of slugging it out to go on the score on this occasion?
Yeah, they're formerly trained over in Ireland, actually, by Joseph O'Brien, might be Donegal O'Brien, one of the O'Briens anyway. By Kitten's Joy, he's always going to handle this kind of test. You can see his game off the front end, made all in that race, and is likely to try and make all again from a wide draw today. Our colleague Rory Delagi said to me, in his leaving words from Saudi Arabia for his little break, he said, keep an eye on this horse. The handicapper actually dropped the horse £1 for that victory, which is strange. However, they've pitched Western City into an open rather than a handicap today, so they're not exploiting the mark. They're going for a bigger prize, and who blames them after that success?
Yeah, I mean, rated 75, we're dealing with horses here who are obviously rated in the 90s above him, so that is, I guess, the task in hand for Western City.
On ratings, he has to improve £20, but he's probably not a 75 horse. He's probably a 90 horse. He's just masquerading with that rating.
Yeah.
Whether he's good enough to win, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ran a place in here, especially if he can get to the front in the early part of the race. If you're looking at the market, the majority of the horses who are short and therefore have a logical chance of winning, the majority want to come from off the speed. The likes of Azam Al Riyadh, we've just seen there, close down the outside. Saudi Neom isn't a fast starter. He's, again, a closer or a stalker. Alaham, who's 7-1 in the international market, wants to come from off the pace. So there may be a chance that Western City can lead. However, the white stable horse Yatafel could spoil the party under Camilo Ospina. I wouldn't be surprised if he went forward. High Zoom as well could also go forward under Anthony Campos. So there is a chance that there is a duel up front. If there isn't, Western City could get an easy time of things. But I think that's what connections are hoping for rather than expecting.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised to see, given their ratings so far in superior to the rest, that the top three are dominating the international market. And Saudi Neom, there's been no change to the opening show. That's 15-8, 11-4 is Yatafel number 2, and Azim Al Riyadh is on 7-2. You can get big prices about the remainder. So look, if they run as the numbers, the class, the ratings tell us they should, those three could well all be involved.
Just to touch on the market there and those three that you talked about, Saudi Neom should be 15-8 or shorter, in my opinion, if I was creating the market. I don't understand why Yatafel is shorter than Azam Al Riyadh, aside from the fact that he represents the white stable, which is obviously a good angle. The white stable have great success, but if you go back to January, Azam Al Riyadh beat Yatafel, and then subsequently Yatafel has been a little bit disappointing, whereas Azam Al Riyadh has been consistent and potentially improving. So I don't really see why the two would be favoured over the one. In my opinion, I'd have Saudi Neom around 7-4, Azam Al Riyadh around 5-2, and Yatafel slightly bigger price, maybe 4-1 in this race. Those four should dominate.
Who knows, the market might look like that in a few moments. You never know.
We never know. We'll see.
But I do concur with one having far more form than two for me. And I mean, Azam Al Riyadh has won 4 out of 9, ran well, as we showed you last time. So I think this represents a slightly easier assignment. I'm very much in the one camp here.
Oh, you're going to be
top horse.
Putting up the one?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Azam Al Riyadh for you. He was actually number 2 on my list. He was my first alternative. Saudi Neom was my pick. I am obviously picking up another favourite here, which I do want to say, we don't know the prices when we actually find our selections. So
no, I think it's worth pointing out that we've kind of got ideas in terms of selections before but obviously you're not committed to what you think in the morning, but you kind of have got a feeling as to how you're going to play any given race.
Exactly, and Saudi Neom's a horse that I've had on side since the debut. As I say, I was here last year when he made a winning start, and he just blew me away with that effort. They ran in the Saudi Derby. They had high aspirations for him. This year he's been solid enough. I'm hoping he takes that step forward, because I'm pretty sure he's got the ability of a 100+ rated horse. He just needs to show a little bit more tactical speed, because he can get behind in his race. But with Adel Al-Faradi on board from a nice draw, Saudi Neom's going to be my pick, and my most confident pick so far today. As I say, I've got a stronger fancy later, but so far today, Saudi Neom. The other two that were on my shortlist, aside from the 3 and the 1, who we've put up respectively, Alaham, horse number 6. He's a very experienced horse. He's ran 18 times. Alex Moreno's a positive in the saddle. If you look at his form figures, that's enough to tell you that he doesn't win very often. He's regularly placed. He's drawn inside, which helps him. He'll be staying on well in the latter part of the race. Is he good enough to win? Probably not, but he will be plugging on, and he's a typical kind of each way or place candidate. So I put him 3rd. And the last horse was Western City, who we've talked about. Better than his mark, open to improvement. I know his former connections thought he was very capable. And over here for Thamar Al-Dahani, who I'm yet to see since I've been back, my favourite trainer in Saudi Arabia. Yet to see, but whenever Thamar gets a horse from Europe, Ireland, England to be specific, he always tends to improve them. So you can't sleep on Western City.
Okay, so all horses with good solid credentials, and as you say, Joseph O'Brien, I've just checked it out, was
Joseph O'Brien.
very. Sometimes you just can't remember which O'Brien, but it was Joseph in this instance. The market, surprisingly enough, is very static.
Is it?
It remains as per the first show. That may change in the next few minutes. And of course, we've got a lot of excited people here. Big crowded today, and a few of them already sort of, waving their phones around because these smartphones are being handed out, these competitions, these draws. We've had, I think, 4 winners already, and we've got another opportunity to win in this race.
Yeah, it's fantastic. A brilliant opportunity for the racegoers here to get an extra prize while also enjoying the action.
Yeah, definitely. So making their way down to the start. So for confirmation purposes, it's going to be the top horse for me.
Yeah, and Saudi Neon for me. Hopefully you can build on that promise. I'm excited about this horse moving forward.
Hannah, who's your choice?
Well, Tom, you'll be happy if my selection comes in because I would be interviewing your favourite trainer. I'm selecting number 4, Western City. Obviously, we saw him in the pre-parade ring and then again in the parade ring. I thought he looked really nice, looked really nice. I like the hind end. I'll announce it to you all that I had a chat actually with the racecourse vet to talk about some of the horses. So perhaps I can speak about that a bit later. But yes, number 4, we were speaking about Western City. I like this horse and I'm going to go with it. And it just means I'm not going with the international market favourite. And again, like I said, I don't actually know the international market where I'm stood right now. So I'm not sure if this would be in each way prize for you. I'm sure the guys in the studio would be able to let you know that. But yes, I like this horse. I like the look of it in the parade ring. I think it'll go well. And I actually noted down last night this is one to watch. So I've seen it in the parade ring now. Enjoyed its run front runner, clear from the rest and stayed on to win. I think it's got the ability there and I think it'll go well. And it'll also be great to meet the trainer and interview him. So fingers crossed. And also that would mean that Mohammed Aldaham could have a double on the day. So it would be good news for the team. Fingers crossed. But let's get back to you guys in the studio. Just to confirm, my selection is number 4, Western City.
Yeah, Western City, Tom's talked about very, very, in very much detail form suggesting that is the horse that's a big price. Now, obviously this programme is on YouTube. You may well have found, as you may know, we've existed for a long time. But of course, we're promoting the programme via other media outlets, social media outlets, to let people know that this is out there. And I'm sure you've done the same, Tom, but you occasionally might retweet the message. So delighted to see that John G. Dooley has liked the retweet I sent of the programme, the esteemed American commentator who
we're global
hopefully
now.
is watching.
We're global.
The voice of Horseshoe Indianapolis and the voice of the fairgrounds as well. So that's a sort of old, British viewers will know this, old Radio 2 type link to say let's go from one leading commentator to another. So
I was wondering where you're going there, Daryl, for a moment, but yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good to see our reach is growing here on the English-speaking Saudi Arabian horse racing channel. And the runners are at the start here. Saudi Neom is the favourite on the international market, bright yellow colours as well, and is already in the stalls. We're waiting for number 4, Western City, to go in. Also 7 and 15 still to go forward as well, as we get closer to a start here. The last couple of runners going in. There's 7, that is, isn't it? That looks like High Zoom. I'll just look at that one. Anthony Campos riding, and the last one, Pack Ice. Going to complete the line. Stall 2, we're ready. White Cap, Pack Ice. Set. Racing. Off they go. 9 furlongs, 1,800 metres. Race number 6 here at Riyadh today. And most of them got off to a pretty good start. One of the early back markers is Marjed early on as they go for the first 300 metres. Also towards the back is Desert Jewel. The others got away pretty well. Pack Ice is up there. White Cap, one off the rails. And also in that front line is Yomnak in the white colours. And Pack Ice it is, though, coming through now for a view of the front. Stanley Street's the horse right against the rails, about 4th or 5th place. To the outside is Alaham in stripes as they go for the first 450 metres. But overall command, I think, is with Yomnak. White colours in the centre with the purple hoop. Towards the inside, Pack Ice. Ricardo Souza Ferreira with a green sleeve jacket. In between those two, in the striped colours, racing in third is Alaham. And out a bit wider in the black jacket, that's La Fasul as they go through the halfway point. And up front, still towards the inside, Pack Ice is bang there in the 2-part. Alaham, every chance, Alex Moreno. And now Alaham just goes on for the first time. Also there, Stanley Street now just drops back to the inside, and Pack Ice looks to have gone. Western City's on the move. Green sleeves and cap goes into second place, moving quite nicely as they come around the crown of the home turn. So here comes Western City. Mohammed Aldaham looking for a double on the outside now. comes to join La Fasor in the black colours. These two, there are movers. The moving line's being led by Junior Audible in the yellow colours, back in about 5th place, but work to do to catch the front pair, who are Western City and La Fasor. These two, La Fasor far side with the noseband, but Western City looks to have that one's measure now. 3rd place, Alaham is still running on, but it's Western City who's gone for home. From the back, Saudi Neom is closing. A lot to do, though, and has to change course as they head down inside the 200, and Western City has surely flown. 4 legs clear now. To in 2nd place, Alaham. Still running on is Saudi Neom, but only for a place. Western City wins. Western City to Alaham 2nd. 3rd, Saudi Neom was never nearer, and 4th was Marafiori. Western City, big prize winner. Great shout from our paddock expert, Hannah, there with the winner. Well done to Hannah Baycroft. Great choice. Western City travelled like a dream, this horse, found loads and wins well. Mohammed Aldaham as well. He won race 4, didn't he? So it's a double for the rider. He's absolutely flying along today. And it is Thama Aldahani, his favourite trainer. It was Hannah who made this one the pick. And a great shout too. 2nd place. Good run, I thought, by Aldaham, who's staying on all the way. Saudi Neom just got going a little bit too late. The international market favourite. Winning time 1 minute 56.5 seconds. And 1st, number 4, Western City. 2nd, number 6, Alaham. And 3rd, number 3, Saudi Neom. And 4th was Marafiori, who kept on quite well. Might be another race to be won for that horse soon. But here's the winner. Wins by just over 2 lengths in the end. Western City 1st, Alaham 2nd, Saudi Neom 3rd. 4, 6, 3, 11. The numbers in race 6.
Hello, pleased to meet you. I'm Hannah. Yeah. Right, here we go. What a race that was. Let me tell you, your horse, I picked out in the parade ring because it looked fantastic. Tell me your thoughts on this race.
I thank God. The horse, he's running very well, like last race for him. He's a horse for long distance. He's a good horse for 9 and 10 furlong. He progressed today too good, with the good horses, I'm happy with him because he's going to the big cup now.
Yeah. Is that where he's going next?
Yeah, because I wait for his rating. Now he will go more to go the big cups, the King Cups.
Yeah, well, we've got Tom Collins in the studio, and he said he absolutely loved it. I can hear him now saying hello.
Yeah. Hello for all of them. My horse progressed today too good, and I hope to see him in the big races, inshallah.
Great. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And what I like about that is that we probably spent more time, as you've just reminded me, talking about Western City than any other horse in that race. You were very strong on the form. I was trying to sort of argue, well, a mark of 75 against horse in the 90s. But you wouldn't have it, Tom. You were quite right. This horse was better than we've seen. Hannah, of course, has selected the horse purely on what she's seen. So
yeah, great insight from Hannah with the paddock pick. That's what she's there for. I mean, she's done a fantastic job. I'm sure plenty of people would have followed Hannah's pick in there. I do have to give credit to Rory Delagi, our colleague, because he did tell me about Western City. He said that the horse was much better than his rating, and he's proven today that he's a very good horse. The King Cup next, going to be exciting.
It certainly will be. We'll go straight back to Hannah for more reaction.
We are indeed a double on the day here for Mohammed Al Daham. I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it? Double on the day. You must be absolutely delighted. What a horse.
First, thanks the God and the owner, the trainer. This horse I ride last time I win 2000. This horse good for the distance, better when you go long distance, better than this 9 falling. 10 falling I think this very good, but Alhamdulillah today come very good. The trainer do everything for this horse and mashallah come very nice.
He must have felt good going to post because he definitely looked good in the parade ring.
Yeah, this horse mashallah I see in the morning when I ride mashallah very nice, very good work, and Alhamdulillah come when same I see morning.
Yeah, have you ridden this horse before?
Yes.
You have. So will you be riding this horse again? Is this the booking now for you?
Yeah. Morning I ride this horse.
Oh, you do. So you know this horse very, very well. Yeah. What's it like to ride this horse just out on the track?
I see, mashallah, morning very, very good, quiet, good action, good work, good gallop, and when I go breeze, very good. I tell the trainer, inshallah, will be good horse. And alhamdulillah, he win two race, he win. Inshallah, I hope more, inshallah.
What's the ideal distance for this horse?
I think more like mile, the 10 furlong or mile and a half. I think better than 1,800.
Okay, needs more. I just have to ask, what's he like in the stable? Is he a nice individual to deal with?
Yeah, I'm happy with this stable. Thanks the owner and the trainer. He gives me everything. Too much thanks. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Double on the day. Congratulations and well done.
Yeah, we're only halfway through the race, of course, and 2 winners for Mohammed to see what rides he's still got to come here. But look, I love the way between yourself and Hannah, for different reasons, you both put this horse forward. My only surprise is you didn't end up selecting it, Tom.
Yeah, I think it's just because I had a soft spot for Saudi Neom. Hopefully plenty of people heard what we were saying about Western City and took a bit of that 16 to 1. I don't know what the SP was in the international market, but it was a way too big a price, and he's proven today that he's more than capable of going on to cup races and to win big prize money. I mean, 47,500 Saudi Riyal he picks up for this today, but as Tharma said just there in the interview with Hannah prior to the Mohammed Al Daham interview, this race was purely used to inflate his rating so that he can compete in some of the better contests. And I like what Tharma does with his horses. He's not afraid at all to put his more talented runners into, firstly, say a handicap or a conditions race just to get them a win or acclimatised once they've come over from Europe, but then to pitch them straight into open company, despite the mark, to win that and go on to bigger and better things. He did it last year with a horse called Pretty Flag. He was rated 63 and won an open race and went on to then go on and win another open on a next start. He's done it with plenty of others. I think Dance Desire is another one. Wait to Excel being the prime candidate, my favourite horse over here. Who's now on a winning streak, but started out in low-grade events before really going into open company. Tharma's training habits are started to become pretty common knowledge for us here in the studio. Like, you know what you're going to get from Tharma, you know what he's doing, why he's pitched his horse in here, and look, Western City has been dominant. He's had a wide trip. He's pounced around the turn and he's galloped all the way to the line. He's beaten a good field too.
I mean, you're saying obviously that you know his habits are becoming known to those who follow the racing here, but of course, you know, more and more people are jumping on board, and that's the secret, I suppose, wherever you're following your racing, is trying to read into the minds of trainers. I mean, trainers often are creatures of habit. They have systems, they use them, they carry on if they work. And it's just getting to know your trainers, isn't it? So that information is solid gold, isn't it? It's liquid gold.
Exactly. It really is. And people are so obsessed with inside information across the globe with horse racing, aren't they? They want to know how a horse is working. They want to know what the owners think. They want to know what the trainers think, the jockey thinks. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing is what the bits of knowledge that you get from what trainers do with their horses. You can gather a lot of inside information based on that alone. For example, and I won't drool on with this, but for example, Smart Prescott over in England would have 3 starts in sprints and then go longer distance.
Yes.
Over in America, Todd Pletcher could go first off the layoff with the horse 100%. You know, the Chad Brown doesn't work his horse in the morning fast, so the times aren't worth noting. Like, there are key habits with trainers, and with Tharma Al-Dahani, his habit is put in a horse in an open race like this, inflate the mark because he knows he's got the talent with the horse, then go into a bigger cup, win a big prize. Yeah,
it's fantastic when it works out, and I suppose in hindsight, yeah, the price, it was worth an interest, wasn't it? You know, because of the price, and
yeah.
There we are. Hopefully somebody, somewhere, I'm sure many people at home were able to take advantage. Now, we're going to move on. We've got another open race coming up. This is another very good race, and Anthony Ennis can tell us more about the runners for race number 7.
Yeah, the prize is getting bigger, Daryl, because this is our 7th race, the Sheikh Hamoud Al Faisal Al Bar Award race, and the winner gets a Land Cruiser here, so a car up for grabs for the winning owner. Massive prize. 1, Cliffs of Fury for Tharb Al Tamat, second favourite currently. 2 is the Hot Pot, Go Fast, Travel Land, Naif Al Anazi. 3, Al Sharif for Salman Al Rashid. 4, Exciting Days, Jose Rodriguez. 5, Indiana B, Abdullah Al Hussein. 6, Fast Start for Abdullah Al Khamis. 7 is Kiloi, who is ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. Scratch number 8, Lucanus doesn't go. Number 9, Mr. Raj for Camillo Ospina. 10, Tell Me All, Mohammed Al Yami. 11, Botan scratched. 12, Mikdam Al Saad, Ahmed Al Tayyar. 13, Mawala is ridden by Abdullah Al Lawfi. 14, Paradise Row, Adel Al Faradi. 15, going to be Karteb for Abdullah Al Kradi. 16, Time Najd is written by Osama Al Sharani. Abdullah Al Odib rides number 17, Al Abjar. 18, Al Kadim Ajmal is written by Alex Moreno. Tariq Al Mansur rides the 19 horse Mother Mary. 20 doesn't go. 21, Ashkana, written by Fahad Al Faradi. 22 is out. 23 runs. Salam Alayez, written by Victor Gutierrez, gets in. 24 also creeps in. Mota Farad for Ayad Al Turisi. So it's a big field once again, but 2 horses dominate the betting here, numbers 2 and 1, as we go back to Darren and Tom.
Yeah, as Enzo's reminded us, of course, this is the race where there is a car up for grabs, and I mean, quite amazing here, the sponsorship. So, whoa.
Yeah, it's a very good race. Looking forward to this. Hopefully Hannah can provide another winning paddock pick as well. And talking about that, we've had a lovely tweet from John G. Dooley, who you've already talked about was getting in touch on Twitter.
Yes, yeah.
He says, enjoying the coverage from Saudi. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it. Nice paddock selection from Hannah too. High hopes for that winner.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the message back to John is tell America. Yeah. You know, tell your colleagues, because you know, we're loving being here to bring you the live racing from Riyadh, and of course this programme will be here on the YouTube channel right now between now and the end of the season in late March.
And also to John, if you are going to be tuning in for a while, I know you're probably covering the racing at Fairgrounds later, so you may not be watching the broadcast for the rest of the show. However, there is an ex-Chad Brown runner in race 9, John. So keep an eye on Causeway, you may remember, Jubmont individual.
That's brilliant. It's breakfast time, isn't it, in New Orleans? It'll be about 8:45 in the morning. So yes. He's got a little bit of time. He can chill for a while. Look up the Chad Brown form and
good.
Right. Let's go back to Hannah, because we are absolutely all eyes on your paddock thoughts with this one, Hannah.
Oh, no pressure then, no pressure. Yes, so this race is for the owners to win a car. How very exciting. Well, let's have a look and see what we've got in the parade ring. We are going to head straight to horse number 2. Go Fast, Trau Land, a French horse, 32 runs, 7 wins, came over from France. Look at it, it looks absolutely marvellous in his coat. This is another horse I'd like to see without the saddle on, actually, to see what we've got underneath. I feel like there's a slight dip there, but again, that could just be it's a 6-year-old, so there won't be much growing left to do. This will just be the horse now, but very, very shiny in its coat. This is the kind of light that I like, because sometimes the sunlight can distort what you see. So it's a good light to actually get a chance to see what this horse's coat's like. Its muscle is looking looking great behind. I know this is a favourite probably in the studio as well, and probably to the viewers at home. So yes, Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride on this one. And actually, looking at this horse go, this is going to be one of my picks because I really do like the look of this horse. Now we're going to drop back. Let's see where my cameraman has gone. I'm going to follow him around. It's a busy paddock again, so we've got a bit of a split actually in the parade ring just to make sure no horses get into trouble. Horse number 5 now, Indiana B. This is a Sioux Nation gelding. It's been gelded. Looking quite nice. You see his eyes there? He's just watching, seeing what's going on. He's just biting his bit there, chewing away, but that just goes to show he's just thinking, but he's looking around. He's got a grackle on as well, just to stop him from crossing the jaw and getting his tongue in the way. Nice action, a little bit more fluid, tracks up well as I can see. If those of you that don't know, I'm just watching when that front hoof goes down. I'm seeing if that hind hoof overtakes it. If it doesn't, bit too short, could be a bit stiff, or may just not be walking very well. That's why it's always important to see these horses walking well. Very shiny looking, so looking well in its coat. It has had a little bit of a look, but that's only because the music just started playing on the speakers there, so nothing to worry about there. Does look actually nice and fit underneath. See, it's quite tucked up. I'm going to have a good look at it when we come round on the side actually, but yeah, that's a really nice looking horse, and hopefully that will go around. Let us know in the chat, of course, what you are selecting, especially if there's one in the parade ring that you do like the look of. I'm going to have a look at horse number 6 now. That's behind. That's Fast Start. Horse number 6. Here we go. Look at him. Hello. He's got his blinkers on there. Having a good look around. You can see his fitness underneath. So you see those muscles, and you can see the fibres in his hind as well. They're really shining through under this nice crest there. You can see the muscle as he walks. Has a good look around, especially when he turns his head away from us. You can actually have a better look, and especially the mane is on the other side, so that's not getting in the way. Underneath there is a little bit of sweat on the girth. Remember, it's cool now, it's not hot, so there's nothing really to worry about. It's not over sweating, but just something to keep in mind. You'll see what happens. Dropping back to horse number 7, just coming behind here. He's showing us his teeth, but he's actually just biting on his bit. You can see he's got a tongue strap there. Again, that's for when he races, just to make sure the tongue doesn't get in the way of his breathing. This is Kilao, the 7 horse, out of Sire Lethal Force. 29 runs, one of those wins. He's carrying his tail nicely. This is another important thing as well. You want to see a horse carry their tail, because that means they're using their body. If you've got one slumped down and it's not really using it, I mean, it happens sometimes. You'll see when horses race and they slump their tail down. It's when they're tired, but they're carrying themselves, which means they're using their muscles correctly. You can see the line underneath there. That's his muscle. Beautiful muscles on the back as well, really defined, especially that fitness line. You can really see that there. Like I said earlier, a bit harder to see on the greys, but yeah, we can see that there. Looking good. We're going to drop back now to horse number 10. Let's go horse number 10. Oh, I have to change my page. So one moment. Look at this lovely horse. Tell me all, this horse. Lope de Vega horse. It was actually, it's a GB horse, so it's an imported horse, and it was Cheveley Park stud horse. I can see a little bit of a winter coat there. Very, very small, fuzzy. Doesn't affect his ride though. Just to let you know, that's what I can see. You can see it's getting a bit warm underneath, a little bit of sweat marks. Carries itself quite nice, probably a little bit too overbent. You don't want horses to be too overbent because they'll build in the wrong muscles. But then we've got a good look at that horse. You can see there's not as much definition in the hind end there as some of the other horses, but nevertheless, quite leggy, nice looking individual. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much indeed. So let's have a look at some form action. There's only one place to start, really, isn't there? Go Fast Trowel Land, the horse we're going to concentrate first. Who is a warm order, there's no doubt about that in this race today.
Yeah, he's got a huge chance if he repeats this effort. You can see he's on the front end here. He kicks clear. It was a big field, but it was basically a one-horse race from the outset. He really denies a nice one in second for the Red Stable. I can't actually remember the name of that horse. It might be Mazuna. I'll have to go and check. But it was a decent victory, a nice horse that Go Fast Trowel Land has managed to beat. And although he bears out in the straight, he has the race under control at this point. If he reproduces this, he will win. He's a 7-time winner in total, 4-time Open winner. This just seems like a great opportunity for Connections to win a nice prize.
Yeah, beats a horse rated, I haven't got the name, but 105 it is, so it's a little bit better than the rating he has. And here we're having a look at Fast Start, I think is on the
yes,
right. Yes,
it is
Fast
Start.
Yeah.
A strong finisher, Fast Start, as you can see in this piece of footage. He's not the biggest horse, he's not got the biggest stride either, but that doesn't stop his heart. He continues to run and gallop and find and try all the way to the line. Is he capable of winning in this contest? I would argue the answer is no. He's 33 to 1 on the international market. He's only rated 72.
Yeah, that was just a maiden run horse with a bit more form in the book is Mr. Raj. But has only won once in 21, but finishes third here in November. Has been beaten since in better grade.
Yeah, another horse that probably is tough to like in this spot. He was a 1400 metre winner back in Maidan in January 2023. He's yet to add to that tally. This is arguably his best local outing where he finished third. Last time up. Again, he steps up in grade today, gets Camilo Ospina on board, which is a positive, and draws inside.
So there are three runners.
Just to briefly say, the horse that Go Fast Trowland beat was Wootton's Son, and there is the car.
There is the car, and that's good to get Wootton's Son information out. And yeah, the winning owner will be walking away that vehicle, and of course, one of the race goers. Or even driving away. You don't really want to walk away with a vehicle. I'm not sure how that works.
I don't know. You'd have to be very strong to push it.
Come to me, vehicle. Come to me. But of course, just as importantly for everybody here, as we've said a few times, but we don't mind saying a few more times, of course, is that there is a car to be won for one of the racegoers here today, along with more tablets and smartphones. It is a prize giveaway day, and tomorrow. Slightly different. There's a nomination process tomorrow. So instead of a draw, you basically get nominated for a horse, and I'm guessing you pick. You basically try and pick the horse that you like,
sure.
and there are more prizes.
We might have to get involved in that, Daryl.
Are we allowed?
I'm not sure. We can find out.
Well, we should have to find out, because if there's any chance of being able to get involved, it's too late for the car perhaps now. But well. Okay, well, maybe we pay our entrance fee to be able to become eligible for the prizes. We'll
update the viewers if they tune in again tomorrow.
Exactly. Look, I think we've already spoken about the favourite, the strong credentials for Go Fast Trowland. So, what are the negatives? Are there any negatives?
No. I don't see a single negative for him, really. And that's not to say he can't lose. Of course he can. Any horse can lose in a race. They're not machines. But he's very consistent when he runs at this kind of level. And I say this kind of level, it's an award race. There aren't too many award races, but it's virtually an open rather than a cup event. He is a cup horse. He's not the top of his tier.
What distinguishes an award from a cup race then?
Well, an award is basically, I don't know how else to describe it other than like a better sales race. It's not a sales race, but you kind of get a mixture of horses in there for a prize. An open race is... a lower down cup race. This is poor explanation, but hopefully everyone's understanding what I mean.
So in this race, for example, there are horses rated down in the 60s,
sure.
70s.
Basically, it's not a conditions event. You can enter whichever horse you'd like, but you do get a whole mixture of varieties, like you would in a sales race, for example, of talents.
Yeah.
So we have a 100 rated horse in here, and as you say, we have horses down in the 60s, down in the 50s as well. So there's a whole range. They're going to finish strung out. And the reason I was saying Go Fast Trowland is he's not bomb-proof, but he's probably the most solid favourite of the day. He's rated 100. He's £8 superior to any other horse in the race. He's consistent. He's got early speed. He's got a jockey who rides horses that want to be pushed forward in the race better than any other type of tactical horse. If he even gets within 5 lengths of where he ran last time, he would win this. So I think you've got to be looking at Go Fast Trowland as the main selection. The market has Cliffs of Fury as the danger in here, bred by the Wertheimer brothers, who have had loads of good horses, Goldacova being one of them. Now with Nasser Fawaz, this Son of Time Test is solid, but he's nowhere near as good as Go Fast Trowland, and his recent form, his last 2 efforts anyway, have been a touch disappointing. And what's more important with Cliffs of Fury, he hasn't won since November 2022. So it's not like you're dealing with a horse that has been winning recently. I don't like him. I think Go Fast Trowland is quite clearly the horse to play in this race. There are a couple of interesting outsiders at bigger prices for place money, but you'd need Go Fast Trowland to massively underperform.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with the position that Go Fast Trowland is in this race, as you say, with regards to ratings and the fact that he obviously beat in theory, stronger rival last time as well. So we're not surprised about the international price 4 to 6. It's still there. There's not been any movement as far as I can ascertain at the top end anyway. So what about those longer priced or horses that might run well?
Yeah, so the second horse in for me, so the last off my shortlist, the first of my alternatives is Paradise Row, who you can actually see on screen right now, horse number 14. Adele Alfredi rides, so there's a clear pointer. She's 10 to 1, sorry, on the international market, and on that basis alone, she's probably a fair price. She's a forward-going type. She hit the frame in open company on the last 2 attempts, and the fact that she has the early lead gives her a good chance of hitting the frame. So Paradise Row is one of the main players at bigger prices. Mr. Raj, we've already seen some footage of. I had him third in, but he's nowhere near as good as Go Fast Trail Land. I just think he's a better price than Cliffs of Fury. Also gets Camilo Ospina, so that's a positive. And again, draws inside, likely to go forward, kind of the angle I'm looking at in this race. And the only other one that is on my top 4 is Fast Start, who, again, we've seen footage of, 33 to 1. The only reason he's in there, and again, we can see him in shot, well, we could just then. The only reason he's in my top 4 is because, as already mentioned, he has the heart of a lion. He keeps trying, and when other horses do falter late in the day, potentially those that try to go with the better horses up front, he'll be the one that plugs on past them and could get 4th. So that was my thinking. There are lots of, without being horrible, dead wood in this race from a win perspective. And away from those 4 and Cliffs of Fury, it's hard to make a case for many.
Yeah, Fast Start's interesting just looking at the form because his last run was his first win at the 18th time of asking, but prior to that he'd been massively consistent, and I think they just decided they just wanted a win, so they put him back in a little maiden, got the job done, and now at least whatever happens, he's got that one victory, but he's been very consistent, so he's an interesting one to include.
I think that was his first try at the trip as well. It was a course and distance race.
Yeah, 2000, yes.
Here now, so it's very experienced, but yeah, especially, this is important because it's a longer race, so we want to keep that energy contained. But there were a couple that I just want to make you all aware of that were on their toes. So number 17, Al Abjar. This horse was on its toes, but that's kind of an understatement because it was really going for it and it was sweating up, and as soon as the jockey boarded, you could even see that he was still thinking about it. So I thought, oh goodness, please don't go and bolt or anything like that and cause an upset. But no, that one was on its toes. And I was thinking, like I said, this is a longer race. You need them to contain their energy and not use it all in the parade. You lose all their energy in the parade ring before they go on the track. But like you guys at home and in the studio, I'm watching it on the screen. I'd like to get another glimpse of that horse just to see if it has calmed down. But the stable handlers do such a good job. They know these horses, they work with them, so they know them best. But that's just a little update on that horse. Number 1, Cliffs of Fury, was also sweating between the legs. I don't know if you saw that, so you could see the foamy white sweat in between. Again, I was hoping this would calm down. As soon as the jockey got on board, then it was off and away. So anyway, that's just 2 to keep an eye on that were working up a bit of a sweat in the parade ring. But back to my selection, which was what you asked me in the first place, wasn't it? Was the 2-horse Go Fast Trail Land. That's the one I'm going with. And Naif Al-Nazi, of course, is on board of this horse. You can't go wrong. Looks great in the paddock. Hopefully it can bring its previous performance to the track, and we should all have a winner. The big question is, Enzo, are you with us or are you without us?
I'm jumping on board, Hannah. You've almost such a good case for this horse, so I couldn't oppose you. Yeah, it does look like this horse is probably just a bit better than these. So it's a massive opportunity for Go Fast Travel Land to win this race. It's a 6-year-old Naif Al-Nazi on board. Big field of runners here. Once again, another 20-strong field here. And I'm sure the owner of number 2 is thinking about that Land Cruiser, that white Land Cruiser, and he could be winning if this horse does the business here. Got a very good pedigree by George Vancouver, and is an odds-on chance in the international market, has been throughout the day. 8 to 13 now, 11 to 4 for Cliffs of Fury, number 1. The black and white colours. Third best is very much Paradise Row. We had a good look at this horse on the way down. Adele Alfredi riding. Run 8 to 1. It's then sort of 14 to 1 for Mr. Raj, who's joint 4th best, along with Motafared, who gets in here as a reserve, number 24. And the reserve that comes in is number 23, Salam Alayez. So that's what the winning owner could be driving off in later on of this race. They're loading up anyway. First few are in, so top 2 in the market, top 2 in the race card, 1 and 2. They're drawn wide apart. Cliffs of Fury in store 19. Go Fast Trail Land out of 5. As the runners go forward here. Bringing forward the red and white there. That's number 23. That's Salam Alayez. Victor Gutierrez rides this one. Goes in. Go Fast Trial Land, one of those that's not in yet. Red with the white cross belts. Also waiting for Indiana B, who's in the black with the silver braid. There is Go Fast Trial Land. Going in now, the white cross sash is there, the red jacket underneath. Just a 12 to go in. Miqdam Al Saad for race 7. Sheikh Hamoud Al Faisal Al Sabah Award contest. I think we're just about ready. Starter yet to put the flag up. And they are off. He's let them go. Away they go for race number 7 here at Red. Great start from the favourite. Go Fast Trial Land. He's out like a bullet and goes straight to the front for Naif Adanazi in the red with the white cross belts. His market rival, though, is quick to cover the move. Cliffs of Fury on the outside has got to do lots of work from that wide draw. So the top two in the market are first and second in the race at the moment. It's Go Fast Trial Land leading Cliffs of Fury towards the end of the first 300 metres. And behind them in third is Tell Me All. Mr. Raj is handy as well towards the inside. And they've now covered the first 500. Just off the pace then, we have... down on the inside, Exciting Days in that bright pink jacket, racing in company with Paradise Rose, the orange with the white sleeves, as they go through the first part of the race. Also advancing now, Mr. Raj to try and get a view of the front. The front four are made up by Tell Me All in that beige jacket, dark brown cap. So Go Fast Trial Land, narrowly in front. Tell Me All's in second. Cliffs of Fury's in third. And the other one going with them is Mr. Raj. The front four are clear of Paradise Rose in 5th place in the orange colours under Adel El Faradi. Racing next in the field towards the inside is Fast Start. Wider out is Al Sharid in green and yellow colours. And a few being chased along in behind. They're getting well strung out here as they come around the home turn. The leader is the favourite, Go Fast Trial Land, in the red or white. Leads a length clear. So on the outside, trying to give chase now, Mr. Raj. Trying to make ground towards the inside on the move too is Cliffs of Fury, who's gone into second on the outer as they make the turn. But the leader's going well. Go Fast Trial Land opens that stride and leads now by 3 lengths to Mr. Raj, who's a clear second. Go Fast Trial Land, not quite got away from them yet. There's one making ground, Al Sharid. Look at this, green and yellow colours on the outside. Also running on is the grey Killoy. It's not quite over yet, this. Go Fast Trial Land still leading. On the outside, trying to run on is Al Sharid. Still in there pitching too is Mr. Raj. Favourites in trouble here. Al Sharid down the outside is running on. And also appearing strongly too on the scene is Al Abjar. Al Abjar in the purple. Hits the front now, deep inside the final 250. It's all change up top. It's Al Abjar for the main prize. Al Abjar it is. It goes on to win. Time Nudged from nowhere has got second. Third place was Ash Khanna on the inside. Well, that changed late on, but the winner is Al Abjar. Abdullah Al Ordib, take a bow. Patient ride. And a stall 18 as well. Al Abjar is the winner. It's the owner of this horse that we're taking the Land Cruiser home. Incredible performance this, as the favourite just fell in a hole. Maybe it went too quick, too early. Go Fast Trial Land. And the big guns were nowhere to be seen here. An upset. Al Abjar, number 17, has won it. This horse, I think, breaking the maiden tag here. Yeah, it was a maiden after 18 runs. 2 minutes, 11.21 seconds. Al Abjar, the winner, number 17. And second place, I think it's gone to the horse on the outside here. Time Nudged in that bright blue. Far side, that was Ash Khanna in the grey and white blocks. And Al Sharid has finished 4th, looks a possible winner at one stage. But yeah, the pace collapsed. The front three all came from off the pace. 17, 16, 21. For just over 2 lengths. Al Abjar the winner. Time Nudged was second. Ash Khanna third. Al Sharid 4th. 17, 16, 21 the numbers in a surprise.
Well, sport, of course, always surprises us. That is what makes it such an attractive way to spend your time. And, well, we're all stunned, I think, here by the way this race has worked out. But it's come down to just how much pace there was early yet again, Tom.
Yeah, but they didn't seem to look to be going that hard in the early part of the race. I mean, they were going a fair gallop, but Go Fast Trailland has gone that gallop before and won. Not quite sure what happened to him in the latter stages.
It's hard to quantify excuses, isn't it, really?
Yeah, he turned for home, he looked at the most logical winner, and they pressed the button and there wasn't much there. Maybe he was still feeling the effects from the recent success, but again, he was disappointing on a day where we've had plenty of shocks and some short price ones beaten. The eventual winner, Al Abjar, was way back. We'll see it in the drone footage again when we watch the race, but he's the horse that stayed on powerfully in the latter stages. He was 0 from 18 coming into today. A very promising 3-year-old. He was talented, there's no doubt about that, as we see the prize, the car that the Connections get for winning this race. He's a talented horse, but Connections have been putting him in very tough races, and it looked like he was in an impossible spot again, facing a 100 rated horse who was giving him only the 5 kilograms, and he's only rated 83. Nevertheless, the shape of the race has suited him. He's finally got off the mark, and what a way to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he ran in the Golf Cup last time. I think he might have finished in front of one or two of these as well on that occasion. But nevertheless, I guess one thing we can draw from it, the return to 2,000 metres for the first time in a while. But it still took an awful lot of finding. And to be fair, if you've got 17, 16 and 21 on your card, they're either your favourite numbers or you've done exceptionally well.
Yeah, exactly. You can just see the eventual winner way in behind at this stage in the purplish silks. Going to make a run in between horses soon and come through and win this race there up the inside. But even before this stage, before we turned for home, I think Al Abjar was in the second half of the pack, and it just didn't look like it was going to happen. It looked like Go Fast Trailland was going to win off the front, and if he didn't, then it would have been Al Sharid on the outside who circled the field around the home turn and came with a solid run. Neither of those ended up winning. Al Sharid finished back in 4th, Go Fast Trailland in 5th, and 3 closers at huge prices came through.
Great start on the favourite, wasn't it? From stall number 5 in the red and the cross belts, takes control very, very quickly.
Yeah, burst out in typical Naif Al-Anadi fashion. Get to the front, get to the rail, try and dominate the race. He's on the best horse on ratings, and he was just trying to make every yard a winning one. Cliffs of Fury, the international market's second favourite, immediately jumps onto his shoulder on the outside. And it looked like, from this early stage, we could just have that set 2 that the market was anticipating.
Well, I have to say, I thought, well, this is going exactly how the ratings, how the form would suggest it's going to be those 3. The others are going to play a different race for their own private battle, but of course it didn't quite work out that way.
No, it didn't. Tell Me All, maybe the spoiler of the parties, in between the favourite and the second favourite at this point. He also was on the wrong lead going down the back, so he was always going to tire on the same lead going around the turn. Anyway, he was a big price. He wasn't going to be a part in the finish no matter what, but he maybe spoiled the pace. You can see the front 4 are already 2-3 lengths clear of the remainder, and maybe they've just gone way too hard in the middle part of the race before coming into the turn. At this point, the eventual winner is right at the bottom of the screen in the middle, in the purple silks. You can just about see the second place finisher Time Najd. I don't think is in the shot right now, and the third place finisher was Ashkana, who is also not in shot. So that shows you how far back the placed horses and the winner have come from.
Yeah, I mean, that must tell us, I mean, even if it didn't necessarily look that way about the pace, is that Ashkana?
Not there, yeah, I don't think.
Not there, okay.
No.
Not the one I was looking at in the checks, so that's fast.
Ashkana just come in the bottom here.
Oh, yes, yeah, just picking in there, as you can see. So, yeah, I mean, they've come from a long way back, and to do that,
yeah,
it's obviously been set up for that kind of finish. So
yeah, the forward place horses at this stage are legless in the run. Even Go Fast Trailland's very tired for a 100-rated horse. Al Sharid made the big move around the home turn and couldn't sustain it. You can mark him up. It was a better effort than that suggests. I would say that his rider didn't foresee them going as hard, or in the run didn't realise they were going as quickly as they were. And we see the key for the car, Darryl.
Well, you can't lose that, can you?
Go and get it. We need that car.
I mean, that is fantastic, isn't it? And yeah, look at that. The kids are holding it aloft, and this is a most amazing prize, isn't it? At the end of the race. So well done to the owners, who I guess probably weren't expecting to be those collecting that most impressive of prizes.
Yeah,
Tom.
exactly. I also don't think that key will fit in the lock. They might have to give him another one. But very well done.
No, maybe not. Maybe not. But just love the idea of winning a car. Now, more races to come shortly, but let's see what Hannah's been up to.
Well, you never guess who I bumped into. I've bumped into someone from the United Kingdom who is here visiting. Faraz, tell me about your stay. How long are you here for?
Well, I'm here for a couple of months. It's my first time to the Kingdom, and it's been amazing. I got to say, like today, the whole day we've had lunch upstairs, and we've been out, seen the races, had coffee. And honestly, if you're coming from the UK, I would definitely, you have to come here to the Jockey Club. If you've been to Ascot, in comparison, this is better than Ascot, I think. The weather's really nice. It's winter, so we've come from the minuses, and it's definitely a plus to be here.
It's great, isn't it? It's really crazy when you're in the warmth in December. But tell me, what is it you're actually doing here? What's the plan?
So I'm here on a business venture. I'm into aviation, so we're looking at business opportunities in the Kingdom. Obviously, with the 2030 vision, everything's booming, everything. So if you're into business and you're looking for opportunities, this is the place to be. The Middle East is the new forward. We're moving forward, and I also would like to congratulate the Kingdom on succeeding in winning the World Cup 2034. I'm sure it's going to be a pleasure, and if more and more people come to the Kingdom, they get to see it for themselves.
For sure, it's definitely going to get really busy. Now, let me ask about who you're here with today, because you're with connections of the White Stable, aren't you?
Yes, so I'm here with a lot of friends and close friends of my brother-in-law, Mr. Sabil, and they've hosted us today. It's been amazing. It's been more than I expected. I knew we were coming to the horse races today, but I didn't think that the atmosphere would be this good. And it's Riyadh season. Riyadh is jumping. The whole city is very, especially the other day when they announced that they won the World Cup. So it's been a really good day.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. There's so much going on here, and I'm sure you'll agree. It's absolutely beautiful here. The race, I've been telling everyone at home how amazing the race course is. You'd agree, right?
Yes, no, definitely. I think I've personally been to Ascot, and in comparison, it's up there with they know what they want, and they're definitely delivering on the experience.
Yeah. Are you going to go to the music festival on the weekend? I hear Eminem are playing.
Yes, so I definitely will try my best, but I'm looking for next week. I think I'm going to watch the boxing. So it's definitely going to be something that I'm going to enjoy the most. I'm here to enjoy the time, and my hosts as well have told me, look, take in Riyadh, take in all the events that are here. So yeah, if you're in the Middle East, this is the place to be now.
Oh, well, I'm delighted you're having a great time. See, you and I, we're in the same boat because it's all new to me as well, and I'm very much enjoying it. Would you like to say hello?
Yeah, hi. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. Yes.
We absolutely love it, and everyone on the channel loves it too. It's great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Look at that, eh? A wonderful place, and if you're at home, come and join us.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, Riders and Riders full of next. Yeah, a great place to visit. I would agree with that, certainly. Right, here we go. Race number 8. Arabian Breds. We are going a distance here at 2,000 metres this time. 4-year-olds and upwards. Number 1 is Jet de Violette for Ahmed Al-Azari. 2 is Elaig de Zamaglia, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 3, Hamas Al-Khaladia, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 4 is Al-Muzn Adel Al-Faradi. 5, Saab Akbar, written by Roberto Ramos. 6, Al-Suwaida, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Alpha Mega is number 7 for the double-seeking rider Rakan Alavade, who won our 5th race earlier on. Next is number 8, Hazam Al-Barak for Naif Al-Anazi. Number 9, Tala Al-Khaladia, Mohammed Saeed. 10 is Ferdors, Abdullah Al-Rashid. 11 is Haydar, Hamza Saar. 12, Jamria, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 13, Mount Tasia, Abdullah Al-Kradis is on board that one. 14, Rayaf Al-Kaya for Sultan Al-Mamoni. 15 is Rad Al-Sengar for Nawaf Al-Fayruz. 16, Omran Thab Al-Tamat. 7 is Dagwila Twa for Mohammed Al-Yami. 18 is Java de Violette, Osama Al-Sharani. 19, Shamik Gudar, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 20, Tendel Al-Jazra, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Take out 21, 22, they're not required, but a big field of Arabian Breds for Daryl and Tom to go through.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Enzo. So this is race number 8, the second and final Arabian bred race coming up here, 65 to 80 the mark, and we've got a big field, haven't we? As we've just heard, there are 20 stretching from markers of 80 down to 66, and you won't be too surprised to hear that if you're glancing at the international market, it is very, very open indeed. In fact, the last time I looked, it was 4-1 the field, and I imagine we're not too far away from that situation coming into this race. In fact, it is, yes, number 4 on the card. ZF Almunds is a 4-1 chance ahead of Haydar at 5s, and number 12 Jcsa on the same price as well. This really is a where do we start type race, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough. These Arabian horse handicaps are always difficult, and the lower down you go in terms of their rating, the harder it becomes, because you get more of the Arabians who think about it rather than just knowing they want to run and win. It's a difficult event. The favourite is Al Muzan, horse number 4, as you say. Adel Al-Faradi's on board. That might be one of the reasons. Last time he wasn't disgraced in finishing 3rd, and actually he's been very consistent, but he is drawn outside. He should be favourite just purely on the basis of his consistency and form in this grade. But do you trust a horse that's regularly placed and just looks like they want to chase to actually win a race, or do you just think they're going to finish 2nd or 3rd again? I'm going to opt with the latter.
I guess that is the worry, isn't it? Always there and thereabouts, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Well, maybe today, who knows, as we head back to Hannah.
Thanks so much. Well, we're going to start with horse number 3, one of the Layth Al-Khaladir horses. Hamas Al-Khaladir hasn't been as successful as last year, so has a lot to prove, but I'm looking at the way it's been walking. It hasn't been stop-start again because we have got a big field, so the parade ring is a bit busy. But you can see there the hand has just given him a little reminder. Say, listen, you just hold up a minute, because he is walking fast, and then there's too close to the front horse. But he's having a look around. That's probably why he's got the blinkers on, to keep his eye on the prize, keep him going forward. He's not walking great. Now, I'm putting that down, I would say, to the way they are walking in the parade ring. It's not ideal. If I could see him walking straight and less distracted, would be more ideal. In terms of coat, shiny, and it's not just the way he's turned out. He does look a full bill of health in that coat. You can see, though, you can see in his eyes he's been getting a bit worked up, the way he's chewing, but also his veins are starting to appear on his neck, so he's working out just by walking in here. But at the same time, it's a good thing, because we want to make sure those muscles are nice and warm. Hind end, that fitness muscle is, you can see it at the bottom part, but on the top part it's not, so you can't see it so much, but obviously there is muscle there, maybe a little bit more, but you know, like I said, a bit to prove. The 4 horse now just behind. Now look at this. I'm learning my lesson from earlier. I said there was a horse that was looking quite chunky, and then it did really well. So I actually have been asking about these purebred Arabians. They do come in all shapes and sizes. This is a bit of a thicker set one. He's got a very thick crest there. You can see his mane is hanging over this side, but it's just over the top part of that muscle. He's consistent performances this season, but in terms of his body, I mean, he is great to look at. He's a nice shape, that typical higher head carriage. It's not superbly high, but it is there. And he's carrying his tail, shorter tail there. I think they cut the tails a lot here. Must be to keep them out the way. But yes, so that's the 4 horse. Has the ability, of course. I think someone did say he is favourite in the international market. So I want you guys to have a good look at him so you can see what he's all about. Can you see those markers on his hindquarters? Lovely and turned out. Little bit of sweat on the hind end, but nothing to worry about at all. He's just moving his way through the paddock, not moving fabulously, but is he tracking up? No, he's not. Hang on one moment, please hold. He is tracking up, so he's walking well. That's okay. That's what I was just checking for. We're going to drop down now to horse number 14, because the bell has gone for all to board. So let's go to horse number 14. I want to get this one in. He's just at the end here. 4-year-old colt, up in trip from last run, finishing first in a field of 10. Ability and could stay. He's on his toes there, a little bit spicy, but you do find that actually with Arabian horses, they do have a bit more spice than the thoroughbreds. The number 13 in front, I will get his name for you. He has been being a little bit naughty. He's throwing his head around as the jockey was about to get on. That is horse, do apologise, that is Mount Tazir on your race card. Horse 13 has messing about there, but you see now the 14 horse that I just mentioned, he's now walking really peculiar. I don't know why his hind end looks like it's about to give way. I'm not sure what he's doing there. Let's just keep an eye on him. I think his hind end isn't giving way. He's actually going back on his haunches to pounce forward. Naughty boy. But hopefully he can keep that energy in. Like I always say, it's important that they go to post and calm down. The thing is, this parade ring, it looks bigger on your screens. It's actually a lot smaller in person, so it's a smaller space for them. They want to get out there and get cracking with the job. Is that the trainer there, just sort of giving him some guidance? I mean, look, there's only one handler on this horse, and these animals are heavy and they're strong, and especially the Arabians. They are muscly and they've got a serious mind. I'm just looking at his hind end, walking very funny, but I think that's just because he's ready to pounce forward. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on him as he goes to post. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. Race 8 coming up then, the Arabian handicap. We're given the news about Silvestron.
We haven't.
Zodiac confirmed
in the last race.
Yeah,
Zodiac. We did originally think, well, I thought that he would be on the favourite because of the red stable link throughout this today and tomorrow race. He's riding for them, but that's not the case. Roberto Ramos does ride Taj Bladi in the last, the favourite, but Sylvester's on Zodiac, as you say, horse 13.
Excellent. Okay, so let's get down to the task of trying to find this winner here. I take up what you say with Al Munz, who continues to run consistently. I was looking back to see when the maiden win was, and it was a long time ago. So that is
I have him second in because I think he's going to place.
Yeah, he's definitely a player, isn't he? But
there he is in shot right now. Adel Alfredi with his feet out of the irons, horse going down to post lovely with the pony. He looks very well as well. I don't like how he carries his tail, but plenty of Arabians do that. He's likely to place. Unfortunately for each way players in the international market, 4-1 doesn't offer much value in that regard, albeit some will be keen. And from a win perspective, he likes chasing horses. If you watch his replays, he's a typical Arabian in that regard, where he will close up, he'll look like he's going to go by and then just doesn't. He just chases the one in front of him, and that would be a concern for me. As I say, I wouldn't be surprised if he won, but he's second in for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've got this dilemma because I'm kind of liking his last two runs, and then I'm just wondering, as I'm taking more on board of what you said, I'm probably going to end up going with him anyway when push comes to shove, but I'll make that decision in a moment. There's been just a smidgen of money for Haydar, who's now firmed up as the second pick.
Who is my number one choice in this race. Haydar was successful last time with a strong late surge. Now, that came in a 0 to 70. This is in 65 to 80, so it's a tougher event for him. He's gone up to a mark of 70, so Connections could have kept him in that grade if they wanted to. But they've progressed him up. He's drawn a stall 1. I don't think that's a positive. He's going to come from behind, and Hamza Saad's got his work cut out to get him outside, tip him out in the straight, and come with that big run again. However, that recent effort is the best effort of any of these last time up, despite the fact he came in a lower grade. Al Muzan is the only one close. If Haydar can reproduce that and get a nice trip, I wouldn't be surprised if he beat Al Muzan. As I say, it looks like Haydar actually wants to win, whereas Al Muzan doesn't, and that could be the big difference here. I'll quickly chuck in two other horses that were on my shortlist. Jet de Violette's horse number 1 finished 5th behind the brilliant Asfan Al Khaladia on the local debut. Now, this is much easier, but he showed showed no early speed whatsoever, and she's going to need to in this big field. She was obviously outclassed by Asfan, but she was never going to get closer than 5th in that race. So maybe she's open to more improvement, the French bred. And my 4th pick in this race, who is an each way alternative, not a likely winner, is Hazem Al Burak, horse number 8, 25 to 1 on the international market, rated 72.
Is that how big it is? I mean, I've got that sort of third in here.
Yeah,
so,
4th for me, 3rd for you. Maybe that's the advice, the each way advice out there. Been inconsistent, but the good runs have been solid enough to contest the finish. Does need to be back on the A game today to get close, but 25 to 1 is way too big. But I will stick with Haydar, Daryl, horse number 11.
Okay, you're going to stick with Haydar. Look, I think I'm doing wrong in doing this, but I'm going to go with Al Muzan, despite the fact that he is difficult to win with. Maybe he's going to have one of his better days, but it's a shame we can't play each way, because I would definitely be with Hazem Al Burak each way if that were an option. Sort of almost alternate runs are good runs at the moment, and he's due another good one.
Exactly, exactly that. He's not drawn overly well. My actual race comment, I thought I'd be a bit cheeky with this one. I generally played a straight that with all my race comments, but this one I put capable of troubling the judge if he's on a going day. Your guess is as good as mine when that is. And that is true, because he's so inconsistent, it's remarkable. He may be fancying it today. He may just be out the back of the TV. You never know. Yeah,
I mean, I think I could have gone a little bit further with that. Best ask the horses if he's in the mood today. But look, I think that sums him up, doesn't it? And you know what you're going to get with him. But if you're being offered a very, very big price, then you are happy to take that chance.
Yeah, there are numerous big prices in here as well that have similar kind of profiles where you never know if they're going to produce their best. Saab Athba, horse number 5, is one of those. He was formerly trained by Lucas Gaitan. I did notice he got very sweaty when he got out onto the track. Maybe he's a bit better now, but he was very hot. He's been really disappointing lately, but at the start of his career looked full of promise. So he's one not for maximum faith. And we should briefly talk about horses 2 and 3. Hamas Al Khaladia, horse number 3, represents the Al Khaladia stables, and Mutlaq bin Mishrif. Those connections can't be overlooked in a race like this. Maybe he can produce something better today. And horse number 2, which is very difficult to pronounce, Alik de Zamaglia, Italian bred, first run locally. I've not seen many Italian breds, so we should mention the 2 just for mentioning's sake.
I have to scroll a long way down the race card to find the price, which is about 16 to 1. Joint favourites now. The money's continuing to come for Haydar at 4s, and you are taking Haydar?
I'm taking Haydar. I don't love the price. It's a wide open event. I just think that run last time is the best piece of recent form on show.
Yeah, I know I'm making the wrong call, but Alzum at number 4 for me. So 11 and 4 for us in the studio, and back outside. Which one, Hannah, please?
Right then. Well, it's like you said, it's quite a tricky one. But the one that I liked in the parade ring was number 3, Hamas Al Khaladir, obviously one of the horses out of Laytha Al Khaladir. I liked the way it moved in the parade ring. I watched it then go to out to the track, so that's what I was keeping an eye on. The 4, the chestnut, Zif Al Zmuzn, Adal Al Faradi's ride. That's the one which was looking, I said spicy, bit energetic and jogging around, but you tend to get these with some of these Arabian horses. They have a lot of energy. So that's a paddock negative for me. So to shorten my shortlist, I've been stuck between number 11, Haydar, as well. Now, I know that's a favourite with you guys in the studio, but I just think, like I said, I don't know the international market, but I think perhaps for a placing, if it is place value on the international market, number 3, Hamas Al Khaladir. I've thought about the chunkiness of the body, but it's still full of muscle. I've just been told that it's 7 to 1. So, yeah, it's okay, and I think it's worth it. I think it's going to travel well. There's muscle under there. It looks ready to rock and roll. I'm going to take that one, and I'm going to go with that one over number 11, Haydar. So to place number 3, Hamas Al Khaladir. Enzo, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm going to stick with Al Muslim here, number 4. This horse looks a likely winner for Adel Al Faradi, but it's been a tricky day, isn't it? The form book's kind of been ripped up a bit today. One horse just dismounted there in the red colours, jockeying the red there down at the start. Now gets back on board, so all appeals well. They are loading up these runners here. That one's just a bit edgy there to go in, which can happen from time to time with these Arabian breds. We are going 2,000 metres here, so 1.25 miles, 10 furlongs. Horse going into stall 1 there is Haydar, well tipped up by a few people on the channel today, and including Tom. Hamas Al Khaladir is in the white and black. Saab Athbar's going in, he's wearing a noseband. Roberto Ramos. Another grey to go forward is Tala Al Khaladir. Al Muzan is one of the last in, along with Tala Al Khaladir. There's one more, is that 3 as well to go in? Yeah, this is Hamas Al Khaladir in blinkers. So waiting for Al Muzan, the favourite, to stall 18. Quite a wide draw. One of the favourites here. Tala Al Khaladir is yet to go in. And the 3's not in either. Hamas Al Khaladir. Waiting for these 2 Al Khaladirs to load. He goes in nice and quietly. That was Tala Al Khaladir. This was just creating a slight issue. Hannah was liking Hamas Al Khaladir at the moment. Doesn't seem to like the starting stalls very much. Dilla Lorfi on board. So we put the hood on the horse to try and get him to go in that way. See, every time he gets that sort of position just before the stalls, he backs away. He knows what's happening even with the hood on. He does not want to go in here, Hamas Al Khaladir. He's getting himself in a bit of a lather now. See him kicking out. He does not want to load. Let's give his last chance. He's got further than he has previously. Did he go all the way in, though? That's the question. So he's about halfway. He's still kicking out. He's resenting it, but the stall tellers don't want to go directly behind him, obviously, because he's going to kick out again, probably. They've got to try and entice him in from that angle. Well done to the team. They've got him in. That's a hell of an effort. Hamas Al Khaladir is in. They're all set. Race 8, Arabian Breds, 2,000 metres. And they're off. Not a bad start there as they get away over the 2,000 metre trip. Haydar was actually really slow on the inside. One of the fancied runners. And Haydar has to be rousted to gather stride. One that broke well was Omran. He's up there early on. Omran towards the inside. The maroon colours, yellow cap. He's going to lead the field here to Hazem Al Burak in the yellow and green colours. Towards the outside, here comes Elida Zamaglia on the move in maroon with the light coloured sleeves. That's the grey horse. Another one that's getting into it is Alpha Mega as well. Alpha Mega is going off in chase of the early leader, who is Omran. So Omran leaves Alpha Mega at the moment. These two head towards the end of the first 400 metres with racing wide. That is Elida Zamalia under Mohamed Al Hubayl racing a clear third. Looking for Al Muslim's got a good sit, about 5th place. The yellow and black striped sleeves at the moment. He's racing in behind the green and yellow of Hazem Al Burak as they make the journey well down the back straight. Further back then to find Talar Al Khaladir, who's racing ahead of Rayaf Al Khair at this stage. Back on the inside, Haydar trying to make up some lost ground after a desperate start. One that's now being ridden along is Hazem Al Burak as they race towards the final 800 metres or so. And the leader, still going sweetly, Alpha Mega for Rakan Alabay in the black and green colours, leads by about 3 lengths now to, in second place, Elida Zamalia. Making ground though, Al Muslim going to sit a handy third at this stage towards the inside of those, trying to get a bit closer than Shamik Gudar as they head towards the home turn. Quite a few are struggling at the back of the field. The leader still going well, Alpha Mega at this stage, leads by 3 lengths, but Al Muslim now surely has him firmly in his sights in second place. Then comes Talar Al Khaladir into third place. Furdors in red is on the move, trying to get a bit closer too in the bright yellow blinkers. Around the turn they go, all change, and here comes Saab Afbar on the outside all of a sudden on a fast forward move. Al Muslim though still travelling okay against the pegs, and Al Muslim and Saab Afbar go on. In behind them is Furdors, towards the outside Talar Al Khaladir, that's the front four. The leader though is Saab Afbar, he's brushed aside Al Muslim, and it's Saab Afbar and Wigberto Ramos has got a massive lead. There is a deep closer in the back of the field. It is Rad Al Sengar who's flying, but it looks like only flying for second at this stage. Saab Afbar's clear by 5 lengths. That margin is being reduced here. Saab Afbar in front. He will get home. The running on Rad Al Sengar, who took off late to be second, and they were clear of the others. In behind them, the likes of Talar Al Khaladir and Furdors in the bright red and orange. But the winner is horse number 5. It's Saab Afbar. It's the Wigman. He's back with a winner here. Saab Afbar has won this race. Done it quite nicely in the end. He had a brief skirmish with Al Muslim top of the straight, but Al Muslim stopped really quickly. A few fancied horses not running their races today. Second place, massive closing effort by Rad Al Sengar, number 15, who's got second behind the winner. 2 minutes 23.68 the winner's time. So 5 the winner, Saab Afbar. Second number 15, Rad Al Sengar. They were miles clear of the others. Length and 3/4. In the winning margin, so 5 beats 15. Third was number 10, and Furdors got third. The yellow blinkers. 4th was the grey Talar Al Khaladir. So it's going to be 5, 15, 10 the numbers. 4th was the 9, and it's Saab Afbar who gets his name up in lights and lands it in the end.
Well, there we are. Saab Athbar. We're trying to work out ways that you might have found the winner. There was even a suggestion coming through that you could have found the first three if you like backing horses whose numbers are factors of 5. But I think we've got to go very deep to be putting that forward. But listen, it's great for the jockey, isn't it? Because he's very popular here, and this is his first one back after an injury.
Firstly, the horse was very tough to find. We did cover the horse actually in the preview, which is good. I said he was sweaty, and he used to be trained by Lucas Gaetan. And as you can see there, he is very hot. I know he's raced by now, but he was like that before race as well. So firstly, he was very tough to find. 20-1 was a fair price, and if you did find him, then very well done. He was not on my shortlist. Secondly, do you reckon we're going to get a Wigberto wiggle? There it is.
So, and there it is.
How good was that
He's
timing,
listening,
by the way?
Tom. He's got you in his ear. Come on, Anna, repeat. Look at that.
He needs to get Hannah to do that in a second. It was great to see Wigberto have a winner. He's the older statesman here. He hasn't had the same kind of year that he had last year and the year before and the year before. Apparently we've got Hannah.
I think she's been practicing.
Well, here we go. We're going to catch an interview with our winning rider, Wigberto Ramos. Oh, look at that, doing the wiggle. You know, this is the first time I've seen this wiggle, and I've been so excited to see it. So when he comes over and pops his saddle back, we're going to have a chat with him. Saab Athbar is your winner. Congratulations. Am I right in saying this is your first win since your accident?
No. Yeah. Since my accident, yes, you're right. And today that feeling really, I was worried because when I went to the gate, no control, she want to go like a sprinter. And today, 2000, I said, what am I going to do? But as soon as they start, I put her behind the dirt, she relaxed. Then in the 100, I got the little room to go out and she responded well.
Yeah. It just goes to show that even if they are a bit tense in the parade ring, as long as you've got control of them going up to post. But were you a bit worried in the closing stages because the other horse was coming very close to you?
Yeah, I saw a couple horses moving, come to the 500. But I saw, these Arabic horses, they really they have a hard mind. So I saw my filly going nice, just in the high rider. And I saw the other one moving, but I just stay concentrate on my horse, focus on my horse. And in the stretch, I don't use with my whip, I just showing, and she go well.
Yeah, she was listening to you. Well, this horse was previously trained by Lucas Gaetan. Have you ridden this horse before?
No, it's the first time. It's my first time. It's why I was worried, because when I went to the parade, she put the head up. It's no control. So 2000, I know the race can be slow, and if I give a little pressure on the beat, she will be like that and finish. But the soon he broke, I got covered, and she was relaxed. I said, okay, I want to be the longer I can to the before long, close to the 800.
We call those half halts. Now you've got a ride in the last. Tell us about that just quickly.
I ride a nice 2-year-old. He's undefeated. He run this time twice. I think we enjoy a new couple horses, but I got good position. And I think I hope everything goes well and we get the annual winner.
Well, thank you so much. It was great to meet you finally. Thank you. And we're looking forward to your race in the last. There we have it.
That is so good, isn't it? Because we just love it when he rides to win. I mean, he's one of the, for those watching from afar as I was until obviously recently, he just sells this sport here in Riyadh, doesn't he?
He does. He's got great personality. He's a fantastic interview as well, as I'm sure Hannah will agree. And that wiggle is just the extra bonus.
It is.
He made us do this last year in time.
I've seen it. It went global, didn't it?
Well, it did. Well, yeah, kind of.
Well,
on social media. But I still haven't mastered it. Wigberto's had that wiggle for years, and I don't think anyone can really do it like him.
Oh no, that's in the blood. That's in the genes, isn't it? And look, he's turned over a few more fancied rivals. This looked tough on paper. No excuses again for the favourite, who was there with every chance. But let's have a look at this through from the top.
Yeah, Wigberto was keen to try and get in a relatively good spot from the outset, as he said to Hannah, that he was trying to just hold the horse in the gates, but the horse just wanted to go. Went from the outset, got into a nice position here. They went quite hard up front. Unfortunately, my selection, Haydar, completely missed the kick, made up ground in the middle part, as you can see on the fence. With the blue stripe and grey silks, was never able to get involved. Quite a few of them were never able to get involved, in fact. And it came down to Wigberto in the end to get the job done. We haven't seen much of Wigberto in the winner's circle this year, so regardless of whether the horse had a fantastic chance pre-race, I'm glad he won. Just for that extra insight for everyone at home as well, and for us in the studio to get his positivity and big smile.
Yeah, absolutely loving that. Alpha Mega, I think that is still in front, who was one of the pace setters here. And the favourite, so I refer to the favourite, I think they were joints in the end, weren't they? But Al Munzen, the horse I ended up going with, has sort of moved up menacingly enough. Yeah, fourth place. But
Adele tips outside, and were you thinking you were on potential winner at this stage? I mean,
probably think it was on a potential second.
Yeah, but, he was going as well as any at this point when he moved into a clear-cut second, wasn't he?
Yeah, but it hasn't quite finished off in the same vein, of course. And
some interference there, got very tight on the inside between several horses. Fortunately, none of them clipped heels, and they all finished. But that was tight against the fence with these Arabians.
You can see the leader gives way, and the closing pack have made ground very rapidly. The winner about to make its move on the outside there, and in the end going away. And a big price. I think we were saying 20 to 1 or thereabouts.
20 to 1, tough to find, especially on the recent form. Had some back class for Lucas Gaitan, but the recent form's not there. Coupled with the fact that this was a wide open race, but also there were horses with some winners and a couple of places. He was just the toughest horse to pick in the field, really. What I will say is the runner-up ran a great race. He was the only one that closed from way out the speed. Was 8 to 1 going into the race in the international market. It's potentially one for next time.
Yeah, I was looking to see where he came from, but it was some way back, wasn't it? Radel Sengar. So 5, 15 and 10. So that was our last Arabian race of the day. Right, we're moving on to race number 9. This is a handicap coming up here, and this next race is sponsored by Nova.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له، وحاضرنا احتفائنا فيه. الشيء قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
Yes, race 9, handicap sponsored by Nova. Many thanks to our sponsors here. This handicap 0 to 80, race 9. Number 1 is Wink of an Eye for Abdullah Alofi. Number 2 is Najd Al Wafar, Thab Altamat. 3 is Modbek, Victor Gutierrez. 4 is Adjad for Rakan Alabaid. 5, House of Aviz is now written by Eddie Castro. 6, Upper Class, Tariq Al Mansour. Over the page to find number 7, Star Ahoy. Horse by See the Stars for Jimmy Carrion to ride. 7, Star Ahoy, then Jimmy Carrion. 8, Alfaka for Camille Ospina. Has been fairly quiet today, isn't he? 9, Bismillah Alay for Ali Al Mamoni. 10, Causeway, Alex Varela, one of the favourites. 11, Mostafa, Muhammad Al Yami. 12, Full Marks, Sultan Al Mamoni. 13 will be Mudim for Abdullah Al Hussein. 14, Freshwater Cliffs for jockey Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Riyadh Spirit, Adel Al Faradi. 16, Carabino for Khalid Al Mamoni. Used to race over in the UK for Smart Prescott. 17, Senwan, Ahmed Al Shra. 18, Emirates Knight, Selman Al Rashid. 19, Nazrawi for Ahmed Al Azari. 20, Neptune Seas, Osama Al Sharani. Reserves not required. Scratch 21, 22, 23 and 24. Some familiar names though here, lads. Some horses that used to race a lot over in the UK that we know.
Yeah, familiar names, big field and a competitive market. So in theory, it's going to take a little bit of narrowing down, unless Tom knows otherwise.
There is a horse in here that I do really like, and it's Causeway. I've hinted at him for several times in the show so far. I was here when he made his Saudi debut. Obviously, I watched him prior to that in the US. In the US for Jobmont and Chad Brown, he was a little bit disappointing. He was sent off a short price favourite on the debut, but he was very much a plodder, a galloper. He didn't find anything under pressure instantly, and then the next couple of times he was lacking turn of foot and acceleration at key points. Moved over to here, first time up, finished a very solid 5th, and caught the eye in a good race. Then he came back and finished 3rd last time. Again, two starts back, sorry, it was a solid effort. He finished 4th when recently seen. I was not here, it was Rory and Tom, I believe, during that shift. He was disappointing. However, He now steps up to 2,400 metres for the first time. That could be the key to him. He does look very much like a plodder, a horse that wants a lot of ground. He's a very attractive looker. He's got a brilliant pedigree as well by Quality Road out of Jameson and Ginger, I suppose. And yeah, I hope today's the day. I like the booking of Alex Moreno as well. He hasn't had the best of riders on prior to last time when Adele took over, and maybe everything is in place for Causeway to run a big one. He's the only horse, well, the one horse I've been really looking forward to today. Not to say he's an absolute good thing. Of course he's not. It's a wide open race.
Sort of race, yeah.
But he's open to loads of improvement.
Okay, thank you for that. So Tom's dropped a solid selection in what looks a very open race. We'll get more on that in a moment, but we're going to get more on what is happening in the paddock now with Hannah.
Thank you very much. Horse number 1, Wink of an Eye. This is a Dubawi. The son of a Dubawi, I should say. Jockey is Abdullah Alawafi. This horse looks very thick set. So I'm just looking where my cameraman is. I think you can see it from front on. Very thick. And I just wanted to have a look at it because it is it's by Dubawi, which of course is a very expensive covering. Just a little fun fact, 4 coverings a day Dubawi does. So I think that's racks up about $1 million a day. Expensive business, but yes, this horse, very rangy type. I think you could put it over a fence, but it looks very nice. It's nice to look at. It is an eye catcher because he's so big and powerful. I think we could do with a bit more fine tuning on the hind end in terms of muscle, but walking very nicely. I mean, he's at the front so he can walk out nice and well. You can see he's chewing on the bit there. See, I don't have a problem with him chewing on a bit and foaming up a bit because it's sort of playing with the bit of relaxation there. We're going to move on now to the 2 horse just behind Naja Alawafa. Successes returned to Riyadh, winning the local bred handicap. As you can see, it's a nimbler, thinner horse, but it's still got quite long legs, so should cover the ground well. Not a lot of muscle definition that I can see, but I'd say it's fit. You can see its tummy's tucked under, but there is some sweat underneath there. But it's not anything to worry about at all. Just a little bit warm from walking. Number 10 now we're going to go to is Causeway. Alex Moreno takes the ride, 3 runs since coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from the US. Let's have a little walk down, have a look. There's some really nice types in here, actually, especially in the parade ring. Look who it is shaking his head there. It's Causeway. Yeah. Now he's a 3-year-old, clearly ready to go. He's just shaking. He's basically, because they are keeping a keen hold on his bit, he's just shaking them off basically. But yeah, he looks well, actually really nice body. His hind end, I can see those fitness lines gleaming away. His coat is very shiny, clean bill of health inside. Shoulder, if I can see this correctly, it looks nice and thick in that shoulder, powerful. He's essentially just sort of telling them to get off. He's being a bit, how would I describe it? A little bit stressy, a little bit, you can get off of me. He wants to get on with the job, but they are holding him tighter because I say this every time. It's so important that he does not get up the hind end of the horse in front. So they need to keep the distance because, there'll be strict rules in this parade ring. So you can see the bit in his mouth there. That's what they're holding on to. And they're just putting a bit of pressure on there. So we're going to move on now. Let's have a look who have we got next. We're on number 11. We're going to move on to number 15. Beg your pardon. Riyadh Spirit. I really like this horse. I looked at it at the parade ring. Very relaxed. Got the noseband on. I like the way it's walking. I'd like it to walk out a little bit more. I know it sounds like I say this a lot, but I'm saying what I see, and this is what I see. I'd like it to walk a bit forward more. It is tracking up just about, so that hind hoof is hitting that front hoof. I like the coverage on the back. Got some nice hind quarter markings there. Good job. Good job with the groom. But yeah, excellent job there. I like the muscle. It looks like it's got a good shoulder as well. Nice muscle on the neck. But yeah, this one was my eye catcher in the pre-parade ring. You see the nice relaxers? Can you hear? He's grinding his teeth. Can you hear that? Oh, I don't like that noise, but they do that. So I think this horse is actually going to go quite well. It looks very, very nice in the parade ring. And lastly, if we've got time, I'll just double check. Number 17, Swewan. This is a Jimmy Jerkins runner for the Red Stable, unexposed. He wants to get on with the job, doesn't he? 3 starts, but 2 since coming to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is one I've noted down to watch out for. Little bit of a sweat building up behind there. You can see the white foam. And actually, you see where its head's coming in? This is all tension. position, okay? So if it continues to do that each race, it's going to build wrong muscles in its neck, and you don't want to do that. We want the right muscles in the right places. So that is what I've seen in the parade ring. Over to you guys.
Hannah, thank you very much. Lots of horses to consider, lots of horses for Hannah to look at and appraise. And we've got a stronger favourite now. Tom's probably not going to be too surprised to hear that. Is Causeway shortened up to 7-2 from 9-2. Was tried over 2,000, then dropped back to the 1,800. And now obviously the big step up comes today.
Yeah, well, the run over the 2,000 was a highly promising performance behind some really nice types. And they dropped back in trip, but it was against weaker opposition, so I thought he was going to capitalise on that. It didn't happen. He was never really able to get involved. He was in mid-division, then he made a late run for minor money, but he never looked like winning. So they're going back up in trip, which I think is the right decision. These connections, Prince Saud bin Salman, they know what they're doing with their horses, and hopefully Causeway can finally get off the mark in general, but here as well. He's looked like an eye-catcher on several occasions. We can see them very close to the start now. Hannah was saying he played up a little bit in the prelims. He did look a little bit agitated.
Yeah, we were watching, weren't we? We've got a bird's eye view from here. So
hopefully he hasn't run his race already, but I do really like him in this spot. I think he's the most talented horse. I'll say that. Is that good enough for him to win today? Who knows? Any matter of factors can occur in the race, but I do think he's the most talented, and fingers crossed everything will be put into place today. Yeah,
good luck, because you're obviously very, very keen, and unless I've been asleep partially during the afternoon, we've had an afternoon where none of the top jocks have had a winner, have they, so far?
No.
So that's quite unusual to get to race 9 in that situation.
Yeah,
so
nothing for Alex, nothing for Camilo, nothing for Adele. Yeah, it's been a tough day for them.
So maybe Alex will be the first one to get a score here, hopefully for you anyway, with Causeway.
Thank you.
I was looking at one of the horses just behind in the market, which was Naj Al Wafa, who is the 2 here, who ran well enough, I thought, over course and distance last time. I think Monbet was just in behind in that piece of form line as well. I think they're on the same terms. So, yeah, I'm steering towards. I feel like I should be following your confidence, but listen, you've got to go with how you feel. So, Naj Al Wafa for me.
He was the second in for me. He was my first alternative. 5-1, I think is very fair. Tharbal Timyat takes off the kilo, which is handy. He's a proven stayer. Finished second. Behind a nice rival last time, will likely travel well into the race, but he can be vulnerable to a better stayer. That was the only reason I was slightly negative on him, but as I say, he was my second pick, so no qualms about that.
Yeah, and interesting enough, actually, Modbeck in the same form line is slightly bigger in the market. That's an 8-1 chance, whereas Naj Al Wafa is 5, and obviously Causeway is favourite. Alan's has been on. Alan Zed's been on, and sorry, get that wrong first time, to say hi, watching the programme, which is wonderful to hear. Make sure you tell everyone you know, because we're looking to try and get more and more people enjoying the action here, and we've had some fine racing. We've got some brilliant racing still to come this afternoon.
I think Sylvester de Souza was on the horse there. Again, we've not been told about him riding in this
right,
year.
okay.
I think this is not fully confirmed, but I'm pretty sure I saw him on the 17. Sen one. Hopefully we can get another.
Which could, in theory, could be the case, couldn't it?
Yeah, we can get another glimpse of him in a second. Hopefully he comes through shot. And anyone that's following Sylvester's rides today, he's in the middle of screen right now in the red stable silks. That I'm pretty sure that is Sylvester, but as I say, unconfirmed. Let's talk about the horse, Sen one. He was my 4th logical play in here. Jimmy Jerkins has a runner in the race, which is great to see. If it is Sylvester, then even better for the horse's chance. He's an unexposed contender. He takes a big step up in trip, which is the one question mark I have for him, but who knows where his limit is. He's rated 71 after 3 starts and could be way better than that.
Yeah, okay, so we're trying to get confirmation on that, but obviously we had the late change earlier on. I mean, it's
I thought it was him when I saw him first time, but we need a close-up obviously to see. Or maybe we just get an instant like we did earlier where he crosses the line in front. And, oh no, that's not Sylvester. One out of 2 pointing at Sylvester today. That is Ahmed Al-Shra.
It could have been. It could have been. There were reasons for believing that to be the case, but yeah, not to be on this occasion.
Can I give you one at a huge price?
Oh, I love a horse at a huge price.
Bismillah Ale, horse number 9. Course and distance open winner this time last year, then plundered a turf conditions event. So you could argue the fact that turf is horse number 9, the gelding's main surface. However, He's down to a workable mark now after a poor string of efforts. Maybe back over this trip on dirt, we'll see something better from Bismillah Ali. 33 to 1 in the international market. Isn't my first pick, but was my third selection in the race. So at a huge price, I thought it's worth a shout out.
We're not even 33s now, it's 40s.
40s,
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there could be some each way mileage maybe there. Okay, selection-wise, so Tom is with...
Causeway, horse number 10 is my best pick of the day.
Najal Wafa for me, number 2, and we can find out from Hannah who she likes.
Well, if we take away the jockey from my selection, this was my pre-parade selection. I am with number 15, Riyadh Spirit. So, of course, leading jockey Adel Al Faradi does ride. So that is a huge positive. But I'm going to use the term nice horse, okay? So other horsey people will completely understand what I'm talking about. But that is just your ideal nice horse, and its body looked lovely, all in proportion. Looked very, very good in its coat. I really would like actually to take some time to show you the difference in 2 shiny coats, but one that looks really good. And that is an example of one. And it was all over, so it wasn't just in a few spots. And another thing to look out for, I'm not sure if I'll check this time of year, but if you see dapples on horses' bodies, that's another sign that a horse looks great. It is great inside, very healthy. So... Sorry, I'm now going on a tangent, aren't I? Love talking about horses. See me, horse obsessed. Back to my selection. Horse number 15, Riyadh Spirit under Adel Al Faradi. Enzo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. Yeah, there's number 17 about to go in Sen 1. Hannah with Riyadh Spirit. Tom with Causeway. Darryl with Najd Al Wafi. I think that does look like Sylvester Susan on the 17. Sen 1. He's got his black gloves. I think it is him on board this horse in the red colours there for Jimmy Jerkins. Bred by the Yeoman's Town stud, this horse in Ireland. He's in. There's 15, dark green for Riyadh Spirit. House of Avis, number 5. I think we're almost set. Should over a lap this time for race number 9. A handicap sponsored by Nova. It's our 7 o'clock race here at Riyadh. 1 or 2 a bit restless. 2,400 metres, and they're off and racing. A messy start towards the inside there. Wink of an eye got the worst of the draw and the worst of the break, and is the early bat marker as they race through the first 200 metres or so. Up there towards the outside, that is Sen 1. The red colour is going to come across and take over here. So the leader is Sen 1, who's going to bowl along in front by about 4 lengths to, in second place, Causeway. He's got a nice sit there in the dark cap, white jacket. Racing in third, House of Aviz in the orange colours. Also in orange and the blue cap is Freshwater Cliffs towards the outside, with more towards the inside of the track then. We have Ajyard in the stripes, the jockey with the blue cap there, that's Ajyard. Looking towards the back of the field, Wink of an Eye and also Nazrawi towards the rear at this stage. They make the turn for a complete circuit of the dirt here at Riyadh. And up front, the leader is Sen 1 out in front. Sylvester controlling the speed here, leads by a length and a half. To his outside in second position, that's Freshwater Cliffs, the orange and purple colours. Racing in third is Causeway then, and then towards the inside in fourth is Ajyad as they make the turn. This leader, though, has got a nice break, Sen 1, into a nice rhythm as well in front. Looking for House of Aviz in about 5th place, and towards that one's outside then is Alpha Care in the green cap, the white stable colours, as they make the run down the back. Wink of an Eye is still the bat marker. The leader is still Sen 1, has controlled the speed in front here and leads by a handy 3 lengths to Freshwater Cliffs in second place. House of Aviz is racing in third under Eddie Castro, just starts to get a push along that runner. Then comes Ajyard back on the inside in the stripes. That one's about to be passed by Causeway, who's now in 4th place. Making the run then towards the end of the back straight. Still Sen 1 has controlled the tempo and leads by a handy length. To in second place, Freshwater Cliffs, who's giving chase. Causeway now asks for more on the inside. House of Aviz is still in there pitching. And then the green cap of Alpha Care and Camillo Espina. And they're ahead of the others. Trying to run on his Star Ahoy in green colours, but it's still Sen 1. He's still got something left in front here on Sen 1. Number 17 leads the back towards the turn. 400 metres to go then. Sen 1 still leading Freshwater Cliffs here by about half a length. Third place for Causeway now starts to get a bit closer into fourth place, running off the back of the field. Carabino starts to stay on, and also that's Bismillah Alay who's running on the blue and yellow. And now Senwan has gone. Here's Causeway on the outside to come and tackle the new leader, who's Freshwater Cliffs with 200 to go. Freshwater Cliffs, but here's Causeway, a big runner now with the noseband on the outside, and it's Causeway now, Alex Moreno, who's picked it up late on and starts to stride on. It's Causeway opening up the lead. Freshwater Cliffs back in second place. Bismillah Alay is third. It's Causeway who wins for Alex Moreno. Number 10, Causeway is first. Second, Freshwater Cliffs. Third will be Bismillah Alay, and they're clear of the others. Good shout by Tom Collins. That goes in. Causeway, round 9-2 on the international market. This horse has won. Always in a good position. And he lands race number 9. It is Causeway who wins it. Second, Freshwater Cliffs, number 14. Ran well for a long way. No match for the winner. And this horse just kept on finding in the final 200 metres here. Little celebration there. Look at that as well from Alex Moreno, who gets his name on the score sheet for the day in our 9th race. Causeway, 2 minutes, 41.29 seconds the winner's time. 10, Causeway's the winner. Second, Freshwater Cliffs, number 14. Beaten by a good 2.5 there. Back in third, number 9, Bismillah Alay. And fourth, that will go to Emirates Knight. So it's 10, 14, 9, 18. Causeway, Freshwater Cliffs, Bismillah Alay is the 1, 2, 3.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له، وحاضرنا احتفائنا فيه. الشيء قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
Well, there is the winner. There is Causeway coming back. As Tom intimated, more than intimated beforehand, you were very, very sweet on the chance of Causeway, and he's made his way through the field, and he's attacked, and he's come good.
He has come good. Yeah, I'm buzzing now, Daryl.
Yes,
the day
so you should be.
has picked up. My first winner, but the most crucial winner as well. I've been mentioning him throughout the show, so I do hope a couple of people followed me in if you did look at the international market. If not, hope you were just cheering him home anyway. I know it may sound outlandish, but I do think this horse is capable of winning an open race. And this is only an 0-80 handicap. But he's such a young horse. He's only a 3-year-old. This is just his 7th outing. His first attempt at 2400. He quite clearly relishes it. He wants this trip and probably more, but this is the max trip here. He represents Leading Connections. I wouldn't be surprised if he went up to a mark of maybe 85, given £7 for this victory. And from there, he could continue to progress. And in time, he may be a 90, 100 rated horse, one for the open races. If Hannah can get an interview with Alex, maybe, or one of the connections, maybe we can find out what the future plans are for this horse. But I do have a soft spot for him, Daryl, and I'm glad he got the job done today. And we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the American link as well, of course. Yes. You know, horse trained by Chad Brown, you know, monster trainer, huge trainer in the States. So this is great in trying to just continue to progress that relationship between those two jurisdictions. Well, exactly. We have lots of US stallions that not only stand here, but are represented by horses that have been purchased in the US. There's a good US influence, obviously, due to the dirt nature of racing here in Saudi Arabia. And picking up Chad Brown horses is interesting. Obviously, Chad is one of the leading trainers worldwide. You know, when you can pick up a Chad Brown trainee, it's always worth doing. Talking about that, there is a Chad Brown trainee running tomorrow as well.
Is there? Okay.
Supposedly. He's a reserve. But if he gets in, he's interesting. He used to be owned by Coolmore as well. So
okay.
More of that if you tune in tomorrow.
Well, exactly. Don't give away all the... well, everyone can look through and try and work out which horse it is. But right, we're going to get some reaction, hopefully, now with Hannah.
Yeah, well, we're going to wait for Alex Moreno to weigh in as he pops down his nice hat. He popped down, hat down. We're going to wait for that weight to come in and get the all clear. Off he pops. Time to grab him now. That's a special well done to Tom there with Causeway. Alex, hello, great to meet you, congratulations. What a win that was.
Thank you, it was my pleasure. Thank you very much. You know, he's a good horse. Last time he finished third, I think, 1,800.
Let me see, he came fourth last time, I believe.
Oh, okay, he finished fourth. He was, I think, short distance. And today, you know, he was, I think, the favorite. He did well.
Yeah. So this horse used to be in the US, trained by Chad Brown. Was this the first time you've ridden this horse?
Yeah, it's my first time. And I believe this horse, he can stay in the long distance. He can improve more.
Yeah. Where's next for this horse, do you reckon?
Well, for me, I think on the big cups, you know. Yeah, but I don't know. It depends on the prince and the trainer too. So we will see him.
Well, you were a popular choice in our studio with Tom Collins. He picked you on Causeway, so congratulations on that run. It was finally great to meet you.
It was my pleasure, and thank you, Tom. You know, you get a good jockey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
What a legend. Legend of the game, Alex
Absolutely, yeah. And it was a sort of long, drawn-out process, I guess, to get on top, wasn't he? He was working his way through.
Yeah, but you always knew with this horse he was going to continue to find. That was the good thing. And there was a moment, and we'll pick it up when we see the full replay from start to finish. There was a moment where he lost his place down the back straight. Freshwater Cliffs, who he eventually wears down into second, passes him. And actually one other does as well. I can't remember which one. Maybe House of Aviz passes him. And Alexis just asks him for a little nudge. He's like, have I got anything there? And Causeway picks up. You'll be able to see it from like the side footage. He picks up, finds half a length immediately. And I think at that point, Alex knew that he had enough to get close. Whether that was enough to win, he was going to find out. Causeway relishes this trip. We can see the award now for this handicap. And big prize as well for a handicap. 60,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner.
Yes.
This is just a starting point for this horse. I know it's a big day for him, breaking the duck today, and for Connections obviously finding a spot for him to win. But as Alex said in the interview, cup races could be coming up soon. It wouldn't surprise me if he was more than capable of winning them or going close.
Yeah, we can have a look at the start again. Causeway obviously is drawn in the middle in stall, number 11. So we're looking for the early pace, aren't we? And it was Senwan, I think, who would go on fairly quickly and take up the advantage, the 17.
Yeah, well, we talked about this gelding beforehand and said it was his first try over this trip. I think his previous effort came over 1800. That's off memory. I may be wrong, but it was a lot shorter than this distance. And this was his first try at anything like 2,400 metres. You can tell he's got a lot of tactical speed, probably too much for this level, too much for this distance. He probably wants to drop back maybe to 2,000, and I'm sure Jimmy will have a word and, orchestrate something to do with that with Prince Faisal. But he was keen from the outset, set a relatively fast gallop. But Causeway was always in a good spot, just in behind the leaders in the white silks, one off the rail, now about to be demoted into fifth. And he's about to lose his place in the race and come to the point where I was talking about, where Alex just asked him for a little bit to see if there's anything there.
Yeah, just squeezing up sort of in behind horses. That's the second, isn't it? Freshwater Cliffs has moved up into second at this stage as well, and Causeway there on the rail in a handy enough position, but we're just waiting to see what there is to be offered.
Well, yeah, look, he drops back 2 lengths behind Freshwater
Fifth now,
Cliffs.
yeah.
He's in fifth. And Alex is probably thinking, well, this is not what I've signed up for. He obviously knew he was favourite. Alex said to Hannah in the interview he was favourite today. But here, he just nudges a little bit. This is where we went to side on in the live images. And he picks up a length, picks up an extra half length going into the turn. And Alexis is able to get towards the rail. From there, he knows he's got a horse. It's just how well in front is Freshwater Cliffs going, in second place right now. And is Sylvester de Souza, we think, able to carry on Senwan? The answer to the latter was no. Freshwater Cliffs was going well enough, but not to hold off the late surge from Causeway.
Yeah, now it becomes apparent that those on Causeway have certainly got themselves a live chance here, just getting after the front two, beginning to eat into that advantage. I mean, they're well drawn out, strung out in behind, as we can see, and Senwan about to give way. Freshwater Cliffs will hit the front, and it did take a little while, didn't it? I think even inside the closing distance, it just took a while before you could be absolutely sure that he was going to get on top.
Yeah, I was cheering him in the studio. I was hoping he was going to get there. At this point, it makes him obvious that he is going to get there because he gets alongside. And once he does get alongside, he really does power to the line. It's not like he's just worn down a tired rival. He hits the line relatively strongly considering the trip. And as I say, there's a lot of upside. That runner up there, Freshwater Cliffs, previously trained over in the UK by Rafe Beckett, had previous form over the distance and is a stout stayer. So the fact that Causeway outstayed him bodes well for the future.
It certainly does, and I think also the fact that the jockey was talking about those exploits in Cup Company next time. Right, another good handicap coming up next, and this race sponsored by Jcsa.
Yes, race 10 is a handicap sponsored by Jcsa. Many thanks to our sponsors, Jcsa here. Here are the runners of the riders. Number 1 is Ayan Al Riyadh for Abdullah Al-Orfi. 2, Besht Al Hakem, Abdullah Al Khamis. 3, Bint Awake, the jockey change, narrated by Sylvester de Souza, the former champion in Great Britain. Number 4, Taradim Alayez, Alex Moreno looking for a double. 5, Al Haf Al Hamar, Abdullah Al Saidi. 6, Macho Boy for Talik Al Mansur. 7 is Mostem Sek for Camillo Ospina. Number 8 is now ridden by Rakan Alabay, that's Minbaria. Number 9 is Ala Al-Badi for Victor Gutierrez. 10, Al Rahawi, Fahad Al Faradi. 11, Raf Ya'alain for Adel Al Faradi. 12, Aishq Baladi, now ridden by Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 13 is Simon Hamza Saad. 14, Taif Al Janub, Asil Al Sahani. 15, Anzai for Rayan Al Toesh. 16, Khalad Alayez, Ayad Al Tarisi. 17, Abu Nada, Eddie Castro. Scratch 18, Take Out, Amir Al Maidan. So 19, Karibo, Muhammad Al Yami. And 20 is a runner, Tarthar, now ridden by Ali Al Mamoni. 21 doesn't go. So take out 18, take out 21. Let's go and join Hannah ahead of race number 10.
Right, horse number 1, Ain Al Riyadh. Nice looking horse. Can you see its tail's pinned down? So I'm not particularly a fan of that. I would like it to carry itself a bit more. Nice muscle on the hind end. Those fitness lines are there. They're not so prominent on the top half, but you can see the fibres, which is what I like to see. Quite narrow on the front end. Horse number 3, past this grey horse. Very, very shiny now. Foaming at the mouth, been chewing on that bit the whole way round. Got the cheek pieces on and the noseband. Hind end looks nice. It's actually walking quite well, tracking up nicely. We've got some muscle on the top there, on the neck. Could do with a bit more muscle, I think, on that shoulder. I can't, the handler's in the way there. But yeah, you see it's quite girthy as well, quite deep. So plenty of room for that heart. So would be handy for this trip. Horse number 5 now, Al Haf Al Hamar. 14 runs and 1 win. See, this is where I want to take the saddle off and be like, I just need to have a quick look. Obviously can't do that, but still, it'd be nice to have a look underneath. I think you could do with some muscle on top. It is tight on the hind end. It's not walking as fluidly as I'd like to see. It's got quite a bit of muscle on top of its neck, though. I'd like to see it in a piece of work, actually, to see how it moves. I can see it's quite narrow on the front end, too. But yes, that is horse number 5. We're going to move on now. Horse number 7, big gap in the parade ring here. In my opinion, these horses could do with walking forward a bit more because they are all bunched up, and this is when they're not walking correctly and I can't see properly. So number 7, Most Mesk. Camilo Ospina rides in this. This is a premium tap, by premium tap. Won at this trip in Taif earlier this summer. Big rangy horse. You can see that muscle on that neck as well. Good shoulder as well, and the coat is looking very magnificent. Leggy type, should be able to cover the ground well. Dropping back now. Right, horse number 10, Al Rahawi, Adel Al Faradi rides this horse. Consistent horse that broke maiden last time out. Looking raring to go. Can see the whites of his eyes, so he's thinking, what am I going to do next? He just tapped his hind end on the gate there and looked, so he's almost looking as if he could potentially have a mess around, but the handlers have got a good hold on him. His coat is looking great. His muscles on his hind end are well. He's walking okay. He's tracking up nicely. Lots of muscle on that top line as well. Not such a girthy horse, and he's not got the greatest muscle on the chest nevertheless, but that's okay. Over to you guys. I'll let you know if anything else goes on in the parade ring.
Yeah, so we move on to the next race. Another big field of handicappers, another wide open race. I think last time I checked, the 11 Rafaf Yalam was the 130 favourites, but that is subject to change. That was the 11 they're just going through. Where do we start here, Tom? 0 to 75 handicappers.
Look, it's a tricky race. Adel Al-Faradi's mount's obviously been put in as favourite, as you say, Rafrafa Ya'lan. Had the 3 outings, won last time. So not only have you got the Adel Al-Faradi factor, not only have you got the red stable, but you've also got recent winning form. So I understand why the horse is favourite, but I didn't have Rafraf Ya'lan in my top 4. I wouldn't be surprised if he did win. He ran away from a fair field last time.
Just a maiden, though, was it? But
it was a maiden,
lightly
exactly.
raced.
It was a maiden, so I feel maiden up to a handicap or maiden up to a conditions race, maiden up to anything is the biggest jump you can really make in racing. Especially here, there are lots of maidens, there are lots of horses that have had 25 runs and not one. So you are beating up horses that have been beaten up previously, if that makes sense. Maybe he'll win. I don't want any part of 130 favouritism on it.
Okay, I understand that entirely. Okay, so there's one that we're not so sure about in terms of the price. So
what about the owner, mate? Let's move on to the owner, mate. Bint to wait, because this is Sylvester de Sousa confirmed. We do think it was him in the last race, but this is definitely Sylvester. Jockey change. 8 to 1 in the international market. I thought that was very fair.
I like him. I'm going to make him my. Her my selection. She's won 3 from 7. She won a handicap at Taif last time. That was over the 2,000. I don't think she's been harshly treated. She's £5 higher for that run, but she obviously knows how to get her head in front. Now, all these thoughts were gathered before we knew about the rider change, and now I think that's probably worth a point or so. So, yeah, if there's 8 to 1 out there, maybe there won't be 8 to 1 out there for too long.
Yeah, she's got lots of stamina. She's prolific, as you say. Sylvester's a great jockey. The draw is going to be absolutely fine. She enjoyed a white trip last time, which probably was a downfall, why she was disappointing. But yeah, I'd be surprised if she wasn't there or thereabouts in the finish. And she was actually second on my shortlist, so I'm not against your pick at all.
I mean, there was no way he was getting on the favourite, I guess, with Adele.
I think
Butcher.
Yeah, it's definitely a case of Adele's got the ride, so we're not talking Adele off.
Absolutely, yeah. But gives the red stable a very, very solid second string. So, who are you shortlisting in terms of the, well, I think you've told me it's your second choice, but
yes,
who will be on top?
I found this very difficult.
Okay.
It is a handicap. These handicaps are tough. I ended up siding with a horse who I believe is 20 to 1 in the international market. I have to caveat this by saying I'm not overly confident with the selection, but was the horse I came down on. Horse number 1, Ain Al Riyadh. The Mount of Abdullah Al Alfi, draws well into stall 4. As I say, big price in the market, and is at the top of the handicap with a rating of 75. Decisive 1800 metre maiden winner. That came way back in January. Then took 3rd behind a 95 rated rival called Al Kawakabi in an award contest. That was a clear career best. Subsequently had 3 starts, all duck eggs, all this term. However, this is a big drop down in class. We already know that this colt is capable of performing well against better opposition. So if he can re-find what we saw last year, then maybe he can play a role. My negative here is the fact that firstly, he's shown nothing this campaign. Secondly, he did all of his best work as a 2-year-old, and you never know if a horse improves from 2 to 3. You can have plenty flatten out. So there is a caveat behind this selection, but Ain Al Riyadh, horse number 1, will be my number 1 pick.
It's only had that one run back, wasn't it, in October, mid-division in a non-winners of 2 if you want. So, yeah, probably you could give him another chance, I guess, before we can query that more as to whether he has progressed from juvenile to 3-year-old. But interesting, yeah. I mean, I love the fact that you say behind a horse is rated in the 90s, and we're 95. Talking about 75 here. So
exactly, he's already proven that he's more than capable. I'm glad you corrected me there about what he's done this year. These race cards are putting me off. There are 3 duck eggs. He's actually only got 2 duck eggs, 2 zeros. Since running 3rd behind Al Kawakabi.
Yeah, the numbers can confuse.
And as you say, that comeback run just once this year was a little bit disappointing. But hopefully he can bounce back, get back to his best form last year. If he can, then he's more than capable. And 20 to 1 is a bit of an insult for me.
A little change in the market other than the top horse, Ain Al Riyadh, who is now into 10 to 1 from 20s.
Halved in price. Okay.
Very quickly.
Yeah, that's fair. As I say, it's not the same confidence as I had behind Causeway in the last race, but it was overpriced in this one.
Right, making their way down, there is Sylvester de Sousa then, who, if you're just joining us, we knew he was coming obviously for the weekend. We were rather taken aback when he rode a winner earlier on.
Yeah, without our knowledge, and we believe rode in the last race as well. So he's getting his experience in today. He said he hadn't been here for 3 years prior to coming back today.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's getting a few rides in for the Red Stable, who he's going to be riding for in the big races tomorrow. So it's unsurprising that they're chucking him on last minute, and it's great for us. Sylvester de Sousa's a good name to watch on the track and see how it gets on.
Well, I think it's fantastic for all our viewers, but particularly maybe those tuning in from the UK, because obviously they will know all about his qualities. I think it was 3 times championship. I'm pretty sure that's the case, and you know, very very much a recognised rider. He's obviously had issues with racing in other jurisdictions, but listen, it's great to have him here, and yeah, let's hope we see plenty more of him, plenty more success over the coming days and so.
I wouldn't be surprised if he rode a big race winner tomorrow. I have to admit. We haven't studied the racing just yet. Well, I haven't anyway.
No.
Not the end of the card. And
I think he's got 4 rides tomorrow, hasn't he? Including obviously one for Roger Varian.
Yes, that's an interesting horse actually. Yeah, we'll talk about him a lot more tomorrow. But he's an interesting horse. First up for Roger. But obviously the main talking point is he rides My Frankel, who everyone will be keeping a close eye on, I imagine, in one of the features.
Yeah, I think that's the very last race tomorrow, so you've got to be very patient. But patience might be a good virtue as regards that. Right, heading on down, I'm just wondering if there's anything. What do you make of the 7?
Mostem Sec.
That's the one.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina's ride, draws inside. I've got written down here, capable at his best, but inconsistent in his short career so far. And you can kind of see that by the form figures. I've also got written, you cannot discount a runner from this team. So, I mean, it's all pretty obvious stuff.
I'd kind of, you know, I'd want to keep her on side because, again, she's lightly raced. She's won 2 from 6. I think she dropped a pound on the last run. So there's quite a few here that have had chances, and they've...
Problem with these white stable horses, though, they're always too short because they're white stable horses, you know. Well, which is a positive towards the owner. It's saying, we know you're very good, but it's a negative for anyone looking in the international market because you're not getting good value there.
I guess that applies all over the
does.
world, doesn't it?
It does. Can I give a really, really quick mention to 2 outsiders? Horse number 5, Al-Hama, 16-1, gets Abdullah Al-Saidi in the saddle. Draws terribly in 17, but won a nice handicap in Taif and could be open to a place if he takes to this track. And one other is horse number 10, Al-Rahawi, 10-1 in the international market. Fahad Al-Faradi on board. Was a gutsy maiden winner over this course and distance last time, and could be one to that and go close here. So there are a couple of others on my shortlist, but I will stick with the one, A&L Riyadh. That 20-1 that was originally there was too big.
Yeah, I'm with you with 10. I can see 10 running well. That was definitely on my sort of, well, I think it will be my second pick behind the horse I'm going for, which is Bint Tawak, number 3 on the card. So 3 for me. Tom's with the 1, and Hannah will tell you which horse she likes.
Well, I was stuck between, after looking in the paddock, horse 7, Mostem, number 10, Al-Rahawi, and one that wasn't on my list, horse number 19, Karibo. So the one I'm going with, drum roll please, is number 19, Karibo. And the reason this is because this wasn't in my selection on my piece of paper, but I saw this horse come into the parade ring, very leggy type, got the blinkers on. I think it actually has stars on its blinkers. Would they take that off? And it was coming round. It's very elegant. And I kept an eye on it, but then I was looking at my notes and I was thinking, well, hang on paper, let me just check these out again. So then I drew it to 2, number 7, Mostem. Camilo Ospina takes the ride on that one. So I was stuck between this one and the 19 horse, but I am going with 19 Karibo. So I watched this horse go out onto the track, right? It was hesitant to go at first. The most beautiful canter. Okay, now I know we're not looking for horses that canter round the track, but the jockey held onto it really well. So I think because this is a longer distance race, if all the others are going keenly, and sometimes if they all start to lose their brains, you've got to have a hold on to them. And I think this jockey will be able to control the horse well and actually keep it going. Now, I know it hasn't had a win yet, but this could be the day. But remember, I am going on this via the parade ring, and I really liked this horse. So you guys will be able to tell me what it is at the moment in the international market. But my selection for this race is number 19, Karibo. 20-1, I've just been told. I mean, in each way shot there on the international market. You can't go amiss, really, can you? Over to you, Enzo.
Thank you, Hannah. We've already had one big price winner today, so we'll keep an eye on Karibo here, number 19, comes out of stall 13 in this spot. The runners are down there at the start for this Our 10th race here. This handicap sponsored by Kinza, due off at 7:25. Which is a little bit past post time here, but they are beginning to get the runners towards the start. And just keep an eye on that international market as well. As we were hearing, money for A&L Riyadh, 10-1 from 20s. Favourite is still Raf Yalem. For Adel Al-Fredi. White cap, by the way, for number 11. The red cap, you may have seen Sylvester D'Souza wearing that on Bint to Wake. There's been money for the D'Souza mount as well. Bint to Wake. It's come into 6-1 from 8-1. So the runners are going forward here. Of course, he's got a big following, isn't he, worldwide? As Darryl was spot on, 3 times champion jockey in the UK, 2015, 2017, 2018. Sylvester was the leading rider. Brilliant career so far. Of course, classic winning rider, wasn't he? Earlier this year at Newmarket in the 1,000 guineas. Right, they're loading up here. Still about 5 to go in. Number 2, Besht Alakem is just backing away. Got the hood on this one, the grey. Aish Baladi still to come forward too. There's Camillo Ospina. Be anxious to get on the score sheet, Camillo. Good draw here though, isn't he? Right towards the inside on Ostam Sek, number 7. 12's without the rider now. Aish Baladi. Just see what's going to happen with this one. Instruction is to low without the rider for Aish Baladi. So he's now in. It was set. Runners are in. Starter puts the flag up, and they're off. Starter caught them with a pretty good line. The one exception was Tafa, who was slow to stride, and also Alaf Alamar as well, not the quickest into stride by any manner of means. One that broke really well towards the outsiders. Anze is up there early on, and also handy as well is number 6, Macho Boy, who's in the beige colours. Handy too is Mostam Sek towards the inside, the green cap, as they go through the first 400 metres or so, and Karibo, black and blue colours it is, as overall command here. So Karibo's going to lead them to Mostam Sek in second place, and the beige colours towards the outside. Macho Boy is racing in a share of 3rd place. Also there is Simon in the light blue. Not far away either is Taranim Alayez, and then behind those we have Al Rahawi and also A&L Riyadh, who's just a bit worse than mid-pack. Red and black colours. They make the run then well down the far side. Looking for Sylvester D'Souza back in about 10th or 11th on the inside on Bint to Wake. He's just nudging that one along there. Horse of the cheek pieces. But up front, the green cap of Camillo Ospina and Mostam Sek has come forward now to just brush the front. Macho Boy is wide. The beige with the black sleeves in second. Back in third now is Karibo on the inside, about to be passed by Simon. Then the white cap trying to get a bit closer. That's Raf Yalem. That's the favourite towards the outside, and also out wider of those is Aish Baladi as they make the run back towards the home straight. But the leader is travelling well. That leader is Mostam Sek by a length. So Macho Boy has always been on the premises in second place, looking for any closers from off the pace. Trying to get into it now towards the outside of Simon. That is Raf Yalem, who's under pressure, the white cap. This leader, though, is going so well as they make the home turn. The leader is Mostam Sek, who's got away now, 6 or 7 lengths ahead. And Mostam Sek, Camillo Ospina has said, catch me if you can. The lead's growing. Al Rahawi's the horse who's going off in chase. Now down the outside, here comes Khaled Alayez, who is running on, but surely too much to do to catch this leader, who's got 200 metres to go. And it's Mostam Sek who's got a clear lead here, always travelling well on the sharp end. He's going to make just about all the running here for the white stable. Camillo Ospina will get his winner. It's Mostam Sek, who's far too good. Wins by a space, Mostam Sek. So in second place, Khalid Alayez. And third in the end will go to Al Rahawi. And they were clear of the others. 7, Mostam Sek. Camillo Ospina. We knew he wouldn't go all the way through the car without a winner. And he wins race 10 on this horse who travelled supremely well. Stamped his authority on this race from the crown of the home turn. But he went clear, stuck to the rails all the way round. And he's absolutely bolted up here. It's a really good performance from this horse. Son of Premium Tap. Getting a 3rd win here in the Kingdom. 2 minutes 11.13 seconds the winner's time. 7 the big margin winner here. One of the most impressive performances of the day, arguably, from Mostam Sek. He's won this by a wide margin, 8.5 lengths. Second, number 16, it was Khaled Alayez. Third was number 10, Al Rahawi. See him behind those in 4th. That was the market leader, 11, Yelem, who was only fourth best. So 7, 16, 10, 11, 2 minutes 11.13. Mostovsek for Ospina, the winner.
I posed the question, Tom, didn't I? A couple of races ago, we'd gone this far in the afternoon without a winner for Moreno or Ospina or Adel Fardi, and now we've got two of those riders with their winners, and it might be a third actually, because Adel is on board, Al-Faradi is on board the favourite in the next, but we're not jumping ahead of ourselves because this is a very good run, isn't it? And a horse who remained lightly raced against perhaps more exposed rivals, and having run over the 1600 last time, stepped up to the 2000 here.
Yeah, she seemed to improve for the extra distance. Camilo was aggressive in the saddle, and that's been the way forward for this filly. 8 1/4 length winning margin in the end, in a pretty fast time as well for the class of race it was. She's open to a lot of improvement, and there's no doubt that she's the best looking filly in the race as a physical, in my opinion. Hopefully she can progress and provide White Stable with another nice horse. Camilo will be happy to get another winner on the board. He had one yesterday, I think.
Yeah, I think it was one, wasn't it?
Yeah, adding another today. Obviously tomorrow's the big day in terms of prices this week, but there are still 2 races later on where Camilo will be hoping to add to his tally.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because you know, we're thinking about multiple winners for these jockeys all the time, and I think we were going through the figures yesterday from last week, often 2s and 2s and 2s. But do you think all the jockeys in the back of their mind have got so much focus on Saturday?
Yeah, I'd say so. The whole week revolves around these 2 big races, the Group 1 and the listed race, both for the same amount, 1 million Saudi Riyal. And, you know, they're all thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I'm just here. I'm not even riding in the race. So,
of course, if you've got a mount.
You wouldn't want me to have a mount. I wouldn't be very good. But every race counts over here. We only race 3 days a week. So, well, here in Riyadh we do. So, yeah, these jockeys will still be looking to get these undercard victories, and Camilo will have a bit of pressure taken off now.
Yeah, if there was ever any pressure there, I guess, to start with. But Mostovsek then takes the 10th race, and you talk about the million races tomorrow. We've only got to wait a few moments because the last 2 races today are also worth a 7-figure sum. But let's go back to Hannah.
Oh, I like this horse in the parade ring. Why didn't I select it? But look, nothing away from the winner. Absolutely amazing. Romped up completely. Let's have a chat now with Camila Ospina, because that was a fantastic ride. Camila, what a ride!
Oh, thank you very much. Always thank you to the Print Meetup bin Abdullah, our manager Talal bin Shara, and Abdulaziz Mushawa, the trainer. And he's nice filly. You know, she ran the last time mile. I think it's short distance for her because she has one pace, but a strong pace. Today I was thinking in 2000 she's much better for her, and she put very quickly. You know, she after 800 meters she wants to go. I just leave and she continued the same pace, strong pace until wire turns gone.
Do you think she can go further?
Yeah. I think the Phillies is 9 furlong, 2000 is very good distance for her.
Well, this is a horse that I picked out in the parade ring. I thought she looked amazing. Did she feel good going to post?
Yeah. No, I was working in the morning, and she's doing very good. And today, thanks God, she ran and she won.
What's next, do you think, for this filly?
I don't know. Maybe in the Carnival day, she has one race, 9 furlong for special for this field, you know, local bred. Anyway, you know, this is the decision of the Print Meetup, and we'll see.
Well, you've got a couple of good chances for the rest of the card. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah, we'll see. It's tough races, you know, always the tough races, but I ride in one filly and one horse very good. I hope it run well.
Okay, well, we're very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
Yeah, one winner, and it potentially could be 3, but let's reflect on this performance here and getting the feedback there that you know, a little bit further would not be, well, certainly would not be an issue going forward.
No, absolutely. She galloped all the way to the line and past it. Lovely looking type with a great stride, and yeah, she's quite clearly the physical specimen. There's no wonder that Hannah liked her in the paddock. I'm surprised she didn't pick her as well, just purely based on how she looks. I mean, look at her, she looks like a machine.
Oh, I mean, you can see that on the television screen,
exactly,
can't you? So.
Exactly, and Camila will be happy, as we say, to get that winner on the board. She breaks really well in this contest. She was drawn in stall 1, which isn't always the best spot, but when you're on a horse that's forward going, it can prove to be lucrative. You know, you don't have to move across and waste ground. Camila doesn't rush up at this stage. There are 2 horses in front of him.
Including the one that Hannah selected, of course, and
yes.
Karibo had a price for a while, was in charge.
Ran a nice race. And Camila just kind of lets her run in the early part of the race, Mostemsek, and tries to let her find her spot. At this point, there's an opening towards the inside, and Camila just kind of sits pretty as they get to the intersection. Don't want the horse diving in to the left. The rail comes back into play. Camila tips one place off it, and from here, she always just finds herself in a nice position. Once asked for any kind of effort, she kicks clear.
Yeah, the 2 horses in the red stable cars, the white cap was the more fancied Rafraf Elam, who was fairly handy, but Sylvester was struggling out the back, wasn't he? He's only got 2 or 3 behind at the rear there.
Yeah, not the ideal ride for Sylvester, I have to admit. And the favourite Rafraf Elam ran okay. You know, we talked about the price being short enough, and it definitely was. I don't like either of those 2 red stable horses moving forward in this company. I potentially would like to see Bint to Wake run in a conditions event, if possible, non-winners of 4. And Rafraf Elam, I don't really know where you go. I suppose you have to keep to handicaps, maybe go down a grade, 0 to 70, and maybe that horse will get off the mark again.
Yeah, possibly so. Got the maiden win, but still lightly raced, admittedly. But this was all looking good for those on the white stable charge here, leading him off the turn, and
it was game over already.
It was. I was going to say you could have brought the winning line forward. Really, there's no point in carrying on.
And Enzo did a great job in the call as well. He basically said Camilo's gone beyond recall here with Mostemsek.
Yeah,
the race is over, and he was right. I mean, no horse was closing out anything like with enough verve to beat this horse. And yeah, I imagine the white stable are very happy that she's won again. It was a big step back in the right direction after a couple of defeats. And she'll go on to bigger and better things, whether that's still in handicap company or open races, I'm not sure. But Camilo did say that distance is her friend, and maybe they'll go up in trip to 2400 if possible.
Yeah, that's a good expression, isn't it? So, look, we've talked about tomorrow, but we are far from done for today, Tom, because we've got 2 races now worth $1 million Saudi Real, and we're going to find out the runners and riders for the first of those back with Enzo.
Thank you, Darren. Yeah, race 11. This is our 750, the Princess Satat Bint Fahad Al Dama Cup. And number 1 is Ablik. They are going here 1,600 metres, by the way, this mile race for 2-year-olds on the dirt. So Ablik for Mohammed Al Hubayl. Number 2 is Adhef for Thab Al Timyat. 3, Daktora Salwa, Fahad Al Faraydi, ran a 10-to-1 chance. 4, Dubamin, Mohammed Al Yami. 5, Falat Kea for Adel Al Faraydi, that's the favourite. 6 is Gaymat Al Arad for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Scratch 7. Take out 7 horses. 8 is Jawahar Al-Kafij for Hamza Saad. 9, Kawafil Ayad Al-Tarisi. 10, Messamaya Tariq Al-Mansur. 11 is Mitalea for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 12, the second favourite, that's Mota Thabita for Camille Ospina, looking for a double. 13, Mota Walia Abdullah Al-Kradis. 14 is Mota Wathiba for Rayan Al-Toesh. Just watch your horses there, 12 and 14, similar names. 15, Nayara Eddie Castro. Scratch 16, scratch 17. 18 is Sahabat Dean for Abdullah Al-Ordib. 19, Shakra Al-Hawiya for Nayef Al-Anazi. 20 is Thra Najd for Alex Moreno. 21, Tessale for Abdullah Al-Saidi. And 22 is a runner, Zur Saleh, Mohammed Al-Daham. We have 19 runners for our next. Scratch 23, 24. Take out 16, 17 and 7. Big field of runners here. The top 2 in the market are going to be number 12, certainly, and also number 5.
I think last time we checked, the 2 white stable horses were, in terms of prices, Falat Kea, the 5 at 7 to 4, and Motatha Betar, I made it a second go on that one, second in at 9 to 4. Have you got those 2 ranked towards the top end or at the top end?
Yes, first and second, unsurprisingly. Yeah. Again, we need to reiterate this. It does sound so obvious and like we're not really doing a job that someone else could do, but we do this kind of ranking order without prices. They are the 2 standouts in the race, and therefore it's obvious why they're at the top of the market and obvious why we've put them first and second. I actually prefer Falak Care to Camilo's Ride, which is Montatath Betar, horse number 12, not to be confused with horse number 14, similar name. Falak Care wasn't owned by the White Stable at the start of the year,
okay,
which is the most interesting point here, because the White Stable don't purchase horses from other owners. Let's see the horse in action. She was very impressive in this piece of footage that we are about to see.
Yeah, beginning of November this was, wasn't it? And
It was.
yeah, really does the job fantastically well. So.
Yeah, so I was here with Rory for this race, and this was the first time I've actually seen her. I'd watched some footage of the previous efforts, but obviously just on the replay on the website. I loved how she powered through the race. I tipped her for this event. It's not after timing. She was an obvious favourite in the contest, and she was overwhelmingly the horse to beat. But I loved how she hit the line. She draws clear all the way to the finish. As I say, the White Stable bought her from her previous owners midway through this season after her third place finish on a penultimate outing. And I'll come back to her in a second, but I think she's open to loads more improvement if she can get across from 18.
Yeah, here we're looking at Motatha Betar, who is winning back in September. This was at Taif and found plenty on this occasion.
Yeah, she was placed on her first two outings and didn't really look like a future star, but on this occasion you can see the step up in distance really helped her, and she hit the line powerfully. I loved how she finished this race off well. She was a proper trier, and
I was going to say the third horse there was Falak Kahir as well.
Yes.
So
different venue though.
Different venue.
And Falak Kahir has subsequently come here and won.
Yeah,
and that's a step forward. So they're well matched, and I understand why they're close in the market. I prefer Falak Kahir. I think she has more upside. But both are drawn wide. It's not going to be easy for either rider in here. They are the leading pilots, though. You've got Adela Frady on Falak Kahir and Camilo on Motatha Betar. So I think one of them will win. I'll be with the 5. I'll give you time to say who.
Well, no, I'm going to be with the 5 as well.
Okay.
I think the 5 has got, for me, an obvious edge. Sort of been re-evaluated. Obviously, that doesn't matter here because it's not a handicap. But Marcus 79 has become 88. That, I mean, very hard for the handicap to do much else, given the manner of the victory, than the big jump up. Actually, Motatha Betar has also been sort of re-evaluated on going back on the TAFE run. Well, I think it's something like about 13 points has ended up to a mark of where are we now? 64? Maybe I've got. I need to double check. No, I'm sorry. Up to a mark of 84. Maybe in the low 70s. So those two are dominating the market. 7-1 bar at the moment brings in Cowerfield the 9, who again, I mean, the thing is with this race, understandably, we've got lots of lightly raced, potentially exciting horses racing for a big prize. And what we really need are the eyes on the ground, I think, and we've got those back with Hannah.
Missed the commotion in the ocean or in the paddock. I need to think of that one. So I just want to let you know, horse number 3, Daktora Salwa. He wouldn't even stand still, wouldn't go forward. This horse was kicking, bucking, so it was actually taken out of the parade ring. It wouldn't go forward again, kicked the sides of the rails, and now it's been jocked up and it's gone straight to post. It was not happy at all. We actually thought it was going to be withdrawn at one point. But let me tell you what's in the parade ring. If Coiled Spring was something to look at, I'd say this horse. This is Bleak. This horse has been jogging since the very start, so she was getting very tied up. But do you know what? I actually quite like. I'm looking forward to when they let her go because I think she will go well. So that's one that I actually quite look off, despite her jig jogging around. Number 4 that you'll see coming up. 2 from 2 looks a nice horse. Actually very calm. I wish you could see the rest of the parade ring because some of the horses were getting very het up. Number 5, Falak Kahir. 2-year-old filly. 2 from 4 this horse, and I know we're running out of time, so I really want to show you Metolea. Horse number 11. This is a horse that I've been looking forward to seeing. She's a very, very gorgeous horse. So let me just come up beside her. She has been jig jogging. Let me see if she's working up a sweat. No, not really, but let me tell you now, she's looking fit. So I'm hoping if she can bring her previous form, I'd like to see her back in action because she looks great, raring to go, not upset. You can see those muscles really engaging, so they're showing up very, very well. Number 12 as well, Motatha Betar, White Stable run. runner, another premium tap, by premium tap. So that's one to put in your notebooks, because as we've seen, the runner in the race prior to this was by premium tap. So always one to note down. Camilo Ospina takes the ride on this one. Oh, we have to move out the way. I wish you could see. It's all getting a bit het up. Now, these fillies, you know, they are young, so there's a lot happening here. I will see if I can find what horse that was. But basically, they're spooking at one another because now the horses are going down the track. So one spooked into the other. But yeah, I'll update you if anything else happens. But they are just wanting to get them gone now because they're hanging around. They're being, they want to get on with their job. So I'm going to hand it back to you guys and I'll let you know if we've got any more commotion in the parade ring.
Yeah, so runners making their way down. Thank you very much, Hannah, for the penultimate race of the day. 2-year-old fillies here for this locally bred contest. And we can't emphasise the significance of this race in terms of prize money, but therefore, I guess, status as well. And I'm just watching the market here. The favourite has just gone 13-8 now, Falak here, from 7-4. That seems to be the main move in the market, although there may be other activity, of course, in the coming minutes. I've got 11 scribbled down as one that was quite interesting. Mitalea, who again, like a lot of these, is very, very lightly raced. Third in an open last time. I thought that was a decent enough run over the 1400. I imagine that might be a slightly bigger price.
12-1.
5-1. Okay, not
12,
that much.
12
12-1. Okay, well that's a fair enough price, then I think.
Yes, interesting performer, strong traveller. Gets Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who hasn't had many rides today. Daughter of Matoli. We know a lot about Matoli, obviously in the US. Is she capable of winning? I think she might find the two white stable horses too strong, but she could easily grab a place, that's for sure.
Okay, yeah, one of those maybe vying for minor. Did you have your
Yes.
sort of array of possible outsiders?
I do. Third and fourth on my shortlist. Third on my shortlist was horse number 4, Dubbermean, who was 16-1 in the international market, as I get my notes. She is an unbeaten daughter of Commissioner, which is 2 ticks in the box, unbeaten and Commissioner. She has proven her capabilities of handling this track, which some of these haven't. She can also be wayward under pressure, which is the negative here. She can drift right and left under urging. Whether she's good enough, I'm not sure. She is stepping up in grade, but don't sleep on Dubbermean. She's unbeaten, and when a horse is unbeaten, you never really know where their ceiling is. My fourth selection, I believe, actually might be a non-runner, which was the 7.
Yeah, that's gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, so I didn't have a fourth pick. To be honest, I didn't love many of these aside from the 2 Jollies and Dubbermean each way. You kind of briefly started talking about Cowerfield before we went to Hannah.
Yes.
So shall I pick up?
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah.
She's 7-1 in the international market, or at least was. Horse number 9. She was an open winner going 1,200 metres here, and now she takes a huge step up and trip to the 1,600 metres. It feels like Connections know they've got a good one, and they've tried to find a spot for her, and they've just seen this one, and they've gone, well, we'll try her over the trip. It's unproven. Whether she stays is a big question mark or not. She has some form in the book that gives her a chance, but stamina would be a concern.
Yeah, listen, I think any trainer in this position, when you've got a race of this value, and you think you've got a horse who may be good enough, and he may be good enough, you would be prepared to give it a go, wouldn't you? Because
even if you finish 4th, it's 100,000 Saudi Riyadh.
Well, exactly. So,
which is way more than you get for a conditions race or an open. So why not?
These opportunities don't come along every day of the week. I think they have to be taken. Okay, we're going to finalise selections. I think we're both on the same, aren't we? On the 5.
Falak, yes. Hopefully makes a move around the home turn. Adele Alfredi sitting pretty, takes up the lead, wins.
Okay, so it is the market leader for us pair, Hannah.
Right then, there is the horse number 1 that's been on my mind, Oblique, the one that said that's like a coiled spring. So I've been drawn to the two horses now. So number 1, Oblique, and also number 12, Motathabeta, the white stable runner, a premium tap filly. So I think I am going to stick with including the form and also the rider, and hopefully it could be a double on the card for Camilo Ospina. And Connections, I'm going with number 12, Motathabeta. Let me say that again. Motathabeta over horse number 1, Oblique. I do actually think she might run a good race. You know, I know she was keen in the parade ring, but it was almost like you just wanted to see her let go. And we found as well, today that some of these horses that do look very keen, they just want to get on with the job. And of course, it's a cooler evening. I wouldn't say she's lost much energy. I have to say, though, just to note, I was pleased to see number 11, Mitolea, by Mitoli. I have obviously been watching that horse when I was in the United Kingdom, so it's actually great to see what she looked like in person. It would be really great to see her back to her form that she did have in Taif, so we'll see what happens. But to confirm my selection, chaps, number 12, Motta Thabeta for the White Stable, Camilo Ospina on board. Enzo, what are you going for in race number 11?
Well, the names are going to probably catch me out here. I've got to be careful, haven't we? Motta Thabeta, the one that Hannah mentioned, that she likes, number 12. We've also got Motta Wathiba, number 14, and 13, Motta Walia. So careful with my mottas here anyway. In terms of selection-wise, I thought that Falak Care was the one who probably will take the beating here, but the market's telling us that already, the international market. They are loading up these runners now. 13 to 8 now for Falak Care. Motta Thabeta 2 to 1, 7 to 1 Cowerfill, who's third best. That's the amount of Ayad Al Tarisi, comes out of stall 12. They're going in 19 runners, certainly not short of runners today, but pretty much maximum fields throughout. Scratch the 7, 16, 17. 21 and 22 get in here, almost set. They've loaded quickly. Ready, penultimate race. Race number 11. Over the mile. These 2-year-olds on the dirt, and they're off. Jumped away with the Princess Satat, Bint Fahad, Al Dama Cup. And they got off to a pretty good start this time. Most of them got off to a decent break. One of the early speed runners here is Zur Saleh, who's right up with the pace, horse number 22, as they sort themselves out. Also up towards the outside now, making ground, is Cowerfill, who wants to be handy as well. So Cowerfill is up there, and also towards the inside is Motta Wathiba, one of the fancied runners too, is fairly handy here. Falak Care is just off the pace at this stage towards the outside, but they sort themselves out, and up front Cowerfill, in the sort of cerise and black colours, has a narrow advantage. Ablik is there too, in the blue sleeve jacket. Towards the inside then is Motta Wathiba. That's against the rails with a white cap as they make the turn towards the home straight. The leader's going well, is Cowerfill, just bowling along in front at this stage, and leads up here to Ablik on the inside, the blue sleeve jacket. Racing in behind them then, in the yellow, is Mitolea, who's got every chance. And then towards the outside, the green cap of Falak Care's on the move, and moving nicely too for Adel Al Faradi. As they come around the turn, the red cap of Motta Thabeta is making ground as well. So quite a few chances here. The White Stable runners are queuing up to challenge Cowerfill, but Cowerfill still has the lead. But here on the outside, Motta Thabeta and Camilo Ospina is full of horse. It's Motta Thabeta who's picked it up now down the outside and is suddenly sprinting clear. Oh, he's gone right away in the final 250. Motta Thabeta, number 12, is out in front now by 7 lengths to Cowerfill in second. And Falak Care's got no answers here. This is a runaway winner. It's a rout. Motta Thabeta. How impressive is this? Double for Camilo Ospina. Motta Thabeta, much the best. Second place is tight, involving horse number 9, Cowerfill, who's getting a bit tired, and Falak Care. But this runaway, well, look at that. Ospina's back. He wins race 10. He wins race 11. He's still the king, Camilo. And well done to Hannah, tipped this one up as well, didn't she? Motta Thabeta it was, who was the better of the top two in the market, and wins easily. Ospina loved it. I think Hannah was screaming that one home as well. And it was close for second and third. Look at Ospina, he's loving it. Motta Thabeta, second favourite. Definitely the best horse in this race. That's won by an absolute mile again. Look how far clear this horse was. 1 minute 40.73. It was Cowerfill who was second, and Falak Care who was third. Looks like Mitolea got fourth in the yellow, but one horse race, 1 minute 40.73. 14 lengths. That's now our winning most margin of the day, isn't it? 14 lengths. We've gone up from the previous big margin winner earlier on. 12, 9, 5, 11 the numbers. 1 minute 40.73. Motta Thabeta, Cowerfill, Falak Care, Mitolea, the order home. Ospina at the double.
Well, that was impressive, wasn't it? And if you're going to win a big race, do it in style. We're going to have to get to grips with the pronunciation, I think, but it'll be a pronunciation worth practicing, Tom. Motta Tabeta is the winner for Camillo Ospina, and simply wow, really.
She's developed into a really good filly, hasn't she? Those first 2 runs in Taif, obviously she was running over too short a trip, but she looked a little bit raw, inexperienced, and I had questions actually whether she had any ability. She got rid of those questions last time in Taif when she won, but we never knew that she was this good. Today she absolutely exploded off the front. You can see Prince Mitab there with his horse, who's just won a huge prize. No wonder he's here, and the whole of the White Stable are on track. This is a big day for them, and yeah, 500,000 Saudi Riyal and a potential new star. What more could they ask for?
Yeah, this race, of course, recognised as the Princess Setar bint Fahad Al Dama Cup, and as you say, the winner's purse is $500,000 Riyal, and the jockey obviously walks away with 10%, which is probably why Camillo's got a bit of a smile on his face as well, and he's got a chance, you know, of winning the last 3 races. We'll get to the last one in a moment, but he really could. But for the moment, let's get back to Hannah for a little bit of reaction to this one.
I'm looking forward to this.
Well, that was very exciting, wasn't it? A double for Camillo Ospina there in the White Stable. Another premium tap, out of premium tap runner. Congratulations, you are absolutely buzzing, aren't you? What a race that was, again.
Yeah, thank you very much, you know. Always thank you to the Prince Mitab bin Abdullah, you know, he's my support here. Talal bin Sharain. My wife and my daughter, he's in the home, but they see that race, they know my work, and I work hard for that races. But this guy, she did, you know, she did. He's nice filly. She from Thai, she's improving, and she was working very good, and I'm very happy with her.
It meant a lot to you, didn't it? Because we heard the screams.
No, yeah, you know, he's very important for us. It's very important for us to win these races, and especially with this horse, because we're looking for the best horses for the King Abdulaziz Cup. And that filly, he's doing very good, and I hope keeping sound, and then we'll see in the future.
Well, the real question is, where do you think she is going to go next?
I think maybe she's going to the Carnival Day, and she has one cup, the same race, 2 years old fillies, and I think she's going in that race. Yeah.
This was her first race here, wasn't it, after Taif?
Yeah. No, she ran in Thai, the cup race in Thai, she won, and the training she's coming step by step, easy with her, and today she's coming 100%, and thank God she won very, very easy.
Wonderful. We're so pleased for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you.
Yeah, he is absolutely buzzing, as Hannah said. Let's just watch the finish again. I mean, this was all over, a long way from home, wasn't it? And the 2 horses in the White Stable colours doing battle. They take the top 2 spots, but there's only one winner here.
Yeah, it's a brilliant performance from Motta Tabeta. This is a star that we're going to be talking about for a long time, hopefully, providing she stays sound and continues to run to this level. I loved Camillo's celebration. You don't usually see this from a veteran rider that we watch now. And I promise you, from our studio, which is just past the line, I could hear that with the door shut. It was loud. It was a great ride. He's a very good rider. It obviously means a lot to him to win a race of this nature, and I'm not surprised considering what's happened over the last couple of months with his ban, and connections are starting to stick by him and bring him back and go again. He's rewarding them now.
Yeah, he most certainly is. And the 2 horses that finished first and second, of course, were drawn deep, weren't they? They were drawn in 19, they were drawn in 18 as well. But the class has shone through. The cream has risen to the top in this contest.
It has. Falak Keb was third, though, behind Cowafil. Cowafil was also part of the cream, I suppose. It was third favourite in the race. Yeah. So all 3 of those horses we expected to be up there were up there, and they fought it out. Falak Keb looked like she was coming with a winning run on the home turn, but she did not have the fight that Motta Tabeta did turning in. That's acceleration. I was saying to you live as we were watching, she has exploded. Like, she burst
She certainly
clear.
has.
This is the most impressive performance of the day, and albeit we may not say she's the highlight in the end of the show, I am most taken by her effort. And to be honest, she's the best filly that I've seen of this 2-year-old class so far this campaign.
Well, those are big words, Tom, indeed. And I suppose we were weighing up the form, obviously, at Taif last time. Look, it was the Taif Cup, but, you've talked about the switcher tracks and et cetera, et cetera. But now, with this authority, it's just, we wait for the story to continue, I guess.
Yeah, the thing with Taif, and most people will probably know this if you've watched the channel before or if you follow Saudi Arabian racing anyway, but the surface at Taif is really deep. So some horses handle it, some horses don't. She obviously did handle it, but when you have a quality horse with a wicked turn of foot, which she obviously does, and we're about to witness it right now, Camilo shakes the reins, I think she switches leads there, and it's instant acceleration. When you run on a deep surface, you get rid of that acceleration. It's so difficult for a horse to pick up and really quicken, find that turn of foot. Whereas this surface, as you can see here, is not anywhere near as thick. It's a lot shallower, and therefore it's like running on sand on a beach compared to running on tarmac if you're a human. You can easily quicken and tarmac. On a beach, you're kind of
course,
ploughing away.
And I love the way, having won the race, having got clear, I mean, he could have settled on a whatever margin he wanted, but he's wanted to test her to see what she had in the locker there.
No messing around. We can see White Stable and Prince Mitab there getting his congratulations. And we can now see the Prince taking the trophy. All smiles for the pictures. A big day. Big day for Chris.
Big day today. It becomes an even more significant day, of course, tomorrow. And we've still got one more treat to come, haven't we, which is the final race. And this will be the boys' equivalent, if you want, the Colts and the Geldings, as we just...
What would be very interesting is if the White Stable and Camilo win it again. They've got an unbeaten horse in there. This could be a huge, huge day for the operation. Obviously, they're the biggest... they're currently second in the owners' table this year with Prince Faisal bin Khalid, who is equally big in his stature. As we see Camilo taking his prize. Very grateful jockey, grateful for the opportunities and obviously riding these fantastic horses. Big round of applause there. It'd be interesting to see, there's Talal bin Shirai as well. Everyone's here from the White Stable. It'll be interesting to see if they can win the last race as well. That would really stamp the authority for them with the 2-year-old filly and colt being the champion today.
Yeah, and that has to be considered a very, very strong possibility, of course, Tom, in the final race, which again is for 1 million Saudi Riyal. They've got the horse at the bottom of the card, of course. One Amin, and we're going to tell you all about the runners, or at least Enzo's going to tell us about the runners and riders for the final contest.
Thank you, Darrell. Looking forward to this one. The Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup for the Colts and Geldings. As you say, these 2-year-olds going 1,600 metres for the big pot. Number 1 is Ayasil for Eddie Castro. 2, Akko Farwa, is ridden by Abdullah Al Saidi. 3 is Anstein for Jose Rodriguez. 4 is Badr Al Samoui for Fahad Al Faradi. 5 is Bayad Kasi. Mohammed Aldaham has had 2 winners today. 6, Caper, Mohammed Al Yami. 7, Expo Al Riyadh for Thab Al Timyat. 8 is Fala Zain, Ricardo Souza Ferreira. 9, Mawassa for Rayan Al Soesh. Number 10 is Mozart, Khalid Al Mamoni. 11, Saham Al Bati for Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Scratch 12, 13, Saudiat is now ridden by Sylvester de Souza looking for a double. 14, Sada Al Mawakib for Naif Adanazi. 15 is Taj Al Faisal for Abdullah Alorfi. 16 is Taj Baladi, the wigman, looking for a double. Wigberto Ramos on the favourite. 17, the second favourite, One Amin for Camilo Ospina, the unbeaten horse. 18 is Yaman Sur for Alex Moreno. 19 is Yak Tasir for Adel Al Faradi. And 20, Yastab Shir for Fawaz Wanas, who won our opening race. It was a long time ago now. Scratch 21, 22, Al Zahem for Asad Al Zahari. Scratch 23. So again, a big field of runners for our final race, race 12. Let's go and join Hannah.
Right then, let's have a look at our horses in this final race on the card. We're going to have a look at horse number 4, Badr Al Samawai. All these horses had just stopped because one of them was messing around, but this horse has been pretty good. He does have his head tucked in. You can see his accentuated neck muscles there, chewing away at the bit. I think he's got a tongue tie in. Hang on, we've got a bit of a crossing going on here. One moment. Could do with a bit more muscle on its hind end, but nevertheless does look very race fit. Nimble looking horse, actually. Probably could do with a little bit more muscle muscle on that shoulder end. But yeah, I like the look of that horse. Very nice. Let's drop back to horse number 6, Kappa. 1 from 1. Nice and chilled out, this horse. Looks like it's got, oh no, I thought it had deep set eyes. It doesn't, it's just looking, it's the light. Nice shine on its coat there. Under its tummy, looks a little bit fluffy actually, but like I said before, doesn't affect its racing. I like the muscle on the hind end. You can tell this horse by the other horse, it's not like super streamlined fit and you can see the muscles, but that's okay because we want a little bit of condition on these horses. You don't want them super tight because, well, and I suppose unless it's a sprint, but anyway, he's now jogging on his toes, but nice sort, that one. Let's drop back to horse number 8. I think my camera's still on 4, but that's okay because he just did a little bunny hop there, didn't he? That's because the ones in front are having a bit of a moment. Okay, here we go. We're going to drop back to horse number 8, Fala Zain. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira rides this horse, a definite contender in this race, looking very lean and fit. He is having a little look around. You see the whites of his eyes. I like the saliva moving in the mouth. He's happy. He's having a little bit of a chew. He's not being out of control. Yeah, I like the look of this horse. Very nice. Let's drop back to number 16 now. Further down your race card, horse 16. We're going to cut across. So, horse 16, Taj Bladi. Roberto Ramos takes the ride for this, for the red stable. 2 from 2. Looks the one to beat, in my opinion, that I've got on here. But let's have a look, shall we? Yep, looking race ready. Nice and fit. Hind quarter markings there. Good job from the ones that look after it. I like the muscle on the hind end as well. You can see those fibres as that hind leg just draws back. Can you see those lines there? This is what I love when these horses are so fit, because you can really see their muscles moving. The 17 horse, Wana Mean. Camilo Ospina rides this horse for the white stable. You can see this is a longer looking horse, you see, but nevertheless this looks great. Nice muscle on top there. It's walking quite nicely, but it is having a look around. The bell has gone, jockeys are getting on. Guys in the studio, it's back to you.
Thank you, Hannah. So we know that Sylvester de Sousa is on 13 Sardiac. That is a jockey change, not a non-runner. The non-runner is the 12. Well, that definitely runs, but lots of clues to have a look at. We're going to kick on with those now. So stand by. We're hoping to show you 5 pieces of form, 5 clues. We're going to start with Taj Bladi and this winning run, which came back in November. This is for the red stable. This was a cut race and a good late effort as well.
Yeah, he hangs a little bit under pressure to the left-hand side. Roberto Ramos, who's on this day and retains the mount, he's keen to keep the horse straight. Taj Bladi is not overly willing to do that, but that doesn't stop him from running in a forward motion and really kicking clear. Once he gets to the fence, he ties up a touch. But he still wins decisively, and on the back of this evidence you can suggest he's way the horse to beat. He is already a gelding, and earlier this campaign he was purchased by Red Stable. He didn't start the year with the Red Stable, so interesting horse in this lineup.
Now here's Taif form. We know how good this form is seen the last race. This is One Amin, who is unbeaten in 2, and the first pair are going to clear away here.
Yeah, and the more I watch this and the more I've just watched the other filly from the White Stable, the more I like this horse. The runner-up in second is a good one as well from the White Stable. Carried the first silks this day. One Amin, I believe, was a bit of a second string, and okay. I know it didn't pan out that way, but I think was the second string and kind of surprised them. 2 from 2 so far, open to loads of improvement.
Right, we're watching Yarman Soar here. This is back in October. It was actually the last run for this charger, going away to win in open company on this occasion.
Yeah, 2-time winner, which includes, of course, the Distance Open, which you're watching. This is definitely the biggest field he's ever run in today. As you can see, he only beat a small group in this VT. Therefore, in my opinion, it's unlikely he's going to dominate. He's got a lot of ability. Alex Moreno rides. Will he win? I think there are better horses in the field, but he may be there or thereabouts.
Okay, still a couple more to have a look at if you've not seen what you think's the winner. Fala Zain next, the end of November in the green sleeves here. This was a debut run. This was over 1,400 metres for this victory.
Yes, Fala Zain in the Sheikh Abdullah Amalek Al Sabah silks. Thum Al Dahani, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. What more could you ask for? What a dream combination. Yeah. 1 from 1 so far. Dominant in this display as well. Draws 18 today. That's the problem, Daryl. Will he be able to cover some ground and get across? He's by Vino Rosso, so the trip's no problem. Fala Zain is a player in this contest.
And one more to look at, Badr Al Samal winning again a maiden in November. Looking at the blue jacket here with a storming run.
overcame a slow start actually this day. Had a wide passage, was on the wrong lead and still is on the wrong lead at this point. Needs to switch, doesn't, which is a major concern coming into today for Badam Al Samawi. Nevertheless, 1 from 1, draws inside. Farhad Al Faradi on board, and as I've said yesterday's show, these connections can get a horse ready as a 2-year-old and win some big races. So it wouldn't surprise me if he played a role either.
There we are. We've whizzed through a whole stack of them there. So don't say we don't give you choice in terms of the video output there. 5 of them. Look, I think the market seems to be focusing towards those 2 horses. Tom at the bottom. I'll check again in a moment, but Taj Bladi was 15-8 a moment or two ago, and Wanamin was 11-4. I get the feeling I know which way you're steering.
Well, I originally put Taj Bladi as my selection. I'm going to do what you should not do, which is change my mind.
Change your mind.
Yeah, and I'm going to go to the white stable horse, Wanamin. The more I watch that type form, the more I think this horse could be very similar to the filly that we watched in the last race. Not insofar as necessarily ability or the way in which the horsepower is clear, but just in terms of the track suiting, much more than that deeper venue at Taif. 2 from 2, Camilo Ospina on board, riding full of confidence. I am a full buyer of jockeys with confidence when they win big races. Another son of Premium Tap. Premium Tap's done great so far today, and to be fair, in the last couple of years here. The draw is an issue, but the draw in the last race was an issue for Camilo's ride, and he still managed to overcome it and win by a wide margin. So give me Wanamin. I may regret it with Taj Bladi, who was my original selection, but I'm going to take Wanamin at the bigger price.
Yeah, and I think, confidence is worth so much in sport, isn't it? So that's probably worth a good few pounds. He may not need it. However, I am going to go with Taj Bladi here.
Good. I'm glad you're covering the base.
2 from 2. Well, people sometimes watch these programmes and go, well, of course he's tipping that because the other guy's tipping the other market leader, and they want to be right. Yeah, the Cup win over the 1600 win last seen in November. Unbeaten record, and we wait to see whether one of those 2, as the market suggests, will emerge on top. And in fact, Taj Bladi is shortening to 13-8. Wanamin remains 11-4 at the moment. But that again,
what price? Sorry, is Fala Zain? Was 8-1
Fala Zain
earlier.
remains 8-1 in behind Yarmansor, who is a 4-1 chance in the market there.
So I'd much rather Fala Zain than Yarmansor personally. I think there's much more upside for Fala Zain. The trip won't be a problem, whereas Yarmansor has been dominating small fields and may not be open to as much improvement. So I do think it's between the top 2 in the market, as we've already touched on, but Fala Zain shouldn't be overlooked and could be the one, maybe joker in the pack that could spoil the party.
Yeah, that has to be considered, doesn't it? Of course, a lot of people... connections wanting to go for the big prize here for our last of the day. It's race 12, but it is, of course, one of the most significant races. Actually, we need Hannah's selection, don't we? We're going to go to Enzo. We'll let you know who Hannah picks when we get a moment.
Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, looking forward to this last race. And yeah, it's a little bit behind the clock here, aren't we, for our 8:15 race, well into the night here at Riyadh. It's been another wonderful day's action, isn't it? Some special performances on the racetrack. Now, the cap notices here, you can see the white cap there, number 20, Yastab Shir. If you shot, there's number 22, Al Zahem. And there's number 17, so the red cap for Wanamin. I'm sure it's going to be a very popular selection amongst everybody watching here. So just make a note of that. If you are with Wanamin, it's the red cap. That's Roberto Ramos, who's riding Taj Bladi here. So the green cap worn by Rayan Al-Tarash on Mawasa. That was Jcsa we just saw there, a white cap for Adel Al-Faradi. He'll, of course, not be too happy with the fact he's not on the score sheet today. Runners are loading up, though, here for our final race. Another valuable prize here for the Colts and Geldings. These 2-year-olds going the mile, 1,600 metres, the big pot up for grabs here. First place, 500,000 Saudi Riyal, but excellent money all the way down the field. Final check on the international market, 13-8 Taj Bladi for Roberto Ramos, Wanamin 11-4 to give Ospina the last 3 on the card. Yarmansor 4-1, 8-1 Fala Zain, and 9-1 Bade Kasi. So they load the runners up. Nothing really being backed at longer odds. Runners beginning to load up then for our final race. This is our 8:15 here at Riyadh. Green cap of Mawasa. That's Falah Zain there. Tharma Al Dahani, an impressive winner in these colours earlier on. Ricardo Souza Ferreira on board. The blue and white going forward there. That's horse number 1. Blue with the white braces for Eddie Castro. A seal. Down to the final 2 or 3, I think, here. So we're getting set for, hopefully for you, is the lucky last. Last couple about to go in then. Still waiting for this Falah Zain to go in. That's the last one. Oh, one's restless there. In stall 2, the white cap. Restless there indeed. That was Yastab Shear, wasn't it? It was getting rather worked up in gate 2, number 20. So, taken out Yastab Shear. 13's not in either. Saudi Act under Sylvester de Souza. Let's see what happens here with this horse, Yastab Shear, who was getting very worked up in the starting stalls. We're just having to take this horse away. I'm going to trot him up and down here. See if he's all right, Yastab Shear. He obviously just been cantered up there by one of the stalls team. They do such a great job here at Riyadh as well to get these horses loaded. Yastab Shear then, one of trio for the white stable in this race. Also Mawasa and the well-fancied one, I mean. Tom Collins has jumped on board now. Looks like this horse has been cleared to run. Fawas Wanas, who were the winner of the first race. And there he is in the white cap, about to bring this horse back forward again. Hopefully, a successful load. Saudi Act has gone in now, I believe. Next door, so we're set. Ready. And they're off. Starter caught them in a pretty good line for this, the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz Cup. Valuable prize for this mile race for the 2-year-olds. Breaking well towards the inside, ASL in blue and white colours is right up there, and also breaking well Saudi Act and Sylvester in the turquoise and black colours is handy. The white stable runners are up there too. Likewise wide is Falah Zain under Ricardo Ferreira, the green sleeves and caps. So Falah Zain and Yaman Sur's handy as well. Alex Moreno wants to try and get this horse near to the front as possible. Just off the pace, Mawasa is also right in that firing line as they go through the first 500 metres. So up front towards the outside, Falah Zain has a narrow advantage to in second place Yaman Sur. They're racing 1 and 2. Akko Farwas handy as well towards the inside of the group. And now advancing is Mawasa as well under Rayan Altawash to get a view of the front. These 4 are trying to press on here. Just in behind them is Taj Baladi making ground for Wigberto Ramos. And the red cap on the outside, that's the well-fancied One Amin under Camillo Ospina. So turning for home, the big guns are coming wide here as they round the turn. But it's Yaman Sur in the centre. So Falah Zain on the outside. Here comes both One Amin and Taj Baladi with both looking big-looking runs. Having said that, One Amin is just flattening out now, and it's Taj Baladi and Wigberto Ramos who's swept to the front. It's Taj Baladi who's got on. Leads a length clear to Falah Zain in second place, looking for some deep closers down the outside. Baid Kasi is flying, but only for a place surely, because Taj Baladi has his eyes on the main prize. The grey now, Badr Al Samawi is running on very strongly, but Taj Baladi still got this handy lead. It's getting a bit desperate for Taj Baladi, but will hold on. Double for Wigberto Ramos. Taj Baladi goes on to win it. There were some deep closers coming down the outside, flashing home in those blue colours, running on really strongly. One of the runners down the outside there, but it was Taj Baladi's race in the end. Well done to Wigberto. He was getting a bit desperate the final 100 metres. I think it was a look of desperation late on, but he's got there. Double for the veteran rider. Oh, he can still do it, Wigberto Ramos. He won race 8. He wins race 12. Good performance too. Taj Baladi. The owners have had a good day. It was number 18 who got second, Yaman Sur. And that means that it was Badr Al Samawi, the one I was looking for, the blue colours, really finishing well. A bit of an eye catcher, got third in the end. Yeah, so 18 was second, Yaman Sur. Third was Badr Al Samawi. So it's 16, 18 for 3 parts for the next 1 minute 42.93. Taj Baladi wins the last double for the Wigman.
Yeah, a double for Wigberto. That will please many, of course, and it will please those who backed the winning favourite Taj Baladi. We would have a chat with Wigberto, well, at least Hannah would, but she's come to join us now.
Is that magic?
To wrap up, an incredible day here. I mean, we've loved your coverage out there and getting to chat to, Wigberto was fantastic earlier, wasn't it? And Camillo as well, a couple of occasions. So, have you enjoyed catching up with the riders?
I have, and because obviously, you know, like yourself, this is the first time that I've met them and seen them, so obviously I've been watching them, so it's a bit like, oh, okay, I'm finally meeting you, but it was really great, and I'm going to say this probably until I leave, but everybody is so nice and welcoming, and that's what's really nice, so it's great to chat to them after. I think seeing Camillo's emotion after winning,
Definitely.
I mean, you guys heard it in the studio, right?
It was so loud.
Was it?
I could literally hear it out the door. Over there is where he was
Tom's got 20/20 hearing.
Honestly, it was all noise just dimmed, and all I could hear was Camillo going, "Yeah!" It's phenomenal.
But you could see what it meant to him, you know, and to have a double as well. And thankfully, I picked the winner that time, so...
Oh, getting it in there.
Just
Look at that, Daryl. You had the winner the last, and I didn't.
Well, it's made the tipping, nobody's interested in the tipping, it's made it interesting going into the final day, which is the one that matters, of course. But
exactly.
We'll worry about that tomorrow. But let's talk about best performance of the day. I guess you've got one highlight over and above anything else, Tom.
I do a personal highlight, but also a horse that everyone should follow moving forward, and that's Causeway in race 9. I thought this horse was phenomenal today. First time stepping up to 2,400 metres. Just absolutely devours the ground, and he's an ex-Chad Brown trainee who's obviously going to improve as time goes on and he gets more and more attempts at running over this marathon distance. Alex Moreno, fantastic in the saddle. Again, another jockey that you got to speak to today, Hannah, and I think Causeway is going to be a potential Cup and Open star in the future. Only a 3-year-old, only had the 7 outings. Really impressed by this, Daryl.
I mean, just absolutely relishing the trip, and with you know, the potential to go, well, who knows how much further.
He's one of those horses that I'm sure everyone has them, anyone watching and you guys as well, that you develop a soft spot for, but they just haven't really been performing. And then when they suddenly break through, it's like, wow, we've got a potential superstar. The horse I thought was good is actually going to be good. And Connections are not going to hang around with him. They're going to keep ploughing through this year, go again next year and go for some of the Cups.
I love the way the jockeys play their hearts on their sleeves, Hannah, as well in the finishes here. When they produced a big win, look at this, you know, that's what it means.
Yeah, it is, and it's the emotion that's so important, and it's the connection as well that, you know, us humans that are, not saying that cats and dogs watching it, but I mean, it's the, you know, it's the human element to it, that they're just like us, and I think you can really feel their emotion as well. And that's why I was saying about with Camillo, because you could really feel so happy for him because you could see it in his face. So it's so great to see, and meet them all, of course.
Well, I love the fact that for Camillo, he seemed to get more excited as the day went on. If you think back to yesterday, and you know, he was quite down by his standards, and now he's like absolutely on top of the world, isn't he? And with the 2 winners, we're going to have a look at the most important one. I think the fillies win, the big win, because this was, I mean, this told us what it all meant, of course, to him here with Mutaba. Betar, I'm going to need more time. You try.
I had a practice.
You've had a practice. That's unfair.
Motabathaha.
No, that's terrible.
No, it's not.
Montethebetta, and she was really good today. She was the actual star. I know we put Causeway up as the highlight, but Montethebetta was the star. She's going to be the one that we're going to be talking about, and everyone's going to be talking about in Saudi Arabia moving forward. 2-year-old star performer. Yeah, star performer, big win, and you know, emphatic performance as well today. But here we are looking at the winner of the last, of course. Let's just talk about this winner here, Taj Bandy, who, look, Tom, you were there, you stepped away. Yeah, look, this horse has been performing well all year. The Red Stable bought him. That doesn't usually happen. Same with the White Stable. They don't buy their horses mid-season from other ownerships. It's Wigberto Ramos' biggest ride of the year. He used to ride Kairama. Unfortunately, he's lost that mount now, but he's picked up a good 2-year-old here in Taj Baladi. Wiggy's so happy. I thought we were going to get the dance there, the little wiggle, but it didn't happen. I thought we were going to get the wiggle from you earlier when you interviewed him.
I wasn't sure, because we missed it.
There it is. There it is.
There's always more, isn't there, from Wigberto with the wiggle. I mean, we take a lot of lasting memories away from today. That's definitely one of them. And I think, the performance of the horses that we've highlighted as well. But you know what? The exciting thing is that we've got tomorrow, and tomorrow goes right up there. Doesn't it, in terms of the race, in the Crown Prince race, the local Group 1 as well tomorrow. Tom, just so much to get stuck into. Turf racing as well?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Turf racing is number one on my priority. I cannot wait for it. Lots of small fields, hopefully winners, but the 2 Group 1s, well, 1 Group 1, 1 listed race, both worth $1 million. Cannot wait for those. They're going to be fantastic.
Your paddock is going to be rammed tomorrow with connections to talk to. We hope you can join us tomorrow. We will bring you all 12 races, of course, with all the action, all the interviews, all the connections, courtesy of Hannah, all the winners with Tom in the studio. So make sure you join us here for the whole package. We're live on the English-speaking service here from Riyadh. We'll see you tomorrow.